Okay, welcome. I'm here working on my game as I often do, Wednesdays and Thursdays here on Hyper Game Dev. I am gonna take off next week. Every fourth week I take off because otherwise it's too much work. I'm gonna spend the next 8 hours, at least, working on my game. My game is about an alien who is invading Earth and has to abduct a bunch of creatures, humans, animals. Right now in the level 1 that is built, it's mostly cows, so we can come up to this little thing here. We've been setting up a lot of level design stuff the last few weeks. There we abducted some cows. We got a little shader set up, we got some grass growing on the ground, just a lot of nice things. Been setting up the different level chunks that show up and whatnot. And I would like to take it a little further. I'm hoping to take things a little further today. Well, not necessarily further, but different. What's up, Q Merc? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I want to most specifically start doing some coding tasks, because I've been doing a lot of like level design, visual things, and that's great and that's fun, but I really want to see some more of the game functionality come through. Now I'm currently remaking my player character. You can see a little preview of that here. In the game, when you eat, so you can like eat cows or humans, and then when you do, you're gonna grow the limbs that they have. And so I've been working on cow limbs. It's kind of hard to see because the armatures are in the way. Wow, it's really hard to appreciate with all of those armatures. Because here's the thing, is there's gonna be like multiple skeletons all in one. I don't even think I can show you this way. I'll pull it up in Blender so you can see how that's coming along. But yeah, so this is actually a six-legged freak here. But I'm remaking my player character, so there's a lot. The reason why I'm telling you this too is because there are a lot of coding things that are based on how the player character is built. So these are actually the new human limbs, currently the ones that we have in the game. Look a little more like this. Actually, it's the entire thing. You can really tell it. Look at the face. It's just like a completely different character at this point. And I've been working on this in the member streams every Monday on Hyper Game Dev, only for members. I do an also 8 to 10 hour stream, except it's more secret. It's a little more secret. Here, I'll show you the quadruped, because it's just a little hard to appreciate with all of the things going on over there. I'll show it to you what it looks like in Blender. I'm still working on it, but the point is I can't quite do all those coding tasks. Jay Jorn in the house, and we got Henry. Henry's a member. So Henry's gonna get a song. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. The long day long, the live long day. Hyper Game Dev and Henry are like two peas in a pod. Henry, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I sing songs to members, so you get one, and you get to know that I appreciate you. Yeah, there you go, there's your song. Yes, the alien is thick. I mean, you know, it's supposed to be cow. It's supposed to be a cow. So you can see I haven't started modeling or finishing sculpting the back legs. They're very chunky. And I actually haven't started modeling any of this, really. Only thing I've really finished here are the hooves. And then next Monday, I'm gonna work on the rest. This is looking a little lumpy. So I got some work to do on it, but that's the transformation that it goes into when it goes from being a cow. And here's with this, there's gonna be a bird as well, a bird design. So there's a lot of different designs. And so I need to really figure out what those are gonna finish out like before I can start coding in some of the stuff that's relevant to it. For example, if we get injured or we take damage, the limbs shrink, because that's just a main mechanic of this game. So I'm gonna run into these trees here. Thank you, Q-Merc, I appreciate it. You can see this leg is a little stumpier than the other one. And so actually what I'd want is like a different animation too, where like the character is hobbling, right? And their controls are messed up. The injuries should be reflected in how the character moves and the way the game plays. But that's stuff that I do want to set up, and then I'm gonna have to really start working on soon. But again, since I'm remaking a lot of that stuff, it's kind of hard to go into coding it. So, you know, yeah. So we got some shrunken limbs. How's the video? It's funny that you think there is a video. I am working on so many different videos right now, and all of them are coming. You know, I'm taking my time. I really want to establish. I need to make more YouTube videos because that's gonna help grow the channel a lot. And I can help express my game devery in a way that I can't when I'm live streaming. So I'm very excited to put some videos out. I'm working on so many different ones right now. I'm working on one about board games. I'm working on one about game jams. I'm working on another about working on this game. Actually, both of those are still about this game, but there's even more specific ones about this game. Oh, there's that bug. Ooh, see, this is the kind of stuff I need to work on today. Look at that. What? Oh, was that because I died and I respawned? So right now, the highlight shader is highlighting everything without unhighlighting. But this wasn't happening before. I wonder if it's because I died and the game restarted. That there's something, I wonder if there's some like variable that's not getting set or something that depends on. Ooh, see, this is the kind of stuff I want to work on. Specifically, I actually want to work on level changing. But that's not going to take the whole stream, so I need little tasks like this. So here you see if I hover over something, the shader highlights that specific object. This is good. This is correct. Now, it seems that when if I'm understanding everything here, it seems that when we die, so we die when the head shrinks all the way down and the head is gone. Wait, it didn't have, oh, I was hoping it was going to be easily reproducible. I wonder if it depends on, so when we die, if we're like highlighting something or not. Oh, it crashed. We got some bugs to fix. I'm not really happy with the way the game restarts anyway, if I'm being honest. Invalid get index process frame. What? We got some things. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, J. Jordan. Maybe I have to be selecting something. Also, what the heck is this problem? Invalid get index process frame on base null instance. So let me look at some of these things that are showing up down here at the bottom. What is null? I see some dictionaries. There might be a null thing in there. Everything looks like it has some. Oh, here's null. What is that? Is head. Oh, yeah, because the head is destroyed. The head is dead. It would be null. Okay. And it's process frame. What the heck is process frame? And why is it in there? Oh, you know, I think this is so that we can have the collision properly. I see why. So this is if it is not the part head, though. This is saying if the current health is less than or equal to 0 and the part that is, so here's something to, okay, there's a lot. We're getting deep in the code today, folks. So this is the body part script, and this script goes on every limb. So it's on the arm, it's on that arm, it's on this leg, it's on that leg, it's on the head. It's on all of those body parts. And this script applies to all of them. And so there are some sections of this that do apply to the head. So here it's like, if the head is the collided thing, then we do stuff. And here we're saying, if the collided body part is not the head, then make sure that you run this. But the problem, but that's the only thing I'm seeing here as a null instance. On base, so get tree. Oh, get tree. Well, get tree isn't the head anyway, so that doesn't matter. This being a null instance is not what we need to look at. Get tree, it's because I would guess we're so is it because we're restarting it? Yeah, we have 1.37k subs. Absolutely, the channel is growing. It's a slow grow, but it's a steady grow, and that's what I want, because you know, a lot of channels, and we're shifting topics quickly. You know, it's exciting for a YouTube channel to grow, get virality and stuff, but I really like a slow build, because I want the things that we put out you know, to match the number of subscribers we have. So like the view counts, you know, I don't want to be getting more views than the number of subscribers that we have. I want all of that to sort of fit together. What's up, nerd noob? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. So much love for teaching Godot. I believe it's the future. Yeah! Yes, 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 yes. Dude, Godot is awesome. I started out, I mean, I was doing like some other game engines that aren't really real engines, but but when I started doing real engines, I started with Unreal Engine, and you know, I liked it, but I just found Godot just suited my needs better, and Unreal was just a little too much for what I needed to do, and then, you know, I tried Unity. I even tried GDevelop, which is a cool open source one. But Godot, I agree. Godot is the future. I feel that too. I feel that too. It's like Blender, right? It's going to become an industry standard. I agree with you on that one. Thanks for coming through, nerd noob. Yeah, it's some Godot code. We got some severe Godot code, and that's really what I need to focus on here. Slow and steady wins the race. Exactly. Welcome, Olberg. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. That goes, you know, anybody, if you want to leave a thumbs up, I mean, I appreciate it. But like, if you don't, like, I also understand, especially if you're over there in the shorts feed. I know you got to click on those 3 dots up in the top right to like it. But hey, if you do, I appreciate it. Thank you for doing that. I smacked my microphone. You don't want one viral video. I want to build a community because you guys are so awesome. I love going in the Discord and seeing y'all help each other out, asking questions and things. It's nice to build that community carefully. So yeah, that's definitely my ambition. All right. So what I think might be happening here is that, and I could be wrong, but we have this await running. We also have the scene resetting, reloading. And then we're saying await and look at the get tree. So maybe what's happening is that the scene is reloading, and in the middle of it reloading, this await goes through, but it's only a process frame. That's like, it's like really fast, right? That's so quick. It's not gonna take very long, but apparently it's long enough for it to interfere perhaps when it's reloading. So, and the reason why we do this await process frame here is because for the legs, namely, and other things too, because we want to turn off physics collisions mid-game. We actually have an alternate method for doing it, and I wasn't sure which method would be better. I think we know now which one might be better. So the reason why that frame delay is in there is because, so let's break off these legs, and what you're going to see once the legs are totally broken off, if I can manage to hurt myself that way. There we go. The character falls down. The reason why that works is because the collisions that were on the legs are getting turned off. So they no longer collide anymore. And if I just turn off the collision without that frame delay, it doesn't work. I have to actually tell it to wait and then, because it needs to sync back up. It's basically the collision physics information isn't synced up correctly unless I do that delay. However, I do have an alternate method in here. Oh, it's gone. Oh, no, it's not gone. I thought it was gone. It's not. It's in the comment. Alternative sync method. I say we use the alternative sync method. I think this is the one. So we're going to comment that back in. Let's not comment that. And then we'll do a little flippy dippy here. I believe we still need collision disabled true. Oh no, that does collision disable true it for us. That just does that. Okay, I see. Okay, so let's comment out all of this and we'll move the alternative method. And I just want it to say the note that we were getting this error. I'm not saying this will fix this problem, but it certainly gives us a chance at trying a different. We already have an alternative, so might as well give it a shot. Okay, let me just make sure the indentation is right, and I just got lost. There we go. Put this down here. Alternative method is right there. Okay. So I'm going to add a note on here. Causes crash when, or rather, well, causes crash due to null instance get tree due to, is not well worded, reloaded scene on death. So whatever, not the greatest note, but it maybe will jar my memory. All right, let's make sure that that works. This collision set deferred. So we're just using a different way to synchronize the collision being updated with the normal processes. So let's see if that, I mean, look, here's the thing. We died a few times and that error didn't come up. So at this point, I just want to make sure that it does actually work for what it's supposed to do. Oh, look, it doesn't. We're not falling down. You see, our legs are broken, but we aren't falling down. So it's not, it's actually not even working, which is confusing. I'm a little confused why that wouldn't work. Collision, because that should be doing the same thing, right? We're saying collision disabled true, and we're doing the same thing. Look for the same, it's called collision. And we want it to be, we want the disable. Maybe I need to say disabled. I wonder if that's the error. It's a little surprise. Oh, I wonder if there was an error. It would be a little surprising that Godot would just accept that and be like, oh yeah, you're looking for that thing that doesn't exist. Sure. I feel like it would get a little angry, but you know, whatever. Whatever. Let's see if that makes that work. So we need to see that character when the legs go away. I want to see it fall down to the ground if that is set up correctly. What's up, Techium? Welcome. There we go. We fell. Good. Nice. And then at this point, I'm just going to keep testing the game being restarted. And then if we run into that error again, you know, it seemed like it wasn't a consistent error. It didn't always show up. So we'll just have to wait and see. Now I'm trying to die so I can test that hover thing. So it seemed like perhaps we're knocking out bugs. It seemed like perhaps I need to be hovering when I die, well, not just when I die, but when it reloads the scene. It's a little tough to test. It makes me want to set up a test scene that is engineered to quickly kill the player, and then we can reload it. Oh, hover. Okay, I was hovering something there. Yep, there it is. It happened. Okay, cool. We're reproducing bugs. We're solving others. Things are good. Cool. Great. So what's up with that? Why does that happen? Now, one thing I could do is I could pause it and take a look at some of the variables. Hey, what's up, zombie fish in the house? Welcome, family. Good to see you all. Let me play a little music, because I'm going to do a little hunting here, looking around at code and stuff, and it can be nice to have a little vibes in the background while that happens. Okay, so one thing I want to look at real quick is the script that handles all of that, the hovering. So we have hover interactable script, okay, and on here we have this variable hovered current and variable hovered old. These are some pretty important variables, I would think, to this situation. I don't know if there's others that are relevant, but those probably are the most important ones. So I'm gonna look at the oh, it doesn't even have the stack variables for me. I was hoping if I paused it, it was gonna list a bunch of things, but it didn't. It didn't. Maybe if we keep, no? Okay. Alright, that's fine. You remember those? Oh yeah, you were here when we were setting this up. Did you help too? That's why I take a credit down, because I often forget many things. Let's add we can add a breakpoint in here somewhere. That could also be helpful. But basically, so here's the issue that I noticed, and it's tricky because on one hand, I'm not exactly sure how the game is going to be reloaded when the player dies. I'm still kind of figuring that out. But for now, it's literally just reload scene, which is not, that might actually be something to try to work on today, because, you know, if you're on level 2, I don't want to just reload level 2. I want to make sure it starts over the whole game, which reloading it could work, but we should have a main menu, right? You should go back somewhere and then have to like choose to hit play again. And I kind of want to set up changing levels today, so that might be something to work on, is instead of using reload scene, do something else. But here's the problem. So we hover over things, right? We set up the hovered old and hovered current variables, thanks to y'all in chat. What's up, God's favorite? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate the hello. So if I hover over things, it unsets it as it should. Now, if I die and the game reloads while I'm hovering something, we have a problem. It almost makes me want to add a debug, you know, button for just dying. Okay, here we go. Hovering, died, reloaded. There it is. So when I do that, if I'm hovering over something, when I die and it reloads, it's just painting all over the place. So what I think must be happening is some variable is not being unset in the reload somewhere, somehow, or something. I'm not exactly sure how to test that, but we'll have to. I honestly don't even know how to debug this. You're interested in game dev? Please give advice. I mean, for me, like, I don't know anything about you or your situation. But for me, the thing that's made the biggest change is blocking out time every week. I don't care if it's 5 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. I say every week I am going to sit down and I am going to work on this game, you know, and then that's it. That for me has been the most helpful thing. And, you know, a lot of devs will say start small, right? Start on a small project. You know, do game jams, things like that. So that's important. But really, I think devoting yourself to coming back and working on whatever that is on a regular basis and not doing anything else, for me, that's been the most helpful thing. But again, it depends kind of on your situation, what you need help with. Techian says, try resetting on init. What does that mean? What does that even mean? I love that. So it's not working. I mean, it works until we reload it. Maybe it's a good idea to implement on checkpoints, but that's up to you, of course. What does that mean? So also, this game is going to be a roguelike. So when you die, you start the entire game over. But I don't know if that goes against what you're saying or not. Try resetting on it. Okay, so right now, let's just do a Shift Control F. We're gonna find in files everything that is queue free. You're a newbie. You're a newbie. That's not a lot of information. I mean, look, first you have to like pick a game engine, right? You gotta have a game engine. You gotta know what you're messing around with. So I like Godot. There's a ton of other ones you could try. Godot is nice and easy. You can download it really quickly. There's a lot of excellent starter tutorials out there on YouTube. Find you a nice starter beginner Godot tutorial. Download Godot. It's really easy to use. It's free. It's open source. So yeah, just honestly, don't ask me. Look for YouTube videos that are saying, here's how to get started in Godot or a different game engine. That's how you're gonna learn. What game are you making? I am making a game about abducting not aliens. You are an alien and you're abducting things. You're abducting things. Specifically, start small, learn the basics. Start small, learn the basics. Totally. It has its own language. I mean, you're gonna have to learn how to code. Like, if you wanna make games, you have to learn how to code. Like, there is some, like, you could use like visual scripting, like blueprints, but I promise you, it's still coding. Like, it's still coding in so many ways, and blueprints are going to be a lot less transferable to other engines, and it's, to me, I don't recommend visual scripting. I think you do, and I hear what you're saying too, it has its own language. Like, you're saying, I see what you're saying. You're saying, like, Unity has C#, so I can use C# elsewhere. I mean, that's true, but you can learn multiple coding languages. Godot GDScript is very similar to Python, but if you want to use Unity because it has C#, you can do that. Godot also can use C#, so it's really up to you. Honestly, stop holding yourself back, you know, but this, honestly, just like make a choice and start learning. Because when you get into all this semantics, trying to pick and choose, you're gonna run into never starting in the first place. Just get started. And, you know, try to pick something, you know, pick an engine that, don't pick Roblox. My opinion is don't pick Roblox. It's cool if you're already learning it, but like at the end of the day, you can't export anything you make. You're learning something that you're gonna have to relearn entirely. At least there is text code there, but really pick an engine that lets you actually export your games and do something with them. That would be my only advice there. Otherwise, just get it. Just make a choice, you know? Stop dragging your feet. We have the ready method. We also have an init method worth looking. Wow. Oh, right. The init method. Totally. Worth looking into the difference in the docs. Dude, I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to do that. That's a great tip. Okay. Noted. So anyway, so the game that I'm making is about an alien who's invading Earth. You have to abduct things like cows and humans to get points, and when you get a certain number of points, you advance to the next level. And there's going to be a lot of other mechanics, like your limbs break off, and it will affect your ability to do things. You're also going to be able to eat the things that you abduct. So let's say you want to eat the cow instead of abduct it. That would give you health, but it also is going to have some negative consequences as well. It's going to be like a roguelike game. There's going to be power-ups and things, but right now I'm just getting started, and so it's not all there yet, but I'm also learning. I'm still learning myself, so I'm kind of taking my time. I'm not in a hurry to finish this game or anything like that, but yeah, that's the main idea, is you're an alien abducting things. Why do you use Godot over something like Unreal Unity? Because I like it more. I like the community. I feel like it's lightweight, and it does everything that I need an engine to do. I tried Unreal. I have videos on my YouTube channel where I did my every single thing that I did in Unreal Engine is on my YouTube channel. You just gotta scroll down to the bottom and you can see the Unreal Engine. I did 30 live streams in Unreal Engine, and you know, I liked it. It was really powerful. It was beautiful, the things it could do, but I found that it wasn't very efficient for my needs, and Godot just addressed those better. Plus, I like the community a lot more in Godot, and I like the documentation. Oh my god, Godot's documentation is so much better than Unreal's. Unity, I'm not going to use Unity because Unity has proven that they will do the worst scummy business practices, and I'm not interested in that. And that's honestly why I don't like Unreal either, because Godot is free and open source, and there's always going to be a chance that there's always the opportunity that someone can just fork off of Godot and make, like, let's say Godot does something terrible. For some reason, it just goes to crap, right? Someone can always fork an older version of it and make Godot be great again. Like, it's flexible. It's not going to get corrupted. And so that's why I don't even want to mess with Unity. I did try a little bit of Unity, but ultimately not interested. I tried GDevelop, which is very similar to Construct, which Zombiefish is recommending. I personally find that Godot is much more capable, especially for 3D stuff. Construct 3 I haven't used, but personally I like working in 3D, and things like Construct and GDevelop are much more designed for 2D. So that's all my thoughts on that. It does have its own language, but if you're familiar with a lot of coding, Godot, yeah, like what variables are and if statements, it's things that you gotta learn. Yeah, exactly. You're not losing much by learning Godot, truly. Like learning GDScript. It's all incredibly transferable. It's very similar to Python, so like you're in a way kind of learning Python as well. It's all super transferable, and it's a good skill to be able to learn different languages as well. Free, open source, devs have power, not investors and CEOs. Yeah, exactly. How long have I been coding / doing game development for? I have been you know, interested in game development and like tinkering with it for years and years, but I haven't really seriously started learning it until like a year and a half ago, basically. I mean, I would say my first Unreal Engine stream was pretty much when I went outside of learning. You know, I was using an engine sort of like Roblox. It wasn't Roblox, but it had the same like walled garden where everything you make is stuck in that platform and you can't take it out. And I was using something kind of like that for a while. So I don't even really want to consider that, you know, really me learning game dev. April 10th, 2022. That's kind of when I really first like took the plunge outside of a comfort zone, and I started learning game dev a little more seriously. So that's about a year ago, just a little. I wouldn't even say a year and a half. I would say a year. Not that long, not that long. But I had been learning some basic concepts, variables, if statements, the things Henry was mentioning. I was learning that a little bit before as well. Just not like serious, actual professional game development software I wasn't using. Yeah. Okay, I'm very intrigued by what Techian is saying here. With this init function. I like this a lot. Yeah, right, we have the ready. So let me do a search for reload. I think that's what I want. Not preload, reload. So there's a couple places where we're reloading the game. Godot is slower than Unreal and Unity. I feel like that is not that helpful of a measurement. Like slower, like, I mean, I agree, right? But to me, that's like min-maxing a little bit, you know, like, oh, it's a few frames faster or slower. Like, I just don't care. It doesn't matter to me. And then it depends what you mean by slower, right? Like, in terms of the engine itself, it's much faster. It's incredibly fast, right? It boots up like that. It compiles like that. You're flying through constantly. It's way faster in terms of the engine performance. But I think what Ulberg is probably alluding to is that when you go to, you know, render, compile, build your game, and then run benchmark tests to check the like frames and the min-maxing, like, oh, it's it renders things a little slower, right? Like, yeah, okay, whatever, I don't care. Like, to me, that's not important. Godot has its own language. Yeah, it's called GDScript, but you can also use C# and I think even C++ with it, but it's recommended to use GDScript. I would recommend that. Yeah, user experience depends on the dev, yeah. I mean, and again, I think what they're referring to is like rendering benchmarks, but just don't care about that myself. Okay, here's where we have get reload. The problem that I'm having, by the way, is that when I have this shader, when I highlight things and I hover over things, I would definitely say it's easier, 100%. Yes, I think it's easier than C#. In a lot of ways, I mean, the documentation that Godot has is awesome. I think it's more readable than C#. I do find it to be easier than C#. I haven't done much C#, but what I have done, I mean, I think they're both pretty easy. Like, I don't think that they're like that difficult, but I think GDScript is designed to be a little bit more readable, personally. Because it's also, remember, very similar to Python. Just found your channel and you're interesting me in this Godot engine. Let's go, Team Godot! I love Godot. I just love it. You know, and I'm not gonna tell you that it's the best engine for you. It's just the best engine for me. And I have reasons that I think that. It's more integrated. Yes, right, that's true. Right, but the good thing is that you can use GDScript, C#, and C++, that's right. So we can hover over things and they highlight. So I'm here, by the way, and I appreciate the questions, I'm down to answer them, but like I'm always gonna come back to working on my game. I'm gonna be here for eight hours minimum today. So, you know, I'm here. Thanks for asking questions, I appreciate it, y'all. But if you're ever just like, whoa, why are we talking about something else? It's because I'm working on my game as well. So when we highlight over things, the shader appears and changes like the appearance a little bit of the object. Now, when the game goes to reload, then the shader is unfortunately changing, and we're painting everything, because there is the way that this shader is in part working is that when I hover over something and then I hover over something else, it sets a variable that says what's the current thing that's highlighted, and then it says, well, what was the last thing that was highlighted, and it keeps variables to keep track of both of those things, or what's the not the last thing was, but the current thing becomes the old thing, right? And I think one of those variables are getting messed up when we reload the game. And one idea that Techian has is, I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I could be wrong. Yeah, well, that's what I was going to do. That's where I was going to look at it. But Techian, I'm not sure where should I use that function. Techian was talking about using an init function instead of a ready function. But where would I be? What would I be initting instead of readying? Would be my question. Could it be that old hovered is not null when reloading? Yeah, I think I think it's exactly something like that. But here's where we're reloading it. When we die by falling, that is to say, if, you know, we can't, it's kind of hard to reproduce in the game right now, but in theory, if you fall down to a certain Y position, you automatically die. And then the other place where we die is if the head, that is to say, the head of the alien, shrinks down to the smallest, or its health goes to 0, then we reload. I'm not sure how init will help us with that, but I believe you that it's important. It's something to look into. Yeah, so this is another idea that I'm thinking, right? Is I want to have, instead of just saying, bam, let's reload when the health is 0, bam, let's reload when we fall past a certain point. Instead of that, what if there is some kind of signal or something that goes out, and it's like, okay, now let's do all the reload things. And that can involve reloading the scene, it can involve resetting certain variables, doing this, doing that, taking us to the home menu. Maybe we don't even need a reload, you know? I don't know. But that's the other thing. Instead of just running reload at these moments, pointing this to a unified spot that does things, and then maybe that could help. Yeah, that's kind of, and so that's why I want to focus today on, and I should even put up a topic a little bit. I kind of want to focus on that today, is changing how levels are changed and how we move around between different levels. And it happens before on ready. Oh, I'm not sure why I recommended that. Okay. Oh, you're not sure that's why you recommended the docs. I see. Gotcha. Okay, so if I'm going to somehow reset, I mean, what I think I'd like to do is test that variable. It's going to be a little tricky because something is going to get hovered. On start of layout, make null. What does those words mean? On start of layout, make null. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, yes. And maybe that's kind of what Techium could be alluding to, potentially. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go to hover interactables. I mean, the thing is I would think that would happen right here. Technically, I mean, isn't that what this, is this in it up here? I don't know. I guess I could, it just feels like, I guess I'm confused why being at the top of a script doesn't automatically set something to be that when it starts. But, you know, okay. So, I mean, I could even just say hovered current. But I like that you think that it might be, let's just do this one. Hovered old null. So we'll just set hovered old to null in the ready function. So when the game reloads, it should definitely set that again. It feels weird to have to do that, but if it works, I'm not sure how things outside methods work. That's why I'm recommending I see, because it's a sure thing. Oh. All right, now I'm definitely thinking I should read up on it. You've intrigued me considerably. This causes no problems here. I'm always, uh-oh, I gotta highlight. Oh, I don't think I was highlighting something there, so I don't know if that fixed it. I wasn't near something I could highlight when I died. So because the test is that when we die and we're highlighting, not just when we die, but when it reloads. Okay, here we go. Running into stuff, getting that head worn down. Gotta run into things that hurt the head. There we go. Oh God, hover. I was hovering. Okay, that definitely did not fix it. Now you're saying with this init thing, is that the thing to do though? I don't know. I mean, what if it's current? It could be current as well. I feel like we should try that. It makes more sense that it would be old, I guess, but I'm just sort of shooting in the dark here. So I'm just gonna do them both and see what happens. Okay. Running, hovering, and dying. Okay, careful. The solar panels are definitely the best thing to hurt the head on right now. Okay, here we go. About to die. Did not die. Oh, because I probably wasn't leaning forward. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Did it? No fix. Okay, got it. All right, now let's try the init thing. So I'm guessing I will probably look at the documentation. So we say func init. Nice. And then just slap that in there. Whether or not this is, I mean, I guess if we do a reload, that's gonna run that. That is what happens. Whether it's enough, I'm not sure. Okay, so let's go for the solar panels. Bam, bam, bam. We're dying. I'm hovering. No fix. But it's very interesting. And I think something that I'd like to see is what... Also, this may not be it. It may not be that this is the problem. Maybe there's another variable somewhere that I'm missing somehow. I mean, there's variables that are in the functions themselves, and that shouldn't matter. It's very confusing. Very, very confusing. Okay. Would you say start off with a 2D or 3D game? I say start off with whatever you want. A lot of people are going to tell you 2D, but I have no interest in a 2D game. To me, 2D games are fun to play. I don't like making them. I like 3 dimensions. And the thing is you can make a 3D game that's still 2D. This isn't quite that. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know, because you can still make a game that's limited to 2 dimensions. Like here, we're still moving forward and backward. You know, it's not like you don't have full freedom to move around in this game. You can move left and right and forward and backward, but there's not a lot. This isn't super 3-dimensional. You can make a side scroller and it still be in 3D. You know, so I if anything, I think limiting the number of axes that your game has is a better bit of advice than saying make a 2D game. Because I really love, you know, going in Blender, and I love making models in Blender and using Blender and stuff like that. That's a fun skill to learn. You know, yes, there are extra things that come along with 3D, but I mean, if you are interested in making 3D games, you're gonna have to learn them anyway. So that's just me. Yeah. I'm gonna make a video about that one of these. That's another video I've got in the works. If it's not that, I would resort to the profiler and checkpoints. Oh, when you say checkpoints, you mean breakpoints. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I was thinking the profiler too, but then I just gotta make sure I find... Well, I don't know about the profiler. I thought that if I paused it, it would tell me... It's not really pausing it though, is it? It would tell me everything in the stack trace. But I'm not exactly sure... There, it's paused. But we're not getting any stack variables filtered out. which I don't really understand. I guess I have to actually add a proper breakpoint in there for that to work. But see, then it's just like, I don't know where to put the breakpoint. I guess like when the game starts after it reloads. So that makes the most sense. So I guess I would say maybe in the ready function here, add a breakpoint, right? I don't know, and we'll say print, I don't know that I'm even gonna be able to see this. Print hovered old breakpoint. And when we hit play, it's gonna give us an issue right away. I remember thinking about, oh, yes, there is a list or array, yes. And that's it, that's definitely it, because that's in globals. That's in globals, and when we restart it, that's not going to get reloaded. That's 100% it. That's, oh, Techium, oh! How lucky am I to come through here live stream and have people who remember things that I have set up, we have set up in this game. Oh my gosh, that's definitely it. I gotta give some credits though. We've had some help from Henry, Zombie, and Techian with debug. I'm pretty sure, if I miss somebody, let me know, but I think that's what we had. So Henry, we give a debug credit. And Zombie, I don't know if Zombie's on here yet, so we gotta add you. Is it just Zombie Fish? It is. It is just Zombie Fish. These credits entitle you to no compensation. They are just so I can give credit where credit is due in the credits of the game and keep track and just be able to be appreciative for all the things you guys contribute. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. You guys are awesome. I'm the mental support because I don't know how to make games yet. That's fair, that's fair. Well, you know, Grinch, I only give this one when somebody asks or says exactly what you just said. Or if I feel like they've been here and I can't believe they don't have a credit yet. And that's the moral support credit right there. So Grinch, I will give this to you. That's what it's there for. Thank you for the moral support. I appreciate it. Bam. Yes, I think that list or array is exactly the problem. Zombie says, I only make 2D games, but I'm old, and those are the games I grew up on and like. That's fair. Right, and so in that case, like, yes, make a 2D game. But I think there's this pervasive advice out there, and I even ran a poll on this channel. There's this pervasive advice that you should only make games in 2D when you're starting out. I've heard it many times, and I think that it's not good advice. Because I think a lot of people are gonna start out making a 2D game, and they're not gonna like making a 2D game, and then they're gonna quit. Look at this. I did this poll 3 months ago on the channel, 65 votes. Look at that. Now look, no, like we did add in depends on the person. So credit where credit's due. Half of the people said depends on the person. But the people who didn't say it depends on the person, it's all like 2D, 2D, 2D. But my opinion is it depends on the person. I think that is a little silly. I think it's silly to suggest either of these, in my opinion. And in my opinion, it should always depend on the person. In Zombie's case, it makes complete sense to do 2D. It would be weird for Zombie not to do it. You know, I've heard arguments, believe it or not, from people who say, you should start with 3D. You should start with 3D. Because it's more challenging, and these are skills that you're probably gonna have to learn anyway someday. And it's like, well, not if you know you're never gonna make a 3D game. So I feel like any absolute in this scenario is the wrong advice. With that said, I think there's excellent wisdom in saying if you are gonna start with a 3D game, try to keep it to a 2D axis, right? Because dealing with a 3D axis, dealing with more complexity is potentially demotivating. And you can always expand. You could do like a 2.5D, you know, but But if there is some nugget of truth in the 2D advice, it's that if you are making a 3D game, keep it simple. You're just here to look cool. Or so I think. It's what you are interested in making, yeah, for sure. In my experience, it's also worth asking what kind of 3D. Right, yeah. You see what I'm saying. Yeah, what kind? There's a lot of different kinds of 3D games. Absolutely true. All right, so let's look at that list or array, because I think that might be, wait, did I give Techium a credit? I don't think I did. I feel like I upped Henry's and Zombies, but I don't think I actually did Techium, who has been superstarring it right now. Techium! Debug. There's debug, and we will increase that. Okay, so what Techium is talking about is over here, I believe in globals, maybe, probably. Where is it? I'm actually not sure where. Oh, here it is. Obstacles highlighted. Bam! Obstacles highlighted. So this is keeping. Let's see what this is even doing. Here. It's actually in 5 different places on here. So the way this works is that when the hover begins, it checks to see if that array, that global array, is it empty? And only if it's empty will it change hovered old to hovered current. I mean, there it is right there. Because if that isn't being emptied out, well, now it's not going to update the oldest with the most recent. Clovers get me all the time on reload. Well, and so that's why today I think I would like to try to set up a globalized reload situation. I'm gonna try to do that. I think we could even do that quickly. So what I would do is, thank you for saying that, Zombie, right? It's just like, it's just a thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come to my messenger script. My messenger script holds a bunch of signals. This is a cool thing that Godot has, GDScript has, called signals. And they let me just communicate data across scripts. It could be a nice opportunity. Yeah, exactly. You already know where I'm going with it. So let's even put the, I feel like I've attempted this before, but I don't know if I finished it. Debug nodes, player hover, area damaged, instant death. Do I have like a restart one? Grab begun, abduction, level update. I guess I don't. Well, let's make one. Signal, game over. We could even just call it game over for now. Might want to refactor that at some point. And then in the ready function, we're gonna say messenger. The messenger exists also as an autoload or a global script that's outside of the normal scene tree in Godot. We're gonna say messenger game over connect to on game over right here. And then we can create a new function on game over, and then things will happen. Now I might want to have something get called with this, like, you know, is it, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe the score that the player has, you know, could show the player score. I'm not really sure how I want to use that, but we could in theory someday. For now, let's just say on game over. Something I wanted to do is empty out this. So I'm even going to add a comment in here. Empties out the last highlighted obstacle array. Mixed use of tabs and spaces. Well, we don't want that. Don't we want this to be... There we go. Okay, so that's gonna empty out that array. So this on its own isn't going to fix it, because I need to actually run that function. Right now, I've just connected that signal in the ready function, but I'm not running that yet. I could just come in here and just say on game over, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want this to be a comprehensive thing. So not only do I want that, I would want to reload, right? So normally when I reload, I say get tree, reload scene. But I'm gonna need to be more specific. The last time I tried this, I wasn't specific enough, because if I do get tree, reload current scene, I think that's just gonna reload the globals. But what I really want to reload is the main scene. So can I say, if I say reload, is there a way? I don't really know. Are there other ways to do reloading? Reload. Theme property. No. That is not what I want. Script. Reload. That's like a function. What is this? Returns true if the script... Oops. Oh, that's not what we want. Wait. Reload. I'm not exactly sure like how to do this. So I'm guessing. Reloads the script's class implementation. Returns an error code. Okay, that's probably not what we want. What is, reload scene from path? Oh, but that's editor interface, which is weird. Reload current scene also returns an error. So actually, okay, I didn't really know what returning an error means, or if that's good or bad or whatever. Reloads the currently active scene. Returns okay on success. Got it. Cool. What is this reload scene from path? Reloads the scene at the given path. I mean, I guess I'm a little confused why this is like an editor thing. Editor interface gives you control over Godot's editor window. So this class shouldn't be instantiated directly. Access the singleton directly by its name. I feel like this isn't going to work if I try to use this. All right. Return error equals if there is an error, it returns something you can reference. Yeah. And since it said it returns okay if it's a success, that kind of goes along with what you're saying. Like, I like that this return from scene path sounds like, this reload scene path sounds like what I want. Yeah, and it's just a string. But what I'm just like kind of confused about is that it's inheriting from the editor interface. I probably, what I need to do is I need to build the game and test to see if it actually is going to reload it correctly as well when I have the game built. I don't know, just like, why is it editor interface? It just seems weird. Okay, well, let's experiment with it anyway. How do I actually use this? So instead of reload current scene, we say reload scene from path. And specifically, I would want the main scene. That would be the path. I don't know how this is going to work, but it's worth a shot. So then the way I'm going to fire that to test it is to do, we're going to emit the game over signal from the places where we normally die. For example, when we fall off the edge of the world, which I'm not going to be testing here, and then also messenger when the head shrinks, or when the player dies from losing health. Connect, or emit rather, specifically we want to say game over emit, and that's all we got to put. And so that way it'll run all, in theory, all of those things in that function instead of just reloading the current scene. I'm not sure. This will be interesting. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna run into some solar panels and burn down our hit points. Dun dun dun. Okay, we're dying. I'm hovering. Ooh, we got an issue already. Let's see what happened. What can we learn? Non-existent function in scene. Yeah, right. That's an editor thing. So this is coming from scene tree. Well, I don't know that you need, well, Lee's, I just think you don't need that. Oh, but then it's not found in base self. Can I just say editor? Editor! That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think this is not the way to do it. I think this is not the way to do it. So what about the reload thing? But what did work is it came and it ran that function, right? So that's good. But it's just not the function that we want. Reload, editor can reload from file. Where does the reload current scene coming from scene tree? Reload all scripts. That's interesting. And then there's this script extension reload. Reloads the script's class implementation. This can't be right. Yeah, this is not it. This is not it. So I think we still need the same scene tree one, the reload current scene. Reloads the currently active scene. All right, I need to look this up. I need some help. GD script. I mean, main scene is the currently active scene. I wonder if it will, maybe I'm barking up a tree that doesn't need to be barked up at all, right? Like maybe I'm bugging and I could literally, because if you think about it, it is the main scene. It is the current scene, right? Like what is current? Is current the scene? Like it technically, the globals is a scene, right? But I guess that doesn't mean. See, if I go to remote here, you can see globals is open right over there. And let me just make sure y'all can see that here. Right? Globals, it's open. And then we have main scene. And if I say reload current scene, how does it know to do this? Well, this is set as the current. Call a reset method on globals. Can you do a Boolean to toggle the highlight off and on? I mean, it's a little more complicated than that. Really, we know what is causing the highlight issue. Techian has helped us solve that. The problem now is with regards to trying to get the scene to reload while not being in the main scene that we're running that code from, if that makes sense. Can you do a Boolean to toggle the highlight? I would believe that you need to call a reset method on globals. Right, and that's kind of what I'm doing. So that's basically what I've got set up here. The problem is the reload. Okay, hovering, is it gonna reload? It does! I don't know why, we're good, everything's fine. The problem that I was having was I was not sure if I could reload current scene from outside of the main scene, but the main scene is the active scene. It is the current scene. So we can do it from anywhere and it'll work. But let's just double check that the highlighting thing is fixed. I'm just gonna do another death here. I think we're okay. But yeah, that is what I'm basically doing kind of like a Boolean toggle. I am resetting the global stuff, exactly. Yeah. But let me just I want to see it one more time. So let's kill this player. If I can actually kill the player. Ideally. Okay. Running through these solar panels. Oh, the solar panels are hurting. Something I need to fix are the collisions. But I'm still remaking the player character, so that's kind of a work in progress to get, because these collisions aren't very consistent with when they hurt you and when they don't. Okay, there we go. Oh, I kind of unhighlighted at the last second. I think it's fixed, but I really want to double check. I want to make absolutely sure. There we go. Okay, hover. I was hovering. Fixed. Squashing bugs today, y'all. We are squashing bugs. Let's go. All right, so now we've got a globalized reload. And so just like you were saying, Techian. So what happens, instead of what used to happen, it would just reload the scene when your health goes down to 0. Right? Whenever your health goes down to 0, it would just reload, reload the scene. But now, it emits a signal called game over. And that signal is connected on the global script. And on the global script, is that a snake shoe? And on the global script, we are connecting that game over function, or that game over signal, sorry, to an on game over function. And then the on game over function is resetting the global variable, which is what you were referring to, Zombie Fish, that toggle. It's not really a toggle, but it's similar. Oh, squashing bugs. Snake shoe. Ah, yes, snake shoe. So it's the thing that needed to be reset was this array holds the last highlighted obstacle in it. And so that that array wasn't empty. And since it wasn't empty, it wasn't updating what the last highlighted thing was. And it was just highlighting everything that we hovered over. And so now we're just emptying out that array. And then we're running get tree reload current scene, which apparently I can run from anywhere and it will reload the main scene. So we're good. I'd almost want this to say reload main, like to me, this would be a little bit more clear if it was reload main scene, but that's fine. I cheat with Boolean toggle method all the time to get me out of a pinch. Better to fix the problem the right way so don't cause issues down the road. I understand that. Sometimes you just gotta do what works, you know? Like, I think trying to make like the most perfect, hyper-performant optimized code all the time is a waste of time. So it sounds like you're doing the right thing for the situations that you need to get out of. All right. So this isn't everything I want to deal with today. One of the things that I want to fix is I want to have a way to switch levels. So right now we have level 1, right? I haven't actually made level 2. Haven't made it yet. And I'm going to want that to change at some point. Now this is going to get a little, we're going to get in a little deep here on how this game works. But I need a way to fluidly transition between level 1, level 2, whatever. I don't have a level 2, but I do have a level 0. I do have a level 0, and it's like a debug level. And it'll also help just explain how this works. So right now, the only way I can change levels is by reloading the game with this, not even reloading it, but changing this number right here. So if I say current level 1, it's gonna load the level you guys have been seeing. If I change this to 0, now it's gonna load the debug level, right? Now it seems like, well, just change the number while the game is running and then reload it. You would think, but I haven't had that work yet. So now you can see it's these colorful blocks or chunks on the ground. And these are actually the chunks, these are the same size and shape that all of the normal level chunks are. And these colors actually mean things. So within the level controller or the terrain controller, that which moves the level forward, there are 3 different chunk types. There are collector, or there are points chunks. Let's say it that way. There are points chunks. Those are the yellow ones here. There are obstacle chunks. Those are the red ones. There's a red one. The red ones are less frequent. There's a red one. And then there are safe chunks, and those are the blue ones. Now these 3 collectors are actually outside of the camera view. So we have to kind of hack into the game a little to see those. So they're way, way back here. Happy birthday, V2KU! What an honor that you would come through and let us know that it's your birthday. And let's just keep zooming out here. It'll get there eventually. It's hidden behind the camera a little ways. There they are. There they are. So here are the collectors. There are 3 collectors, and these hold all of the chunks that could load in. All right. So we can let's look at the safes. These are the most common ones. So the terrain controller, remember, is the actual level moving forward, right? And so when those are the blue ones, the safe ones, sorry, the safe ones are the blue ones. When the blue one gets to the end and it disappears, it's going to jump into here, one of these 3 collectors. Specifically, it knows which collector to go into. So let's watch the blue one. You see it jump? I've got collector safes open. Here's the terrain controller, which is the level pieces themselves. 7 is going to be a blue one, and you see it jumps into safes. Now when a new one needs to load in, it randomly picks from these collectors one to insert into the end, so that way the terrain keeps coming forward. So that's kind of how this works. Is it removes one, it adds it to one of the 3 collectors, and it puts it back in. Now, why did I bother explaining all that? The reason why I'm explaining all that is because the level changing is only a matter of changing which chunks load in. This is gonna get deep, but it is what it is. So let's look at the terrain controller. I'm also, I'm kind of recapping it for myself so I know what's ahead of me in terms of getting this set up correctly. So over here, there's all these playlists, is the way that I've set this up. Yeah, for sure. It's a little complicated, but it's also kind of not. So I have these things that I call level chunk playlists. And the reason why I do it this way is because I want a little randomness, but not too much randomness. Too much randomness means the game is going to be overly difficult for some players and really easy for others. And it's never going to be consistent. So I have these playlists, and it says load a safe chunk, load another safe chunk, load a points chunk, load an obstacles chunk, then load a safe, then a points. And it just goes through that list. Then within those collectors are a random type. So here, for example, is Cattle Ranch 3, right? And it's arranged this way. It's got these things on it. That's what it looks like. Here's Cattle Ranch 2. It's different. These are both points chunks, and they're called points chunks because they have cows on them. And the cows are part of what you use to score points. It also has obstacles on it, like this. This is an obstacle that will hurt you, but I'm categorizing them as primarily points chunks, so that way I can make sure the player is always getting enough points as they're able to score enough points as they're playing. So when it goes through the playlist and it gets to it says, okay, now I need to spawn a points, it's going to randomly pick either this one, or any of the others that are in there. So it adds a little randomness, but it's in a particular order. Now, there actually is more randomness in there, because there's not just one playlist, there's multiple playlists. So I've created like 5 empty ones. Currently, I actually have only written out 2. Kind of doesn't matter yet, but so there's this list, and then there's that list. And so what it does in terms of choosing between those 2 lists is handled in this function right here, chunk chosen to add. So we have two playlists in here, Chunks List 1 and Chunks List 2. It randomly picks between those two chunk lists. So it might be the chunk list that has points, points, safe, safe, obstacles, safe, safe, or it could be points, obstacles, safe, points, points, safes. Whichever one it chooses, it'll be a little randomized. But the reason why I want this is because in these different sets, you'll notice I have obstacles very infrequent. Very infrequent. This way, the player isn't getting punished with tons of obstacles all the time. Now, for a later level, I might want more obstacles. So that's why this is for level 1. This is list 2 for level 1. So if I have a level 2, I'm gonna want a different list. Now, that's why I have these right here, right? So what I do is I load the level 1, the list 1 level 1 chunk list into chunks list 1. And then out here in chunks chosen to add, right, all we say is chunks list 1. This isn't discriminating between level 1 or level 2. It's just looking at whatever the currently loaded chunks list is. So this is where, when we go to update things, this is the most important place. So here I actually have this function I didn't realize I even made, called chunks for level. And so here we're saying if starting chunks over, okay, if global's current level is less than or equal to 1, so that is to say, if the global's current level is set to 1 or 0, basically, then match the chunk list level 1 to be chunk list 1. So then that adds that in here to make sure that that's what it is. What is this chunks, this starting chunks over? What is that? I don't understand what that is. Oh, do I understand this? So okay. Starting chunks, wow, I have to relearn. Starting chunks over is false at the beginning. Oh, I remember now. So starting chunks, when we play the game, we want to make sure that the player isn't spawning on top of obstacles. So if I see how there's a bunch of blue right here? Those are the starting chunks. And this was a recent addition, because for so long, you would sometimes start the game right on top of an obstacle, and it would hurt you. And it would suck, because that's not fair. And so we can set the number of starting chunks. I think I could even say 3 here. And what should happen is we'll see way less blue at the start. That wasn't that many less. it was some, what if I say 1? Maybe I'll say 1. It might be 2 that it's stacking on top of the playlist, so the playlist already starts with a couple. It doesn't look like that many less. I don't know if this export variable is working correctly. What if I say 0? That might break everything. It might be easier if we increase it. That might be a more obvious change than decreasing it. Oh, 0 worked. There you go. We started right without any things at the beginning. So it seems like it's adding a few more than the number I actually put in there. I don't really know or care why that is. Let's do 20. Something quite ridiculous. And so that starting chunks over becomes true when it's put out. Yeah, so it's just a sea of blue. Tons and tons of blue. Yeah, exactly, zombie. Exactly. No, that's it. That's my task. So only after 20 of those chunks and a couple more will it start loading it in. So that does work. I think that it must be that since these playlists start with a few safes, I mean, it's only a couple. So I don't exactly, maybe it's like random. I don't really know why it adds a few extra on there. Because see, that doesn't look like just a couple. That looks several. But I think that is shorter. So if I were to make it whatever it was, what was it, 7 by default? That felt like the most correct. That felt like the best amount. So anyway, that kind of shows you what that does. That's generally what that does, is that makes sure that the player starts out with some blue safe chunks before going into the dangerous ones. And the safe ones, by the way, for level 1 are stuff like cornfields, corn doesn't hurt you, empty space, things like that. Okay, so when it sees that, so it counts every time a starting chunk goes by, it adds 1, and when it hits this number, then starting chunks over becomes true. And then when starting chunks over becomes true, right here, if starting chunks over, then it's going to check to see what the current level is. And based on what the current level is, it will set what the chunks lists should be. Are the chunks lists going to be level 1 chunks or level 2 chunks? Now, I would rather have this be a little more consolidated. I think what I'd like is to say something like chunks list 1 is set to like chunks list 01 underscore level, or it's a little tricky. I guess what I'd want, maybe I'd want like a string or something. I'm not exactly sure how I construct that, but I'd like to reconstruct this variable with it moving the actual global's current level onto there, right? So if it's level 2, this would just automatically change to 2. If this was 3, this would just automatically update to 3. Or we could do like a match. I'm not sure exactly what the best way to do that would be. For now, I'm gonna do the less optimized version, which is if global's current level, you know, whatever, 2, right? Then instead make chunks list 1 this. So this raises a lot of questions, right? Make it level 2. First of all, I need to create that, but it means as well that I'm going to need to set, I'm gonna need to put out more starting chunks, or not. Because I don't really, this doesn't really make sense, because why would you start a level at level 2? It's a roguelike. You're not supposed to be able to start in the middle of the game. So I don't know that this makes the most sense to have this here. I think instead what I'd want is, I think we want to have the chunks list be updated. We need some kind of function that only runs when a level change occurs. I need a level change function. That's what we need. That's what's gonna make this work better. Yeah. On level update. Interesting. When does that run? Controller tried updating paths. We also have in the print down here, I have globals tried updating paths. Oh, we're also outputting null somewhere. That's probably, okay, we need to clean up. I need to clean up a few things here. I think we're printing, yeah, we're printing this still. We also still have, oh, we don't, okay, good. All right, so, oh no, we do, we have the init. We don't want the init here. I guess I should test it to make sure that the init wasn't magically fixing it. Probably not, though. What is that globals thing? Where is that? Globals tried. Where is that? Oh, that's on the global script. I see. On level update. And what calls that function exactly? Ah, that function gets called in ready. On level update, current level. And it calls with a current level. So something that I tried to set up to test changing levels was this debug menu, which currently does not work. So if I press a secret key, we open up this. And so in theory, if I click on blank level, now it says controller, global tried updating paths. Controller tried updating paths. Click on this, same thing, it tried updating it. So in theory, what I should see, if this would work, is that these should start changing to be level 1 chunks. But you can see they don't actually... Oh! Oh, interesting. Okay. Alright. So it's mixing them both in. It's loading both the debug level chunks and the level 1 chunks. And for all I know, it's not quite following the right everything. This is bizarre and interesting. So wait, what's... So then in the collectors, it must be collecting the debug chunks and the level 1 chunks. Oh, Godot is not happy about me opening this. Oh, wow. But I like how it lets me play the game still. That's very generous of it, so I have something to do. Obviously, I would want it to unload all of these other chunks so we're not mixing in the levels. Oh dear. I've put Godot in an awkward position. Well, I can't say I've pressed Control S. I have pressed Control S recently. It's kind of a big ask to mess with the remote tab. Okay, we're good? We're good? Godot, are we good? Oh, it finally opened it. There's a ton of stuff in there. Okay. Just forget it. Godot, I take it back. Please forgive me. Have mercy. So yeah, I need a way for it to... I guess we have to remove... Oh. You know what this is missing? Probably a couple things. But at the very least, it's missing removing the level 0 chunks. So if we go to a new level, the old level chunks need to be removed. Otherwise, they're just going to be added in. And in fact, that's probably why it's taking so long to load, because I clicked it multiple times and there's tons of crap in here. And I mean, I guess I'll wait. And I guess while I wait, we'll read from the book of Waiting for Godot. I'll only wait for so long. Something I wanted to... I've been just like opening to a random page and reading it. But starting today, I would like to actually read from the beginning and see how long it takes us. Whoa. Why is that opening the patrons? That doesn't make any sense. See how far we can get. So this is an actual book, okay? It's called Waiting for Godot. It is what Godot is named after. This play, believe it or not. And we're gonna start reading. Now, I have a feeling, I just have a hunch that we're not gonna make it out of this alive. Oh! Now, I never need to really read out of this book because Godot always sorts it out. It's too fast. It's too fast. Godot is too quick. All right, great. Never mind. All that for nothing. Great. So we're good now. Now, what are those buttons doing? I'm glad we've got familiar with everything, but what are those buttons actually doing? So over in the main scene, those buttons are set up in debug. I can't believe it was putting up the patron list. I honestly don't know why. Menu. I think it's this scene. I've put Godot through some heck. Godot is still trying to, like, regain itself after all that. I believe this is where that menu is. Yes. Okay, there's the menu. Now, in here, when I press on level 1 debug... Oh! So all that the button press does is it runs that level update function. Well, it runs the level update signal. So if I look up level update in all of my games files here, We have it connected on globals. And then we have it connected on the terrain controller. Same place, so it runs two different functions at the same time. On level update on the terrain controller, when it says controller tried updating paths. And what it's gonna do is it's gonna check all of the, so this is the other thing I didn't explain about it, is on the globals script, there are these different variables that are arrays, and these arrays hold all of the relevant chunk groups for each level. So the level 0, or the debug safe chunks, here's that path, and it's in the 0 position on the array. So if it's level 0, or debug, it's gonna load all the debug chunks, the ones that are just flat colors. If it's level 1, then it's gonna go to place 1 on the array and load the level 1 safe chunks, the ones that have the actual corn stalks and different things on them. And then that's the same for the points type and the obstacles type. Those are all in there. And when we run this level update function on the terrain controller, it's going to actually say, let's make sure that the terrain controller, that is to say, what's moving towards the player, let's make sure it's using the global's latest set safe chunks. It's using the global's latest set obstacle chunks and the global's latest set points chunks. And that's what these become. And these right here are, if we search this, chunks, path, right? This is what it's loading in when it's feeding, where it draws, loads, or let's say this, when it loads new chunks in, it comes from these arrays. And so we're redefining those arrays as being what is the latest update here on the globals. I think the key thing that's missing is removing the chunks that are already loaded. So the only way I'm gonna remove them is if there's some way to know which ones are the ones that are supposed to be removed. This is, okay. All right, I'll have to think about that. I'm thinking we put some kind of flag on every single terrain chunk. Are you a level 0 chunk? Are you a level 1 chunk? Are you a level 2 chunk? Whichever one you are. If you're not the one that's currently being loaded, you need to be destroyed. I think that's the way we do this. Now it is gonna result in a bit of lag. I think, you know, at some point I could add in like a loading screen, which isn't exciting. But I'm not really sure a better way to handle that for now. So it's probably gonna lag spike when it loads in the new chunks, and I think that's just, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. For now, let's just get this working. So do I want to put that in globals? Not necessarily, because all of those chunks that need to be removed are going to be loaded into the main scene. That's where they're going to be living. Specifically in all of those collector nodes over here. Oh, I need to, I should probably restart Godot. All of these collector nodes is where they will be. I guess I could do a signal, actually, and we could just say, on level update, run a signal that clears all of the chunks. Yeah, this could work. Because every chunk has, at the top level, this terrain node right here. And these terrain nodes have a very specific script attached to them. And that script is called a block. It should be called chunk, but that's okay. And we can say that we could set, so we have a type. So actually, if I click on it, you can see that we already have a type. What kind of chunk is it? Is it a points chunk? Is it an obstacles chunk? Is it a safe chunk? And this helps it know which collector to go back into. That's great and all, but I don't just want to know what collector it needs to go back into. I need to know what level is it associated with. I could have it infer that, but I don't know that I want to make it infer that as much as I'd rather just set it manually. But then if I don't set it manually, there'll be a bit of a problem. If I was going to do an inference, I would come down here to the file system and I would have it look that way. Because if I go to, if we look at terrain, I kind of want to reset up some of this. Terrain level 1, right? That's right there, very clear. That's where the terrain level 1 obstacles are. Terrain level 1 obstacles. Here's the terrain level 0 stuff, right? So I could say, look at the path that I'm from, because these are all in those folders. Look at the path that I'm from, and specifically find that number there, and match that number with the current level. The only thing I'm not sure about is I use a lot of leading zeros, and I'm not exactly sure how I would add in a leading zero in GDScript. GDScript leading zeros. I don't really know how that can work. Add 0 before timer. String function cuts zeros on whole numbers. Pad a float with zeros on the left. Leading 0. Just not exactly sure what. I like leading zeros a lot from a file system perspective. Oh, we can set padding. Padded with spaces or with zeros if integer starts with 0 in an integer or real number placeholder. Leading 0 is ignored if a dash is present. When used after dot, see dot. The dot asterisk minus, what is this even for? GDScript format strings. GDScript offers a feature called format strings, which allows reusing text templates to succinctly create different but similar strings. Format strings are just like normal strings, except they contain certain placeholder character sequences. These placeholders can then easily be replaced by parameters handed to the format string. As an example, with %s as a placeholder, the format string hello %s, how are you, can easily be changed to hello world, how are you. Notice the placeholder is in the middle of the string. Modifying it without format strings would be cumbersome. Define a format string with placeholder %s. We're waiting for, there's the waiting for Godot reference. Define a format string with placeholder %s. So we'd have, I don't know, okay. Print the actual string. Oh, equals format string, and then in there %Godot. Placeholders always start with a %. But the next character or characters, the format specifier determines how the given, right, what is the S? What does the S even mean? %s seen in the example above is the simplest placeholder and works for most use cases. It converts the value by the same method by which an implicit string conversion would convert it. Strings remain unchanged. Booleans turn into true or false. Okay. There's another way to format text in GDScript, namely the string.format method. It replaces all occurrences of a key in the string with the corresponding value. Oops. Okay. The method can handle arrays or dictionaries for the key value pairs. Go on. A quick example. Arrays can be used as a key or index. We're waiting for string. Using the format method, replace the string placeholder. Actual string. Format string, which is we're waiting for string. Dot format. Whoa. That's I mean it's kind of more readable in a way, but it's a lot more to type. There are other format specifiers, but they're only applicable when using the % operator. Estragon, that's a character from the Waiting for Godot play. That's so funny. Okay, and so then how does this stuff work? Placeholder modifiers. These characters appear before the above. So like the % sign, no. Placeholder types. So where is % in this list? I'm trying to read documentation more. I don't do it as much as I probably should. Where is % on here? In the like tables. I mean, it's not even in any of the tables. Okay. Placeholders always start with a %. So if I were going to use that, it would be like percent one of these and then a letter. S is simple conversion to string by the same method. Why am I doing all this? The reason why I'm looking at all of this is because I want to figure out how easy it would be to look at the path. Because let's say, for example, we have a level 12, right? And normally I have these leading zeros. I could say, look for the last digit or the last letter, last character in the path, and that's the current level of every chunk, of every block, is if you just look at the last thing. But if it's 2 digits, right, that's going to be a problem. What I'd like is to say, look at the last 2 digits, or the last characters of every path, and that's the level number. But if there's a leading 0, will it know to convert that to a non-leading 0 number? And so that's why I was just trying to see like how leading zeros are dealt with in Godot. And this is seeming like this is more about something else. Oh, we got Albeska in the house. Albeska is a member. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. That means I'm gonna sing you a song. Let's see what music we're listening to that the song will be sung to. Okay. Albeska is the best, you know. Albeska is the best, don't you know? Albeska is the best, whoa. Albeska, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, Albeska is the best, don't you know? Albeska is the best, don't you know? Albeska is the best. There you go. There's your song. There's your song. It's going well. We're squashing bugs. I'm looking at code. I'm digging deep in code. I'm looking at documentation. Just trying to make some things better. Specifically, I'm trying to figure out how to switch levels, and it work elegantly. But overall, things are going well. I got me some quinoa and some spinach. My favorite. My favorite meal. How's it going with you? Hope it's going well. What's up, Dragon? I called you Dragon. What's up, Dungeon? Look, the words are similar, right? There's a G after a couple letters. It starts with a capital D. They both end in N and an O. That is easily misread as Dragon. Welcome, Dungeon. Good to see you. I have no idea. What is ends with? I'm gonna look that up. You have potentially just learned me. Ends with. Okay, it's a string thing. Oh, this looks helpful for picking. I see. So this would help me find the end. And that part, I would, first of all, I didn't know this existed. I was gonna use a much more complicated way of finding that. But does this ignore leading zeros? What's up, Abo? Welcome, Abo. Good to see you. Returns true if the string ends with the given text. Interesting. Oh, but maybe I could even use what I was looking up here too, because I don't know. All right, this is a good test. Okay, this is awesome. Thank you. This is so helpful. Dungeon, Dark, Dragon, Martian, Blade, Rosen. That's funny. Well, you do have a lot of capital D names with like a second thing after as well. In this community. That's very funny. What is that? What is that? What is with the capital D last, then a second word supremacy in names? I don't know. All right. So I'm just gonna run a test then. Thank you. Oh my God. I need to give you a credit for sure. That is like what I needed to see right now. Whoops. I meant to do Control F, search for dungeon. I don't even know what I would, I guess that's Godot Consultant. I think that's gonna be a Godot Consultant there. I think that makes the most sense. Okay. Ends with. So we need to put the string that we're looking for it to end with here. And it's a true or false. So I'm probably, can we go back? Yes, we can. This is the chunk itself. I think I would want that in ready, right? So I would say, well, here's the thing. I don't need a true or false. I need it to return. Oh, but I guess we could use ends with, actually. No, we still could use that. Okay, let's try this. If name, I don't think name is gonna work though. We have to do path. Is there like a, is there a way to get path? Yeah, maybe get path. If get path ends with, this seems wild. Global's current level. Print, it is ending, it is level 1. It is level, Global's current level. I don't think this makes the most sense, but that's okay. If you just know that the level number is the last two characters, you can call level name, right? Level name dot write to. What? So the only catch is, oh, we can't do ends with on a node path. Boo. I think I need to make that like a string, right? So like convert, maybe say string get path, and then run ends with on that. Nice. So here's what I was worried about is that I have a leading 0 on the paths, right? I have level 0, 1. And I want a leading 0. In my heart, I want a leading 0. Write takes the last n character from a string. Well, so that's the thing, is the leading 0, right? And I don't even know what ends, so wait, what's the difference between write and ends with? how, like, ends with seems a little more dynamic somehow. Right? Returns the last length characters from the end of the string. This is so interesting. If length is negative, strips the first length characters from the string's beginning. Ends with tells true or false. Right returns the part of the string. Oh, why is it called right? Because it's on the right side? Is that why? Print. This song is where we kept the music loud. Print. Dungeon Martian thinks that's a better solution. I mean, it would be nice to return the number. I would like that very much. But will it... Oh, it did LD, right? 3. Oh, we can say that... Oh, if I say a number, it'll do 2 things from the end. Oh, that's what length is. I see. If length is negative, strips the first length characters from the string's beginning. Wow. Wait, but then... Okay. Wow. Okay, this is really interesting. LD, because it's doing the exclamation point, the D, and the L. Wow. Cool. Oh my gosh, you guys. Man, I am incredibly lucky and thankful that you all come through here and help me. Holy freaking crap. Okay, Albeska have gotten you a credit. These credits entitle everyone to absolutely no compensation whatsoever. It's just a way that I can give love and respect back to the people who come through and contribute. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Alright, so let's try it. Let's get it in there. So instead of doing this chaos, we are going to say if string, we do want to get path. We want to say, we don't need any right. We don't need a right at all. String get path right. Oh, wait. Does right run on a string? What do we do right on? Yeah, string. Cannot find... Oh, I didn't finish it. I should finish it. It's looking for a property. We're trying to do a method. So we're going to say 2, like that. Good, good, good. And that should literally just print the level number of every single block, right? So we could even say print this. And we're on level... I don't know what level we're on. But it should either be 0, 0 or 0, 1. Should be what we see printed a ton of times down here in the output. Whoa. Oh, okay. I did this wrong. I did this quite wrong. It's actually doing the mesh instance number is what it's printing. That is not what I want. I wanted the file path. Oh, okay. How do I get the file path then? This is an interesting situation because it's in there. It like it like spawns it in as like mesh instance duplicate. But what I want is the scene. I guess I want the scene name, not... Okay. How do I get a scene name? Scene name, scene path, scene name, GLTF state. That's not what we want. Scene path, scene file path. Ah. And that we just run on the node. Okay, that seems like what I want. So we want string scene file path. That's not real. Name scene file path called as a function, but is a string. Oh. That makes this a lot easier then, because then all I have to do is just do that. Okay. Now let's see if we get the right things to print it down here. It should be, I don't remember, are we on level 0 or level 1? We're on level 0. CN, CN, CN. Oh, it's .tc. It's .tscn. It's getting the file extension. So we gotta go further back than that. Well, if it's always gonna be, this is ridiculous. If it's always gonna be .tscn, but wait, if it's negative, it's not super useful. It's not super useful. But I mean, I could definitely use a delimiter and tell it to ignore everything after the dot. Like, I could still craft it this way. But the reason why I'm doing this is to avoid having to make sure with every single scene I create, go in and click, this is a level 1, this is a level 2, this is a level 3. I mean, there's gonna be hundreds of chunks that I'm gonna have to set, you know, of scenes that I'm gonna have to set to do that. And that's a lot of setting, manual setting, you know? So it would be nice if it could just infer in some way. And to me, this actually, even though it's gonna be like a really ugly line of code, I think it's gonna save me a lot of time. One less thing to worry about, you know? There might be a better way, but this isn't the worst thing I've seen. It's not the worst thing you've seen! You just make a new level instead of changing the first one. What? I don't understand what that means. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but I don't want to. Like, I see what you're saying. Because right now, the way the game works is you have the level constantly moving towards you. And so what you're implying is we would say, okay, level 1 is over, now we're gonna load level 2. What I'd rather have happen is it's just smooth, right? So you're playing this, and then it just starts loading in new chunks from the back here. So it keeps that endless, consistent thing going, right? So really all we're doing is we're swapping out the chunks. To me, that's more effort. Like, this is effort in its own way, but I don't see that as a problem that needs to be solved. I think that's just another way of doing it, but it would kind of change the way the game flow feels, which is an option. But I would rather keep it all like a nice, consistent, you know, level that just evolves as you get further. All right, so wait, with that right method, it was this negative thing. If length is negative, it strips the first length characters from the string's beginning. I'm not quite sure I understand that. Can you print the full scene file path just to see what it looks like? Oh yeah, sure. It's always nice, why not? Let's do it. There's gonna be a lot. Uh-oh. 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 Wait, everyone doesn't end in the level number. I just realized. Albeska making good calls! Making good calls, Albeska! They don't all end in the level number. So it's actually way deep. It's all the way up here. That's where the level 0 is. So you know what might make it easier is if I say don't look at the scene path, but don't look at everything after this slash, right? Go back to go a level up and look at that folder, right? And that's where we want to get it from. It also ends in points. We need to actually go 2 levels up, right? We need to come all the way up here is where I actually need to go. That's where it's gonna be the easiest to grab, is right there. So in that sense, I could also try, like, I think a delimiter would be helpful too here. It's a little, it's tricky. I mean, this is tricky. Let me look at scene path. If scene is instantiated from a file, its topmost node contains the absolute file path from which it was loaded in. Otherwise, it's empty. Yeah, this is gonna be a little tricky. It's actually gonna be a little bit tricky. Because I would want to say, look at one of the folders that contains this scene path. And the thing about a delimiter is going to be there's not a left, right? There's just a right. There is a left. Nice. Okay, good. That's going to make this much easier. Okay, cool. I still don't really understand what negative does. If length is negative, it strips the last length characters from the string's end. I'm not sure what makes that different. -4. I mean, if I say 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello world. Oh, so it goes like going the opposite direction a little bit. Oh, this is probably more useful. This is way more useful because this is definitely going to stay the same unless I change it. God willing, I don't. Terrain level 0. So this makes a lot more sense to go this way. Takes the last letters off. So this would actually be perfect because then we can say all the levels will be in a folder named terrain level followed by 2 digits. Yeah, correct. So we could say left this many digits, right? And then that'll with negative, and then that'll cut off all of these, right? And then I could run a right on there to get the last 2. I know, it's obnoxious. And yes, if I ever change these, we're in danger, obviously. But I will not change them. I'm very careful about that. And look, if I do change it, we'll update it. It's not the end of the world. Okay. So that's... I don't know, is it... How many... Oh, let's find out. Because I don't know, is RES... :// I guess that's probably all in there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just gonna guess, you know. We're just gonna guess and see what it poops out. So we're gonna say scene path left -10. All right, let's just do that, and let's see what it gives us. See what happens. That was, wow. That was a lot more than I thought it would do. That's 10? I'm a little concerned. Just 1? I was hoping it would... That's way more than 10. Is 10... Maybe 10 is more than I thought it was. Oh, wait. Look. It only got rid of... It's going the wrong direction. Wait, do I want right? I thought I wanted left. I thought I wanted left! But it's going from the right. You know, we're just gonna try things and see what it outputs. Okay, that got rid of the first letter. Maybe I don't want the negative? How confusing. It's interesting that it takes a while. Okay, this is much better. So I didn't need any negative. Negative is not what I need. Okay, so we need more than 10. That makes much more sense to me. I could count it one by one. That would probably be incredibly doable. I don't feel like it. This is great. I love this. What? There's sites that count characters for you. Oh, that's true. You just copy the section you want. That's very true. What did I do? What did I forget to do? I forgot something. Did I not close something? What has happened? Oh yeah, I forgot to add a closing parenthesis. Oops. Gotta close that code. That's true, Dungeon. That's true. At this point, I think this is... Might as well just keep going down this path. Okay, there we go. Done. Terrain/terrain level _00. So now... Now that I've got that... I should be good to do the right. So I'm gonna say another parenthetical. I wonder, maybe I just want to do like another right. I don't know if I need another parenthesis. Oh, okay, that's what I thought maybe both ways work, but I like that a lot better. Okay. Thank you. I was wondering if that was gonna be true. Okay, 30 and then 2. Now, if we've done this right, we should just see a bunch of double zeros everywhere. Still don't know if it's gonna like the leading 0 when we go to check it. There we go, zeros. Bam. Love it. And then just to make sure, let's give it a challenge. I'm gonna switch to level 1 now. So the current level is level 1 instead of level 0. And so we should see 0 1s being printed down here, if all is correct. Nice, 0 1s. Real challenge, level Q! Just crash. Just a crash. All right, good. We got it. We got the numbers. So now I need to cross-check that somehow to make sure it actually will match. Will it match? And actually, let's keep it at level 1. Will it see that as a 1 without a leading 0? Probably? I don't know. Because... yeah, let's just see. And let's not just print it. Let's create a variable, and that variable is level. So is level the number that's right there, and then I'm gonna say if is level set to 1, then print I was level 1. If you call the toInteger method after the right to get rid of the leading 0. Are you serious? Okay, I gotta be honest. I'm curious to try this, but that is just what I was looking for, actually, like a second ago. Nice, I'll best that. Oh, okay, we got a problem. String and integer. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. I have to create it. It's not an integer. It's a string. Oh, that's what your method is. So your method isn't removing a leading zero. Your method is turning a string into an integer. Converts the string into an integer. Amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I gotta give an extra credit for that one. Oh my goodness. You've really come in here and saved me. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Wow. It's like I tried to look at the documentation. Maybe I would have gotten there eventually if I had asked enough questions, right? But like, it saves so much time when folks come through here and they give me those tips. Why would that crash? You were just checking if that variable... Well, because the variable was a string. The variable is a string. And this is inferring an integer. So it's saying, oh, you're checking to see if isLevel is an integer. But isLevel has been set to be a string. And it's like, no, I can't check if it's set to a string. I could only check to see if it's set to an integer. That's what made it mad. I love delving into documentation. Sometimes I read it for fun. All right, and I think that's a takeaway I need, is I can't always only expect documentation to help me when I'm trying to solve a problem. Sometimes it's nice just to read it and discover things, you know, that you wouldn't have discovered. So otherwise, I'm just kind of like, is this my problem? This isn't, okay, right? As opposed to like, okay, this is interesting. I'll learn this. Oh, maybe I'll know that someday. Cool, right? Like one is much less absorbing than the other, I think. Okay. So, we want to convert it into an integer. If you call the toInt right after write2 to get rid of that's amazing. That's so amazing. Just to an integer. Off we go. And literally, I think that might just work. I think now the variable is going to no longer be a string. And according to Albeska, it's also going to get rid of the leading zero. I was level 1! It worked. It worked. Amazing. Thank you. Else, this is so silly. I don't need to do it at this point. Else, I was not level 1. I'm just doing it for the test purposes. It's so unnecessary. We did it, y'all. We got there. Man. This is so satisfying. I love coding. I love being helped by y'all. It's so satisfying to see things come together. I was not level 1. Done. Okay. So, all this was done so we can have it set to be a certain level. Right? Now, I feel like I have to do this here in the ready function. We can't be doing this somewhere else. Right? I can't put this up here. Because, right? Can I? I feel like because it's gonna be like, I can't be running methods up there. Oh, maybe it can. Okay, wait, let me test that. I actually just don't know. I guess it doesn't depend on anything needing to be in the script. Let's see, that would be nice if I could put it up here. The left 30 is a bit scary because if you change the project structure, it will break. Yeah, it is scary. I agree. I mean, something that I want to do is adjust. Well, here's the thing. Couple things. Number one, that's not the only thing that will break. So like, I have already internalized, I need to be incredibly careful with those things. So if we come over to globals, look, I'm already setting so many things based on those paths all over the place. In there, and then probably on the terrain controller as well. I've probably got it somewhere. Well, I guess that's the main place. I guess that's the only place. I thought it was in more places. It might be, but it's something that I'm already being careful about, is what I mean. And I know it's often like ill-advised to use like names to refer to things and to run code. But to me, that ill-advisement is under the assumption that those names might change. And for me, I'm not going to change those names. I am very committed to keeping those names the same and making sure that if anyone collaborates on this, they know you've got to keep those names the same. So I'm not worried about that. To me, it's too useful to just say, well, you can never refer to things by name. It's too useful to be able to refer to things. Number two, suppose I do change it, it's going to be really obvious. Like right away, there's going to be problems, and I'm going to be able to debug that like that. You know, and be like, oh, I changed the name. I need to update the names everywhere. You know, in which case, I just do a Control-Shift-F, you know, and I search for the old name, the old file path, you know, and then we just do some replacing of everywhere it shows up. So to me, it's not really that big of a deal. Now, this would be harder to go and search for that thing that we just did with the other thing, but still, I feel like it's pretty figure-outable. I would put all of this hard-coded elements in an auto-loaded constant script. They're all in the same place. Wait, how would that work? I mean, that is where all these are. Except for this. And then, as far as getting the file path, like the things we just did with the right and the left, how would I don't think I could do that. I'm not really sure I understand how I do that, but I hear you. I take the point, but I think I'm gonna keep on with the way that it is right now. And I'm also not really sure how that would work with this, you know, like that, because really the only things that are hard-coded in are all on a global's autoload script. They're already out there. I mean, you're saying a constants script, like where it would never change. It is all in one place. The only other place, there's here on the debug menu. This is not as important. This is not that important. Don't worry about that. And then, you know, this is on the terrain controller. I could do that here. Oh, that's commented out. Oh, this isn't commented out. I could put this in there. I would add a constant. It's like constant level base path length 30. Whoa. And reference that in the left method. Whoa. Okay. I don't know. I mean, to me, it seems unnecessary. At least put a comment on the method as a reminder of what the 30 means. Ooh, I like that. Okay, I'll do that. That I like. I don't know. It seems like a bit of a waste of time to me. But maybe something to think of in the future. You know, if I'm structuring my code anew, if I'm making a new game, a new project, I might want to approach it the way you're describing it. But I feel like it's like that kind of like code optimization that doesn't really move the project forward and doesn't really address issues that I'm gonna have. But I could be wrong. I don't think I am though. Okay, so I think that's a great idea to comment it. So let's say this. I think the comment is really easy. I can totally do that. Identifies the level number by checking identifies the level number by finding the 2 level digits in the scene file path after moving 30 characters to the left, 30 characters in from the left, level digits are 2 characters back from the right. I think that's enough for me to figure out what that's supposed to be doing. Nice. Good call. Good call. Okay. So now that I have that information, I don't know if this is intentional. What's up, PKW? But $! is for documentation. It is intentional. It is intentional. So much code, yeah. I figured that would be, I mean, and maybe I'm misusing the documentation, but... And so what PKW is referring to is if I go to search help here, I'm not sure where I would find it, if I'm being honest. Oh, is level. Probably if I go to search help, is level. There we go. So now this is level has a documentation entry. I mean, it didn't really take it down. I was hoping it would at least show up somewhere. I don't even think I can... Maybe if I go to block? Let's see if that has something in it. Yeah, I was hoping it would actually work and show up in there. It works if you do it before. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But this isn't a function. It's a variable. There it is. Nice. Perfect. Thank you. I didn't realize that it needed to be in that location. But that way, I could search this information up in the documentation. I don't really use it, but I think it's neat, so I put it in there. But now you've helped me actually realize how to properly put it in there. I will give you a credit. The credit's entitled y'all to know compensation. However, it is a way that I can show you my appreciation for the contributions you've made. I will definitely make sure you appear in the credits of the game. Thank you so much. That's very helpful. I did not know that. I really like the idea of putting it after, but that's okay. The only part where it can be after is after class name declaration. Oh, so that is true somewhere, but not there. I feel like I just did this in the not most useful way. Let me advance our music here. We have it in all kinds of places here after the fact. What is this one? This is terrain controller. I got a lot I need to reset. Oh, it's not even doing... That doesn't even have any in there. Yeah. Well, I'll just remember that in the future. I'm not going to go back and look for them. But in the future, I'll remember that. Thank you. I do like the idea of having stuff searchable in the documentation, though. It's not something I haven't yet been like, oh, let me go look at the documentation. I guess what that's best for is like collaborators or something. But I haven't personally like needed to look back on my own documentation. But I guess I want to get in the habit of being familiar with using it and setting it up. So thank you for setting me right. Okay, so now that we have the level number set on a variable is level, let me test, just make sure that it works if I do it above at the top of the script like that. Gotcha. With more people, it was helpful. Just trying to get in the habit. Just trying to get in the habit. You know, I could say, oh, that's a cool feature. I'll remember that that exists. Me sitting here practicing with it, someone like you comes through, and they let me know that I'm not using it right. Well, now when I do actually need it, I'll be able to use it more correctly. Okay, but problem. It's saying it was not level 1. So I don't think it's working, because it is level 1. Wait, it is level 1. Okay. So actually, putting it up here is incorrect. Not where we need to have it. It needs to be in here. Evidently. Yeah, I'd rather have a variable be set at the top of the script myself, but if this makes it work, then that's the way to go. So it should say, I am level 1. I was level 1. Okay, good. Perfect. Got it. All right. Now, what are we using this for? So the reason why I did all of this is so that when I choose a new level, it actually is going to go back and remove all of the last level's chunks. Because right now, it ain't doing that. It's leaving in all of... So if we go, let's say we're on level 0, and we load up level 1, it's going to leave in all of the level 0 chunks. But I want it to remove the level 0 chunks when that happens. I could see this getting a little crazy, like if I press the debug button like multiple times, and it like reloads level 1, and then it also deletes all the level 1 levels. That would be bad. So I think I need to be a little careful here with the debug tools. But the debug tools are supposed to be debug tools. But still, something to keep in mind. I'm definitely going to try it. I'm going to try seeing what happens, obviously. So now how do I do that? How do I tell it to go back and find those? That's the question. Well, on level update, which is a function that runs on the global script and on the terrain controller, it runs when on the debug menu for now. When I press load level 0, it's going to load level 0. When I press load level 1, it's going to load level 1. And it just comes with this number along with it. Global's function says set the current level to the level, print global's tried updating paths. changes all the current safe chunks to the ones relevant to the current level, changes all the points chunks to the ones relevant to the current level. Same thing with the obstacles chunks. On the terrain controller script, it's going to say those chunks that we updated on globals, let's make sure those are the current chunks. Probably makes sense to do it here. So I think I'll do it here. Establishes all starting lists as safe chunks. Okay. That's gonna run every single time? What? Oh, this is in the ready function. Whoops. I was like, what? Okay, this is where we do that. Wait, no, it's not. Where is it? Here, down here. Okay, it's funny because it actually was doing the same thing. It's just instead of doing it in the ready function, it's doing it down here. Print controller tried updating paths. Okay. Ooh, that was confusing. And then finally, it also loads the terrain scenes again. What chunk path safes should mean, what chunk path obstacles should mean, what chunk path points should mean. That function updates the directory to be pulling from a new directory. And then it actually instantiates, or it doesn't instantiate, but it loads in those new chunks to be added in there. And it sets what the new directories are for obstacles, points, saves. And then it runs chunks update. Finally, there's a lot going on here. Which then tells the collectors from where they should be adding things. Does it need to do that? Oh, I guess this is like at the beginning. I have a little bit of confusion what's going on here, but well, then I would say we'd want it to be, if I do it before it does this, then it's going to delete the entire level before it loads in the new chunks, and you're just gonna fall through the ground. Well, I really, technically, I only want them to get, I don't want them to get removed right away. I want them to get removed after they pass the player, right? So it's like, level 0 is coming. It switches to level 1. Level 0 needs to keep going, and level 1 stuff needs to come in behind it. And then when level 0 stuff gets past the player, it then starts removing it. That's what I actually want. On the other hand, there's gonna be built up in the collectors a bunch of chunks. So, wow. So I actually need to say, what we need to say is if a chunk in the collector is of the old level, that is to say, not the current level, queue free those chunks. This is assuming that that's even the only problem here. That somehow it isn't actually still loading from two separate paths. But I don't think it is. Okay. Alright. Wow. Now, right now, back on those blocks where we set up the variable that's looking for which level number it is, the isLevel number variable, right? On those chunks, we have, over here, an isType. Points, safe, obstacles. The reason why we set that, honestly, it's another thing I could probably infer using the name, but let's not worry about that right now. That is used on the terrain controller when something gets past the player, that point where it gets past the player, and it knows where to sort the chunk. Whether, does it need to go into the points collector, the obstacles collector, or the safes collector? That's how it determines which one it needs to go in. I'm gonna restart Godot real quick. I just hit a save. I feel like I have a lot of things open. I hate to distract my train of thought, but when I smash a Control S Or save all, rather. It's just taking a little longer than I think it needs to. So I'm just gonna close all of this. I'm just gonna reload it. Just to keep everything lickety-split. So when it gets passed, it looks at that enum that says, is it an obstacles, is it a safe, is it points? And it moves it, it sorts it into the right thing. So what I want it to do is I want it to, at that same moment, I don't know if I do want it at that same moment though. Because I don't just want it at the end, I want it when it's already in the collector. Actually, maybe that doesn't make the most sense. I think I might want to put it on the collectors themselves. Anyway, I'll still finish that thought and show you what I'm talking about. So, in progress terrain, down here, right here, it's saying if first terrain is type obstacle. So it's checking that enum that I was just looking at over there on the block script. And actually, let's open up one of those. So it's that enum right here. This is what it's checking, is type. So if it is of the type obstacle, then it's going to reparent it to collector obstacles. The problem with that, though, is the things that are already in the collectors won't be identified here. So I don't think this is actually where I want to go and check on the block script. Is it level 1? Is it the current level? Level 1, level 0? I don't think I want to do it here. I think I might want a script on the collectors. And they just are always looking to see if the things, the nodes that are within it, match the current level. And if they don't, then queue free those nodes. Which is, I mean, we can actually use the level update. Well, maybe I should do both. Because otherwise I'd have to have that for loop constantly iterating. We really only want it to happen one time. The only thing I'd be worried about is that what if in between it deleting or freeing all of the chunks in the collector and it checking the ones that passed by it, what if one sneaks in and it's just left behind and it's just floating around? I don't know. I guess I'll worry about that if I notice that happening. Okay, so actually let's do that. Let's do a check all the time that's making sure that whatever passes by the player to get removed is of the current level. So the way that this works is if first terrain is type, and really this happens when the chunk gets past a certain Z position. If it's greater than or equal to the mesh size Y times 2. If it's like the length of like 2 of them or something, then it's going to remove it. So a little bit behind the player, it removes it. And at that same time, don't just remove it, but also check to see what its type is. So we're gonna say if first terrain is level set to global's current level. Or really, if it's not set to that, right? And actually, let's not do it there. I'd rather see it here. If the first terrain is not the current level, then I want to say first terrain queue free. Or run a queue free on that. Did I spell that right? Did I spell queue correctly? I have no idea. Queue. I did. Okay. Okay, so then there's that. And next, I want to say on every collector. So there hasn't been, well, there is a script on one of these collectors, but there's nothing on it. What's the script called? terraincollector.gd. All right, let's give it, let's do this. Class name collector. So for now, we're gonna actually make collector scripts here for the first time. Or that actually do anything. And I want to make sure every collector actually has that script on it. So we're going to attach a collector script. Which is terraincollector.gd. Load that on there. Attached script, terraincollector.gd. Okay, so they all have this script. And I'm in the ready function, I'm gonna wanna connect messenger level update to on level update, func on level update. Now this calls with a level number. And we want to say if we do a for loop, for chunk in I guess get children. If chunk now is level should be on every single one of them, so that should be fine. I shouldn't need to make sure it even has that. It's set in the ready, so hopefully by the time this gets called, well, this does get called in the ready function, so I don't know, we might end up with a null situation at some point, so I might need to make sure it's not null, but I would rather do that if it yells at me for that. We'll see. If chunk is level, or really, we'll do the if not. If it's not set to global's current level, oh, we don't even need to say that. We can just say the level that we're updating to. The last time it's called this function. Then chunk queue free. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, alright, okay. Okay, understood. Invalid get index is level on base mesh instance block. Oh, because we're creating that variable in the ready function. Okay. So here's what I should do. So, okay, I see. I need to come back to the block over here. I'm not gonna create this in the ready function. I'm instead going to have it created over here. The variable is level. And this is just an integer. Right? And really, I mean, I'd like it to be null, as ridiculous as that seems. Can an integer be null? So it can only be like, what, 0? What is a blank integer set to? I mean, I guess I'll say -1. I don't know, something that it's not gonna be. So I could say if it's greater than 0 as a way to check it. It's a little ridiculous. I'm not above ridiculousness. So if chunk is level is greater than 0, then check this. Okay. All right, we're running. No crashes. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Switch it to the blank level. Okay. Okay. We had some lag spikes. Oh, it didn't remove them all. Oh, not quite. Not quite. Okay. Nan is the generic, not a number. Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. GD script Nan. Gotcha. So I guess I wonder if that gets picked up as null. Whoops. Nice. Not a number is only a concept with floating point numbers and has no equivalent for integers. Because if I were to do it differently, I'd be like, you know, if it's not set to null or something. But then would it accept if it's not set to nan? Oh, is nan? Anyway, it's not that important. Okay. But obviously something is still not working here. So I'm gonna get rid of these. This is working fine. I don't care about those messages. Thank you, PKW. That was an interesting thing to learn, honestly. I did not know that. Not a knowledge that I had. NAK. So let's get rid of these here. And instead, I'd like to know if this stuff is running. So I'm gonna say print name tried removing its level. NAK should be implemented. Not a knowledge. Not a knowledge. I agree. The Godot just like identifies like, wait, you don't know things. Current user is set to the current user's variable is NAK. That'd be such a diss. Oh my gosh. Try removing its level and then print. I know this is wacky. Apostrophe S. I'm curious to know if this is running and what it thinks it's doing when that happens. Okay, pull up, which is 4? Okay. Pull up this. Load the debug level. What do we got in here? Collector points tried removing its level zeros. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. Wrong. It's supposed to do the old one, not the current one. That would be the mistake there. Oh. I need to change. Oh. So we have to know, I think we need a current and old variable. I think that's what we have to do. That's what we gotta set. So it knows what the last level was. So we want to say variable. Unfortunately, I want to refactor this. I don't like starting with the word current. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna do a little quick refactor. Horrifyingly enough. Because the way I like to do this with syntax, it would be level underscore current, and then we could do level underscore old instead of current underscore level or old underscore level. I don't know. It's just like it's like a personal syntax thing, like a file system thing. Is I like to have, and not only that, but like if I want to add delimiters or something, or use the left-right string things, whatever. You know, I can always be sure that the end will match, that the first beginning characters will match on each of those. So I actually need to refactor current level. So let's do that. I'm gonna do Control-Shift-R this time, actually. We're gonna search up current underscore level, and I'd like it to become level underscore current. So this is gonna find every instance of that. And globals, the export variable at the top, I would like it to replace that, so I'm gonna keep that check marked. On level update in here. Technically, I don't need to change it, but I think it would be consistent. Because this isn't really actually reading. Oh no, it is, because it's getting. No, we do need to change that. We do need to change that. Where I would it. Yeah, we do. Nope, we do want to change that. Just kidding. Nope. Yep, gotta change it there. Here, if globals current level, definitely gotta change it there. Globals current level, gotta change it there. On ready, variable current level. Could leave it here, but let's just, I actually could leave it here. It'll make it a little different than the way this is set up, but that's fine. Alright, let's replace it all. No undo. YOLO. It's hard for me to always remember that I will actually want to do it that way. And let's also replace this current level here. I'd like this to be level current. I just have a way I like to do these things. Now that's the name of a label, so you really, now we get a little messy, right? Because that means I have to come into here and rename it. That's on the instance. My goodness. Current level, right there. I have to rename that. I'll do it. I'll do it. Alright, update it in all these places. Replace no undos. What is this one? When does this run? In the ready function? Okay. Oh, I see. This is, I know what this is. Okay, I see. Well, and actually, I would want this to not be in the ready function, technically. I'd actually want this to be in the ready function, but also down here, because this isn't going to update. Oh, this only updates on reload. So this actually won't work anymore. What this was supposed to do, by the way, is when we, oh, wait. I think I forgot to change the name. We already changed that to level current. So let me rename this real quick. Level current. Okay, fix that. So what that does is, like, when I open up that debug menu, it just tells you right here, current level is this. But the way that I'm setting this up now, when I click this button, it's not going to update that. Because once upon a time, the only time we changed the level is if I reloaded the scene. But now we're trying to get levels to change while the game is running, without reloading it, or while that same scene is running. So then this won't update, which again, it's just a debug thing. It's not like that important. But if I do care about it, I'd actually want this to run every time we do the level update, which could be pretty easily fixed here. If I connect Messenger level update on level update, that will call with a level number. So I need to make sure I put that in here or we'll get an error. Func on level update. Then we put this in here, current level, and we could even make sure. I mean, really, I wanted the path name on here, so I don't really need to use the level. We could say current. I could add it in here. Current level, comma, level. And then maybe I could add like a parenthetical or something. A little unnecessary. And then, oops, in theory, that should change it every time. Well, oh, one less parenthetical there. Not quite. What's up? Is that... I don't know who that is. Are you... There is somebody that I know who... I just don't know how to read Arabic. So I don't know what that says. But if you're the person that I know who comes through here with an Arabic name, hello, good to see you. But I can't tell if that's the same name or a different one. Welcome. This is messy. You are Muhammad. Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if that was you or not. Let's see if I can remember that that's what your name would be. Okay. It's possible I can remember that. But I can't make any promises. How you doing? Welcome. Okay. I'm just gonna do this over because I got really confused trying to deal with this monstrous string. Current level. Put the level number in there. Comma. And I want a parenthesis to be in there. Then another comma. Global's current save chunks. That adds the name of it on there. So this is part of the string here. And I would want to do a comma right there. And then an ending parenthesis. That should be correct. Okay. Cool. So really it should look exactly the same. I think. Oh, it's nothing. Because I guess I need to run... We're not emitting it at the beginning. So I could put it in both places. It's... We're just having fun. So we're not going to have a level here. So I'm going to need to change that to global's current... Or no. It's level current now. It's different. That's going to take a little getting used to. But that's okay. Alright, so now we'll have a starting level. And in theory, when we change it, it should update that path. Oof! It's not even a great thing anyway, because it's still incorrect. This honestly, this was more useful. I don't even think I need this anymore, because this says terrain level 1 saves, but that's not even true. This used to be more relevant. It's actually not that relevant anymore. It's just not. So I know we just did all of that, and it was It was fun. But yeah, we're just gonna delete it all. It made more sense a long time ago. When the game was built different. And now this will do just fine. Looks much more nice. And so now it's just gonna do the level number. Because before I had a whole bunch of different types of levels, and they weren't based on numbers. It was just like the file paths. But now there's multiple file paths for each level. And it's just a little more chaotic. This is totally fine. Current level 1. Alright. Good. Now, I'm gonna come back to globals. And now that we've made level current 1, I want variable level old. And this, let's keep going with the -1 stuff. I like it. Insane Alpha Beta, after giving a like to both this stream and the vertical version, I am here. Thank you for leaving that thumbs up on both. I appreciate it. I cheers to you some seasoned shredded wheat. This handful is for you. Welcome, Insane. Good to see you. I've been doing a couple of various bug fixes today, along with the help of chat, of course. Yum! My favorite snack. And now I'm trying to set up smooth changing of levels. So right now we're on level 1, and I'd like to be able to open up this debug, click on that button, and it starts in the distance loading in a different level. In this case, level 0. Right now it's mixing them in with each other, and it's creating a mess. And so I'm testing, trying to remove the old level chunks when they get collected after they go past the player, and all the ones that are already collected. But I didn't have a value for what is the old level versus what is the current level. So I just had to refactor a little bit. So I have a level current variable, which tells us, are we on level 1, are we on level 0, whatever. And now I'm going to need a level old variable that says, well, what was the last level that we were on? So I'm setting that up. You know, this is my old phone. The oldest, it was my mom's. Whoa! I love that because something that really saddens me about phones is how quickly they become obsolete. And I feel like more modern phones become obsolete much more quickly than older phones. So I'm glad to hear that you're getting use out of an old phone. Because there is really no practical reason, most of the time, to be upgrading phones. Mohammed, you played Vengeful Eyes? On Dreams? That's so cool. What? Planned, yeah, exactly, Vinny. Exactly, planned obsolescence. That's right, precisely. There's even like other words for it. Like, what's the other one? Car company, new color, obsolescence. There's like an even, like a social obsolescence. What's the word? What's the term called? I can't remember what it's called something else. But it's like instead of making it like technically obsolete, so like what they do is they release like a car with a new, okay, this started out back when cars, there was only like the Model T Ford, which came in one color, black, right? And so, but when everybody had a black Model T Ford, there was no reason to keep buying a new car. And so they started coming out with other colors. So that way people would say, well, I want the new color. And so it's not the same thing as like planned obsolescence, but it's like another way. And iPhone, like Apple does this so much, where it's like, hey, but we have this nice new one. You don't want it's got a higher number. You don't want this one? You know, it's a little thinner. You don't want that one? Right? So there's also, whatever the heck that's called, there's also that. Which makes it easy to just want to get something new. I can't remember what it is called. It's called built-in obsolescence. Oh, is that it? Is that it? I don't know if that's it. I think that's just another word for planned obsolescence. Anyway, you get the idea. You get the idea. You cheated? Oh, you didn't play it on Dreams. You watched it being played. That's so awesome. That's cool. Insane Alpha Beta, your game was watched on YouTube by Muhammad. Vengeful Eyes. Could chunks be self-managed? I'm not familiar with the 3D side of Godot, but if there is a screen notifier, maybe old chunks could self-delete when they are no more on screen. Yeah, that's pretty much what we have right now. So the way that it works is so we do have that working. What I'm trying to do now is look at the ones that are going off screen, if you will, and then making sure that they are removed if they are from a certain level or not. It's kind of hard to explain, but here, I'll show you. So currently, right now, let's change the camera. Oh, perfect, look at that. So currently, right now, you can see the player is actually like right here, okay? And when the level goes past a certain point, they move behind the camera over here. So we don't say when they go off screen, we say when they're a little ways past the player, then they get removed. And they don't just get removed, they get collected in collectors behind. So this is actually all of the levels stacked up on all the chunks stacked up on each other. And then this is also where it pulls new levels from. So if I move up here, hopefully you'll be able to see that's where the player actually is, up here. It's a little hard to see right now, but it's all there. There's the player right there. Itty bitty little player. And the terrain moves past. So the problem isn't about removing things. The problem is, and I know how to solve it. Well, I'm pretty sure I do. I just need to test it correctly. There's two moments that I need to capture. Number one, when they get to that point where they disappear and they go into the collector. And at that moment, if the level has changed, it needs to, basically it's gonna say, is that chunk that just went past the player, is that one the current level? Oh, it's not the current level, delete it, right? Secondarily, it needs to say, okay, I am a collector. That is to say, I am what is behind the player, or behind the camera, where all of the level chunks are sitting on top of each other. And we have to iterate through all of those when the level updates. So when we change from level 0 to level 1, or level 1 to level 0, let's say, if we go from level 1 to level 0, it needs to iterate through all of these and say, okay, which ones are the old level? Okay, those are the old level, and therefore I need to delete those from my collection, but keep the ones from the current level. And so I've got code that should do that, except I just need to make sure that it knows what the old level is. And so I'm just setting up what the old level is, so that way we can see if that code actually works. Love that you played, or you checked out Insane Alpha Beta's game. There's a bunch of those messages, so I don't have to put them all up there at the same time. You can't see it on the shorts feed, but it's okay. It's a lovely conversation. Basically, one free is during a level change event, and one free is in a reparent. Yes! Yes. Precisely. Exactly. 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 Vinny says, I always find it interesting how different developers handle debug menus and such. I ended up going the route of the developer console. Oh, cool. Wow. So like you type in commands. Wow. Dude, honestly, it never even occurred to me to do that. That's pretty cool. Wow. I kind of like that. That's a neat idea. Yeah, I don't know. It just like was the most, it just seemed the simplest and the most obvious to me. Like, you know what? Let's just make a pop-up menu. Let me click on buttons. I play a lot of older FPS games, so it came naturally. Right. I mean, like, I love Bethesda RPGs. And when I think of like a console, developer console, that's exactly what I think of, is like a Bethesda RPG game. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe, because you know what? That's less to, you know what I like about that is that's less to manage. Like I mean, I do have like a way I can add, yeah, now I want to play one of those games, exactly. So, you know, and I want to, you know, if I want to add like new levels on here, right, I got to add new columns and all that crap. But it's not that bad, honestly. I even have, they're just like not all visible. Like we can just add another button on here. Right, you don't have to reformat the menu, exactly. So I tried to make it as like easy to like set up as possible. So like we can add another column in there pretty easily in theory. Right, and we can add a new button in here. You know, but it's still some steps. It's still like more steps than having a console. That's for sure. That's really cool. And then, you know, I would just come to the node signals and just connect. Well, I wouldn't do it that way. I would just type it. I would just come in here and just say, you know, whenever that button is pressed, then run something. But I like that a lot. That's cool. So I connect them up here. Pressed. When that button is pressed, it runs a function. This is a few more steps. A few more steps. I like that, Vinny. Oh yeah, Keld Bjones. That's where you watched it, was on Keld's channel. Yeah, Keld was, I don't think Keld streams anymore, at least not right now, to my knowledge. Keld Bjones was a live streamer who streamed Dreams, PlayStation game, where Insane Alpha Beta made their centralized game. With his child and his wife. I'm busy with my wife. Excuse me, I'm busy with my wife right now. It's true though. Alright. Anyway. I haven't heard from Keld in a long time. He's probably still around. I was actually on Keld Bjones' show. I think Insane Alpha Beta was. Maybe. In some format. I was on, but I was using a different username then. I went by Lee's Lady back then. I think if you even search Lee's Lady. Oh, then there's this one. There's Keld. There's me! You were on it too, yeah. Good times. 2 years ago, not that long ago. But it feels like a long time ago. It feels like a long time ago. I love it. I love that, like, that someone can become a fan of your work by finding you on YouTube. It does. It's so long ago. I mean, man. Just seemed like everything Dreams just collapsed. It just all fell apart at some point. Even if the falling aparts were disconnected. Just like... just happened. Anyway, alright, let's do this old new thing. So, level old, right now I'm setting it to -1. Probably shouldn't do that. I mean, I should, but I should make sure I update it in here. So, when the game starts, it's going to run onLevelUpdate function. So, in onLevelUpdate, we should say level current equals level, and then level old equals current, right? I think that's going to make the most sense, except I need to word it correctly. Level current. Level old becomes level current. Is that it? Does that make the most sense? Maybe that needs to be above it, though. I don't know if that really matters. Because otherwise level current is going to get updated here, right? Is that what we did over here as well? Oh, we did it down here. If obstacles highlighted as empty. Oh, it is after. I'm not really sure. We're going to find out one way or the other. So then what I got to do is I got to come back to the terrain controller. We might have some issues here. Level update, connect, on level update. If chunk not is level greater than 0, chunk is level. If it is not set to the current level, then delete it. If it is not set to the current level, delete it. Well, that should work, right? Why wouldn't that work? I think that might work. I think what doesn't work is when it's on the terrain controller and it's checking them. This is saying if the thing that comes through is not set to current. Wait, I'm all confused. I'm actually a little confused here. I'm all confused. Let me just reorient myself with what this is supposed to be. So we come here, we press this, we say switch to level 0, right? Collector Safes tried removing its level 0s. Wrong. Don't remove its level 0s. And see, it loads a bunch of these, and then it starts, I think, loading the ones that were already in there. Collector Safes tried removing its level 0s. No. It needs to try removing its level 1s. Not its level 0s. But wait, this should be working. It's because I don't actually need the old level number, because we're just saying if it's anything but the current level. So that should include the old one. What's wrong is my print message. What did I used to do before I got in development? Not much. Not much. Nothing. Dead-end things. Not much. Nothing of importance. Truth be told. Tried removing, really what I want to say, tried removing anything, any chunk that isn't level. I guess honestly, if I were to be honest with you, Mohammed, writing. That's what I did before, was writing. So like I studied like screenwriting, playwriting, television writing. That's what I wanted to do, was write stories. Yeah, I came to not like it very much. It's trying to remove any chunks that aren't level zeros. Okay, really, so my problem was just the way I was writing this. But I didn't, and really, it was game development that helped me stop doing writing, because I realized I enjoyed telling stories through games much more than I enjoyed just writing like a script. I found writing scripts to be very boring. Especially, and really the big thing that made it undesirable to me was not being able to test my results. So if I like write lines in dialogue in a script, sure, I could read it out loud. I could have my partner or a friend or some collaborator read it out loud, but you're still not getting the end result every time, right? You can't write a screenplay and immediately see what the movie feels like after you type it. Whereas when you write code in a game, I can immediately test that code and see exactly how it's going to end up. And I think that was like the big shift for me, is not having to imagine what this would be like all the time. And I felt so much more fulfilled by that feedback that making a game gives. Which did make it feel very masochistic, honestly. It was suffering through that imagination all the time. Okay, so I actually don't know why this isn't working. This should be working. I guess I'd want to see what it's trying to remove. It's okay, Muhammad. Everyone disgusting work. There must be a typo in there somewhere. Thank you for coming through, Muhammad. I appreciate it. I love what I'm doing now. That's all that matters. Discussing. Okay. I see what you mean. Goodbye for now, Muhammad. See you next time. Never expect you to hang out any more than you can. I think I'd like to see what it tried to remove. So I might even want to say print chunk. Forget all that mess. Just print the chunk. What did you actually try to remove? It's tedious to predict how people will react. You can playtest your game. Oh, yes, yes, absolutely, totally. Yes, so true, right? Oh my gosh. Not only can you not get the feedback of how it's going to turn out, you don't get actual feedback from an audience right away. How someone reads a script versus how it ends up manifesting is so different. Even if you're writing like fiction or something, you still don't know exactly how everyone's going to react. At least you can give it to people. Yes. Exactly, exactly. Okay, let's try switching it. What did it remove? I mean, it's not gonna give me the most useful looking list here, because it's just a bunch of mesh instances. But it needs to be more than that. Like, that's not enough. Is it? I wonder if there's still a path that it's loading them from. Here's another question I have. So, okay. So I'm going to open this now, blank level. So the only ones, what I'm wondering, do we see this one here with the cattle ranch on the far right? Cattle ranch with the center opening. Are those the only cattle ranches that are gonna load in? No, it's loading in other ones too. What I was trying to discern is if it is... It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, reload blank level. We're starting the blank level. We've got one with the cattle ranch on the left, the solar panel one, solar farm one, a couple solar farm ones. Then there's one with it in the middle. Do we get any other varieties here? Yeah, we do. Really, it seems like, I think we're not updating the paths everywhere. Like, I think the code is working. I think it is actually removing stuff, and by the way, I don't think I need level olds at all. But, whatever. We refactored something, no big deal. I think it is removing the extra chunks, which is good. But I think there's another problem. I think the paths aren't all getting updated across the script, and it's continuing to pull in chunks from level 1 where it shouldn't. So I think I need to go back through the code and make sure all of the paths are being updated. Wait. Oh, whoa. It just almost obliterated them all. Wait, there's that. That was a single obstacles chunk. Oh, I see what's happening. It is. Yeah. I see what's happening. Okay. I see a little bit what's happening. It only is deleting the chunk once it goes past the player. It's not deleting the chunks from the collector. So when they're sitting in the collectors, they're moving, they're not getting removed from the collector. They're moving forward, and then when they come through, then they get deleted. They're going up here, then when they come through, then they get deleted. That's why it was so gradual and it took a while for it to change. You want to play Mario Kart Rainbow Road? Yeah. It's kind of pretty. It's kind of nice to look at though, right? Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out why it's not removing stuff from the collectors. Insane says, for me, I've always just loved telling stories. Sure, I can't get the feedback right away, but I still enjoy the process. Maybe I don't enjoy the process. I think I don't like the process either. I get giddy waiting to see how people will react to certain moments and reveals. Fair, nice. Yeah, right, you wanted to make a show, not games. Yeah. There's a lot of overlap between all those types of entertainment. Huh. I mean, it's interesting because it is removing some stuff. You know what I need to do? I need to look at the collectors. So we're gonna go to the remote scene over here. Okay, we're gonna take a close look at that. The remote scene has all the collectors. There is something else to consider, which is that the game gets, I don't know, the game can get a little angry. I don't know. If there's nothing in there, I don't know. All right, let me just try this again. So I'm gonna open up all of these, which Godot is not gonna love that I'm doing this. Because it takes a lot of memory for it to keep this updated. Wow, it's not even bothering with collector points. Collector points is just empty. Okay, there it goes. I see, sometimes it empties out. Oh, that's probably something I should deal with in general, actually. I enjoy it, but it gets hard to continue without any sort of feedback, especially working alone at times. Yeah. I'm so glad some of you guys also do writing and game development, because I feel very seen in that regard. Wow, I need more points. I guess there's more there at the same. I guess I don't need to look at all of them. But so in theory, all of the points chunks are on the terrain controller, hence why that's empty right now. Well, really what I want to see is if these all disappear and if new ones go in there. But yeah, I appreciate hearing your guys' thoughts about it, because, I mean, I spent years and years writing. Like, from the age of, like, 15 to freaking 28, like, well over 10 years. And I thought this was it. This is a craft that I want to do for the rest of my life. And I was struggling. And I didn't know why. And the feedback was just really... I had no idea that the feedback was the problem. Until I started trying to make a game. And getting that feedback was just like... It kept me motivated. It kept me going. It keeps me going. It's 2014. I mean, writing is a great fundamental skill. I love having that skill. But trying to do it as like a career? Nah. Not for me. Alright, so I'm gonna run the... I'm actually gonna stop the terrain too. That way we're not advancing anything. And then we're gonna load in blank level. So a bunch of stuff stays in there. Maybe it's just not all up to date yet. It just must not be getting them all. I wonder... I mean, it could be related to the way we're even checking it, right? Because we set up is level... What if these don't have... I don't know. Can I open up the instance? I can. And can I check what its variables are set to? Because that would be sweet. Hey, Psychonic, thank you for the vertical high over there on the vertical stream. Welcome, Psychonic. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. The excitement of seeing people experience it, knowing there are people excited about it, and patiently waiting for it makes me more determined to make it great and work on it. I love that. It's a good thing to stay motivated by. I know you like a reaction. I remember one time I tried playing one of your trailers on stream, and I like turned off my camera, and you were like, "Turn your camera back on, I want to see how you react." I remember. It would be very helpful if I could see how all these variables are set right now. But I mean, if I were to like hit pause, it doesn't like report anything helpful here. Because we do have the is level on here. But like, what is the path that it's reporting? Continue to the streak of making you drop an F-bomb. Yeah, right. Yeah, your games have made me very angry. I'm not really sure how to deal with this right now. Because somehow I need to check to see why some of these aren't being removed. And why some of them are being removed. And somehow determine which ones aren't and which ones are. I mean, I can tell which ones are being removed. That's quite easy. Because I'm printing all of the ones that get iterated through. Right? So if I load this, say blank level, it prints all the ones down here. But that's not enough. This isn't enough things that it's removed. It needs to be removing more than that. So why is it leaving some behind? The only thing I could think of is they don't match the conditions. The conditions being, so this is on every terrain collector, right? Let's just make sure it is on every terrain collector. I wonder... No, I don't know. I don't think that makes sense. On each terrain collector, we have the same script here. For every chunk in get children, that is to say, everything that is a child of that terrain collector, if that chunk is a level that is greater than 0, that is to say, it isn't set to -1. Unless they're somehow set to -1. I could get rid of that check. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. And we might have an issue, but I'll try that. It looks like the same number of things were removed. So again, we'll come through here, and it just gradually, it's basically once something goes past there, it won't come back again. So everything has to, which on one hand, like maybe that's okay, you know? I could also say this is good enough. In a way, it's providing a natural transition between levels, you know? That might be a little nonsensical, like once we get into like the city or something, but maybe not. Maybe it's okay. It's okay for it to gradually ease into the next level. It's not intended. And it bothers me that I don't really want to just like accept it. Cause it's gonna take a while, cause I'm making a lot of chunks here. Oh look, that came back. Oh no, I have duplicates. That's why. Cause there's many it looks like the same chunk multiple times, but I made a duplicate of the same chunk because there has to be a minimum number of a chunk type. Anyway. But if those were all unique, you know, it's still gonna take a while to filter out through all of those. And so you're still gonna be getting weird, random, old level ones for, oh, kind of while before they're all gone. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it almost seems like it's not deleting anything. You know? If I'm being honest. I don't really notice things disappearing. So like, how do I make sure that they do? I'm not really sure. If the chunk is not set to the same level, so the chunk is level 1, the chunk's in the collector currently. I guess I'd like to almost see what, let me do this. Let me say print all the chunks in general. And I'm gonna say chunks in, and then let's look at the name of it. Chunks in name. So that way we know what collector it's coming from as well. And then I'm gonna say like that. And then here I'm gonna say chunks removed from It's gonna be a lot of information, but hopefully it'll be like useful information. Oh, I've done something wrong. Can I get return value print because it returns void? Oh, I double printed. What are you on about then? What in the world? Doesn't have a counterpart? What? Oh, I see. Expected statement found indent instead. Oh, wait. Oh, that's not an if. My gosh. My gosh, the old brain is getting a little tired. Jeez, we're only 4 hours in, man. What the heck? Oh, guys. You know what I forgot today? I forgot my tea. I forgot to get any tea. How am I going to do anything without tea? Okay, let's see what we got reported here. Chunks in collector points. Yeah, there usually is less in there. Chunks removed from collector points. I mean, that's it. There's the one that was in there, and that's what was removed. Chunks in collector's obstacles. Terrain 0. Chunks moved from obstacles. Terrain 0. It seems to be removing a lot of safe chunks, but not all of the points and obstacles chunks. I see we got 1 obstacle removed, 2, 3, 4. Why is it only removing 1 point? So like if I come into the file folders themselves, in obstacles, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 files in there total. So if none are on the terrain controller, then it should delete 4 from the collector. So this deleted 1, 2, 3 obstacles, meaning there was 1 that was probably on the controller. In points, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 that would be in there. This would imply, since only 1 was removed, that there were 3 that were on the level. I should have kept it up so I can go look to see if 3 are on there, which means the other one should have been removed. And then in safes, we have a ton of these. There are so many safes. And we do see a lot of safes going away. I don't know that we see that many, but then again, most of these would have been on the terrain controller. I mean, it kind of checks out. It looks like it should be removing the right amount. The only thing I can think of is that more are getting loaded in. Okay, let me stop it. Remove the blank levels. Or rather, remove level 1, load in level 0 in this case. Over here, it says it removed 2 collector points chunks, meaning there should be 2 active on here in the game. So let's go look around and see if that is true. Oh, and then going back and looking at the collectors. Oh, I can see on the collector back there that there's still things in there. And there shouldn't be. Those should all be gone. That's actually very interesting. So there's one cattle ranch. There's only one cattle ranch. Oh, there's only one cattle ranch on the terrain controller right now. And it only removed 2, meaning in theory there's still 1 left in a collector somewhere. How does that happen? So let me come back here. Oh, we are back there. And indeed, I see there's actually multiple cattle ranches on here. I would say they're all still there. I don't think any got removed. It looked, every single one is still on there. Absolutely none got removed. I mean, I think we're gonna know what it does, right? What it's gonna do is it's going to remove one by one. So as it loads, so this that's already on here, if it's a level 1 chunk, that is to say if it has stuff on it, it's gonna remove it once it gets past the player. That should definitely be what happens. And then these are gonna load in and they're going to move across, and the same thing is gonna happen. We can watch it, but I think I can play it. It's just gonna be a little tricky. And I know it's slowing my computer down to even be doing all this, but that's okay. So one by one, these will start getting removed, basically, until they're all gone, and the only ones that are left. So it's because really the point of most importance is what happens when I choose the next level, and why isn't it removing all of these that are already in the collector at that moment? I wonder if it's loading in a second set of everything. I wonder if it's deleting all the old ones and adding in a new set of new ones. So see, they're gradually going away and then never coming back. So this isn't going to go back into the collector as it normally would. It's actually going to get removed until eventually this is only colorful chunks. But it's good to see. So look, if I restart this and we change that camera angle right away, and now I'm gonna pause it, and then we're gonna do this. They didn't all go away. Okay, to me, I think I know, I don't know why it's happening, but I think I know what's happening. To me, it looks like we are loading in a whole new set of level 1 chunks. And we're loading in the level 0 chunks. It's putting them both in there at the same time. And it deletes. So it's like first it deletes the old level 1 chunks. Then it adds in new level 1 chunks. And then it adds in level 0 chunks. I think that's what's happening. And so I think somewhere I need to make sure that when we say, hey, load in level 0 chunks, do not also load in level 1 chunks. I think that might be what's happening. Brain might be being silly, and this might be obvious, but it seems like we might just need a way to empty the collector entirely and refill it with the new stuff. Right, well that's what I'm trying to do. I think that the code that I implemented to do that is like when we're, so it is emptying it. Oh, I see what you're saying, empty it entirely. Well, I mean, essentially I am emptying it entirely. And we could try that, but I think we'll have the same problem. Really what it's doing is it's emptying all the ones that aren't of the current level, which should be the ones that are all in there. So we're emptying it and then we're refilling. And I think what's happening is that when we refill it, it's not just refilling it with the new stuff. It's refilling it with the new stuff and the old stuff, if that makes sense. But I mean, we could try that. So we could say literally just delete everything in there. But I think that's the problem. I think what I need to do is I need to go through and look at all the code that runs when we update the level, and then ascertain why it might be adding the first level again in there. I think that's the next step. But I mean, we can try this. So we can just say for every chunk in there, just delete them all. Just delete everything that's in there entirely. My only concern about that is that it could delete the ones we're trying to add in there, but evidently that may not be happening at all. So it may, the order of operations may be such that that isn't even an issue. So let's find out. Not there. There. Okay. So now I'm going to load in the blank level. Yeah, same thing. Because this function that empties it is running before it adds new chunks in. At the same time as adding in the new chunks, it adds a new set of the old chunks. And so what I think I need to do is I need to go look over everywhere the paths are being updated. So when it says add the new level chunks in, the way that it's doing that is by updating paths in all kinds of places. And I think that the paths aren't updating in all of the places at the same time when the functions run, such that it ends up putting level 1 in there again. So I need to go find where that's happening and make sure it doesn't add level 1 in there again. Something that would be interesting to try as well, in addition to that, is it just level 1? Probably. It's probably just whatever the level you started with is. But in theory, I mean, I'm sure this isn't going to make much of a difference, but I could change the current level to 0 and then try loading in level 1. I have a feeling we're going to have the exact same problem, but let's just see it happen anyway. Alright, so we're looking at the collectors now. And let's load in level 1. It's a little hard to tell, actually, because the colored ones are so flat. So I think I would actually need to run it to see if the colored ones are in there. But let's find out. That would help narrow it down, at least, where that's happening. Yeah, it looks like it's doing the same thing, because we're still getting a bunch of colored ones. It's not turning into a pure, you know, level 1 set. So it's still loading in the zeros. That does actually still help narrow it down, because I know that whether it's 0 or 1, it's still adding a new set of them in that get mixed until that second set gets removed. Okay. This is good to know. This is good information. So I need to go through that. Before I go through that, I do want to go get some tea. I can't believe I forgot my tea today. It makes my brain less good. Caffeine does help with ADHD symptoms. And so I am going to go deal with that. In the meantime, you can enjoy the colorful level going by. Enjoy the music. Get yourself a snack. If you need to make yourself a spot of tea, please do. Stretch your legs, whatever, especially if you're co-working along with me. I'm gonna be back. It'll just take a couple minutes for the tea to brew. It won't take long. It's a quick boiling thing. I'll come back while it's being made, but yeah, I need my tea. We gotta dig into some code here. Vinny says, I remember I drank a lot of coffee one day and was more focused than ever. Yeah, right. Because if you think about like Ritalin or Adderall, which are medications that are given to people who are looking for psychiatric treatment for ADHD symptoms, those are stimulants. Caffeine is a stimulant. Similarly, it helps the frontal lobe of the brain or something be able to concentrate better or function better. So yeah, literally, there you go. You were treating your concentration struggles. You love tea, but you got a tendency of spilling it. Me too, it's worth it. It's worth the spill. I'm unmedicated as well. I used to be very medicated. And I'm not against medication whatsoever. In fact, I think children with ADD should be medicated. Just my opinion. And I was as a child. But as an adult, I've just kind of come to make the decision that I don't like the way those medicines make me feel. And I don't take them consistently. And so I don't feel consistent every day in a way that's very extreme and very unpleasant. And then it's expensive. I have to go to the doctor like every month because it's a controlled substance. Oh my gosh, in my country, I have to go every month to get a re-up of it, to meet with my doctor. I have ADHD. I can't be making appointments every month. I have to make an appointment and show up every month. I hate it. And then you know, the cost of that, it became so much of a hassle that I prefer to stay unmedicated. Yeah, Merca. Yeah, yep. Dude, are you telling me in Canada, I know you're from Canada, are you saying in Canada you can get ADHD meds without having to go to a doctor every month? They're great. I mean, I am so in favor of ADHD meds. Some people are like, oh, they're dangerous, you shouldn't take them. Screw that, I don't care about that. No, but A, I didn't like how it made me feel, and B, it's hard for me to take medicine on a regular basis. Like, I often would miss a dose, you know, or something, or I'd take it too late in the day, and then I'd be up all night, right? Or I'd take it too early, and then I wouldn't be able to work later into the day. So it was like, I hated that management, and so I found a way to deal with it. Honestly, it's live streaming. Live streaming is how I've dealt with it, because when I'm here, I concentrate. Obviously, I need the tea because I need a little extra supplementation, but I could still sit here and concentrate. It's just a little harder. So I do use a little bit of a stimulant to help me. But yeah, but then the C, D, E, F, G of it all is the whole, yes, America component of having to deal with the controlled substance aspect of it. Very irritating. I've had some trouble a couple times, but it's mostly been smooth sailing. Nice. Your current doc gives you 30 refills! What? They would never in America. I just get them from the pharmacy every month. Never in the United States. Absolutely would not be possible. Heck no. Nope. Couldn't do it. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put the tea on. I'm gonna come back and then we will, I'm gonna dig in this code, see if I can figure out why it's putting out all these levels. Be right back. What am I creating? What am I creating? What's up, Kennedy? Oh, I forgot to put BRB on the screen. Usually I put BRB on the screen. I forgot. I had to get me some tea. But I got my tea now. I am making a game, Kennedy. I'm making a game. Something else I forgot to do is put the link to the main stream, the horizontal stream. I forgot to do that. I should do that. So I'm making a game in Godot, and it's about an alien invading Earth. I will show you. I will show you. Diagonal stream! YouTube does have an option for a 360 stream. I think if I was gonna get any more creative in a supported way, that would be the way to go. It is a thing. Okay, let me put a link in the vertical stream. But yeah, check this out. Oh, hold on. We can set the stream to be a 360 video. I don't know what happens if I do that. I'm kind of curious just to like turn it on, even though it's not a 360 stream, and just like see what happens. I feel like that would be wild. Okay, just making sure I set up a link on the vertical. Try it? I can't do it while we're live, unfortunately. I wish I could. They won't let me do it while we're live. I have to set it beforehand. But one day I will try it. Cause like, obviously it's gonna be looking for 360 video, but what if it still tries to like stretch it out in a ridiculous way? It makes me curious. Anyway, here's the game I'm working on, Kennedy. It is a game about an alien who invades Earth, and they are tasked with abducting as many humans, animals, whatever has meat in it as possible. So you come through here, you destroy buildings, and you grab things and you abduct them. There's other mechanics that I want in here as well, like injuries. That'd be a good new Lee's emote. A 360 stretched out. Just UV unwrap. Just a UV unwrap of my face. Oh God. I'm actually afraid of that. And so you're actually gonna also be able to eat the animals and the humans and stuff, which will heal your broken limbs. You can break off your legs. Ideally, we would be hobbling and it would make the movement more difficult. Okay, they were about to die. We just totally died because our head shrank all the way. It's gonna be a roguelike with power-ups, but I'm still working on it. I'm out here just learning Godot, learning how to make games. I made all the art myself. I'm gonna keep doing that and figuring out how to do all the things. There you can see our limbs are getting broken down a little bit. And yeah, I'm not worried about finishing it as soon as possible, but I am trying to finish it as soon as possible. Yeah, and then today in particular, I am deep in the code of it all. This is the only effect right now to your limbs getting broken off, is you fall down and you're not as tall. But one day there will be more side effects. And then of course you can attack things, run into stuff. So what I'm doing today is I'm trying to set up switching to different levels. I just noticed the game's cursor is purple. It is not. I'm thrown off because my desktop cursor is purple, but slightly different looking. No, my desktop cursor is purple. That's my desktop cursor. The game doesn't actually have a cursor. It's just basing it on the mouse. And then, yeah. Although I am going to need something like that because I do want it to have gamepad support. So I will need like a reticule that, you know, for aiming and stuff. at some point. But for now, I don't actually have one. Purple's a good color. Quick question, do you think in Subway Surfer? Yes, I do. I don't know, it's just like, it's the game that I imagined. I imagined it being an endless runner type game, like Subway Surfer. Because I wanted to make a game that wasn't too complicated, but whatever. It's quite a bit more complicated to do it any other way. You know, like if you're gonna try to set it up so that the player moves, the thing is in game engines, or really just, I mean, you could make your own game engine that somehow handles it, but generally speaking, hello Vinny, generally speaking, you can only go so far on an axis before the game engine crashes. So the advantage of having the level move instead of the player is that you don't have to worry about this like endless axis, you know? It can actually just stay in the center. So my guess would be is that it does move, but I don't really know. Okay. Oh, that's hot. It's okay, hot is okay. You have to just manage one axis instead of two. Yeah, something like that. Because otherwise, you know, if the player was moving, then you'd have to like adjust the level back again. It just seems like it's a little overcomplicated. So my guess is Subway Surfer is built in a similar way. All right. So I need to figure out why my level. So the problem that I'm having right now, just to recap, is I'm trying to switch from one level to another level mid-game. So right now, when I press blank level, it's supposed to remove all of these ones that have like grass on it. They stay here as we're walking on them, but the ones that are queued to come up next should all go away. And as these go past the player, they should never come back again. But what's been happening is it is loading in a new set of level 1 chunks. That is to say, these ones that aren't colorful, that have grass on them and stuff. It seems to be adding, it is deleting the old ones, but then it's adding a new set on top of that. And then it's adding in the colorful chunks that I'm trying to add in. And so what I wanted to do is not add in that second set of the level 1 or the grassy chunks. So somewhere in my code that's implicated. I don't know where, but I need to go dig around and find out. So, let's see. I'm gonna look right at the beginning of how this all fires and how this all functions. So in that menu, which is over here, right? We press the buttons. That reads into this script. So if you press that button, we're connecting the pressed of the button to these functions. And these functions emit a signal, the level update signal. And with that, we get an argument, either 0 or 1. So in 0's case, it's gonna load level 0. In 1's case, it's gonna load level 1. So the level update signal gets sent out. Now where does that signal get received? So I'm gonna do a search through all of my code in all the files for level_update. And we could even make it a little simpler. I'm gonna say level_update connect. So everywhere that signal is connected to a script. So we see it's connected in globals, it's connected in the terrain controller, that's what moves forward towards the player. It's connected in the terrain collector script. This is what should be removing all of the stored chunks that it's choosing to add in. That's there. And then the debug menu, which is right in here, where we are right now. And it's connected in there so we can update the number of the level on the debug menu. So that all makes sense, that those would be in all those places. Now, where is it relevant to this problem that I'm having? Where it's most relevant to the problem, well, I don't know. It could either be the terrain controller and or globals. Let's look at globals first, though. So in globals, I'm also just going to get rid of level olds because I'm not using it. And so no reason to keep it. So in here, we connect level update to the on-level update function. We also run on-level update in the ready function as well. So this runs before we even press that button. This function runs. And this function sets level current to the level that's being called. So that is to say, when we first start the game, level current, whatever this number is set to, it's going to make sure that that's what level current. It's kind of recursive. It's not really that important. We don't care about it here. Where this assignment really matters is when we press one of those buttons. It's going to change that number that the button called with, 0 or 1. It's going to update that to the current level. And then we get this print message. When that happens, it's going to change. So there's 3 collectors, right? Where we see all of those stacked up behind the player. There's 3 sets of those. And that's where we're trying to remove a bunch of stuff, is from those 3 sets. Those 3 sets are safe chunks, points chunks, and obstacles chunks. When we update the level, it changes them to match the level. So we have level chunk safe, level number. So if we're saying do 0, it's going to check this variable, this array here. So this is an array. And the array has these different positions, these indexes, right? There's index 0, index 1. In theory, there'd be index 2 here, and 3, and 4, and 5. But when it's level 0, it updates the index to level 0. When it's level 1, it updates the index to 1. Which is all well and good. I should probably not steep my tea forever and ever, or I'll be up all night. Okay. So that gets assigned there. This might be important later. Might need to come back to that at some point. We'll see. I'm trying to get in the habit of not steeping my tea too long. It's something that I've made a mistake of before. On the topic of infinite levels and why one should move the level in an infinite runner and not the player, the engine crashes due to issues with floating point precision. Oh, that sounds super correct. That sounds accurate. That sounds right. I believe that. The way you say that makes that sound true. Mesh deformation in extreme positions is also a symptom of these floating point precision issues. It's too big. It's too much space. It's too high numbers. Overflow. It's too much. It's too much. Leaving the tea bag in it? Yeah. If so, I've been doing that many times just because I like my tea cold. Yeah. And ice can water down the tea. Yeah. I mean, I've just found that leaving it in there leads to an undesirable flavor sometimes. Because it becomes... the longer you leave a tea bag in there, the stronger the tea is going to be. And, you know, if you like a strong tea, like, go for it. But, you know, it's already halfway through the day. I don't want to be drinking the strongest possible tea. And I don't want it to be bitter and gross. Personally. So I try to remove it after a few minutes or so. It depends. It depends on what I want. But yeah, well said, Vinny. That all sounds so true and accurate. Drinking some tea with lemon flavoring is... Yeah, it is. Yeah, I try to add a little lemon juice sometimes. I didn't this time because I wanted to come back. But yeah, a little lemon and tea is good. Not peppermint tea, though. I don't recommend lemon and peppermint tea. That's like brushing your teeth and drinking orange juice. Anyway. Alright, so we have these arrays: level chunks safe, level chunks points, level chunks obstacles. And we're just changing the number on the end to match the index that's relevant, and this is what loads the paths. So this is important because one of these paths, for the path for the wrong level, is getting called and added in somewhere. So I don't actually want that to be that way. Sorry, I keep trying to fix something. It's not fixing. You're trying to learn shooting in Godot and detoured a little bit. Okay. Okay. I might understand what you mean. Yeah, I haven't made a shooting game in Godot myself. Are you saying you detoured from, like you're working on a game right now and you tried to add in shooting mechanics, but then you got distracted from doing that or something? There was a brand here for a while that sold strange pops. Mint lemon was one of them. Look, maybe there's a way to make it work. I mean, if I'm sure if you were culinarily careful about it, you could pull it off. I have not been satisfied with my lemon peppermint tea. So yeah, so these paths are actually what load in the level chunks, where it finds the files that make it look different. Wacky flavors are fun, but they're wacky flavors. They're trying to be wacky. They know how to be wacky correctly. Yes, you're distracted because you're watching me make a game. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, you can argue it's inspiring, maybe. Like I said before, the most important thing for me is just making sure I set aside time either weekly, a couple times a week, or I definitely work on my game. I'm gonna work on my game for 2 hours every Wednesday. For me, it's 8 hours every Wednesday and 8 hours every Thursday. But I take the 4th week off. That's what works for me. And I'm able to sit here, I do nothing but work on this game. And I can't say it's gonna work for everybody, even if it's 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 hour, 1 time a week, whatever. You know, that's what helps me focus. So, like, a little distraction is okay, but as long as you think you'll come back to working on it. That's cool. I'm glad you're making something in Godot, Kennedy. That's what's up. I do not like buffalo wing flavored soda. Ooh. Oh, that's a tough one. That seems difficult to make work. Oh. And yet I want to try it. I'm oddly intrigued. Okay, so I'm going to this function that gets called, again, when we press the button and it emits the signal. This signal level update is connected to this function on the global script. It updates the current level to the level that it called with, prints this message, and it updates all of the chunks to have the path that's relevant to the level number that this function was called with. Okay, that's what the globals one does. So on the terrain controller, that's that which actually moves the level forward. It's in here. So this is the function that runs. It's also called onLevelUpdate. It prints a message, and what it does is it makes sure here at first that the chunks match what is set in globals. Interesting. I would actually be interested to see what the levels are of the chunks that are here. Because what this is supposed to be doing is it's supposed to be updating these, I guess these are probably arrays. They're just paths. It just holds the paths to the directories that has the terrain chunk scenes. So that is to say, what the level actually is going to be spawning in, it looks for the path in these variables. When the game starts, it's setting it to whatever is set in globals first. So whatever this is. Whatever this is what these are gonna be. That is to say, right now we have it set to 1, which means it's gonna get the first index, which is this one. Not the 0th index, but the first index, which is right here. And that's what it's gonna set to chunk safe. It's gonna make sure over here that chunk safe is set to that path. Now when I call that function, that level update function, it's going to make sure that it's changed to the latest current safe chunks, which should be, right? We emit that signal. This should become 0. These become 0. And then when it cross-checks it here, these should all be updated to the 0th array path. I think that must be working, otherwise we wouldn't even see those come in. So to some extent that's working, probably. But it might be interesting to say, not only print that you did it, but tell me what is the level associated with the chunks, or what is the path? Even just tell me the name of the path for all of those. That would be really helpful to see. So I might want to do that. That's one area of potential problem. Here we have load terrain scenes. Now, this function is calling with all of these same variables: chunk path safe, chunk path obstacles, chunk path points. So in theory, I'm saying all of these, which you just updated to be aligned with the new level that we've set, make sure that you have those same paths calling here. I mean, I'd almost say, you know what we could do? I could do this. I'm not sure this is gonna make any difference, but in theory, this should work. If this is somehow more up to date. I don't know why. I mean, if we're already setting it here and then this happens, it should be exactly the same. Like, I think this is almost useless what I'm doing. But I think it also kind of just punctuates, like, you know, the point of what we're doing here. This would yield a similar, if not identical, result. And load terrain scenes, can you queue free old levels and instantiate a new using timer? It's kind of what I'm doing. I mean, yeah, the problem is, and there's a lot of reasons why that doesn't work for this. There's a lot of complexity to the way this is set up, but the problem that I'm having is two things are being instantiated at the same time when only one thing is supposed to be instantiated. And the second thing that's being instantiated is something that should not be being instantiated. And so I need to figure out why that thing that should not be instantiated is being instantiated and make sure it doesn't. So right now I'm just going through and trying to understand what's happening and try to identify the point where something that shouldn't be instantiated is being instantiated, but not trying to rewrite how this works. This setup is designed to be more modular than that. But that is kind of more or less sort of what's happening. Sort of. Alright. So, this load terrain scenes here, right? It's looking for it's looking for 3 arguments, right? And then those 3 arguments are being disseminated throughout here. So it's looking for chunk path safes. It doesn't have to be called chunk path safes. We set it to globals, current safes, right? That's fine. As long as it's a string, it'll receive it okay. and then it's going to disseminate those throughout the code here. For example, the directory for safes, which is its own variable. So there's a lot of layers here, and so I'm just gonna have to make sure I understand all the places where these layers are relevant. So we open up this path, and then we iterate through that path to add the files to the terrain controller. So this is probably not quite it. If this is adding it to the terrain controller, append, this is sort of what gets, this isn't adding it to the collector. This is what is preparing it to be added to, from the collectors to the controller? Add files as nodes to the terrain controller. I feel like this might be a bad comment. I don't know, I could be wrong. Variable directory obstacles, so there's where that goes. For every obstacles path in all of these files, append loading it, and then we've got it, we're trimming, we're setting like a delimiter. Oh, so this was something, I didn't actually really understand this, but someone told me I needed to add this on here. Because when I built the game, it gave an error. There's something in the way Godot like compiles the game where it automatically adds this .remap to the end. And what this is saying is get rid of that suffix so the game can run correctly. That's what that's doing. Okay, I remember that. So this is adding the chunk path points. I guess what I'm a little unsure of is what this is for. It adds files, it takes the scenes, right, that are in that directory, and it adds them as nodes. It says to the terrain controller. I don't think that's right. Load terrain scenes. That's being called in 3 places. Once in the ready function, right at the beginning. I think this is adding it to the collector. This might actually be an important place here. I don't think this adds it to the controller. Because when it gets added to the controller is somewhere else. So here we have chunks update. In chunks update, we say for every level chunk in chunks safes. So what's chunks safes? Chunks safes is defined right up here. It's an array, oops, right up here. It's an array, holds the catalog of loaded terrain block scenes. Okay. And show me all the places that's relevant. Wow. And that's here in load terrain scenes. Oh, this would have, oh, wait, if we're doing it in that order, that would mean that this has the old chunk safes when it does this. So I think this is adding it, I mean, I could be wrong. Collector, I think. This might be where the problem is, actually. Because if this is running first, chunks safes isn't going to be updated yet. And it's going to have the old levels chunks in it, and it's going to append the old levels chunks. I think this is where the problem is. I think what we need to do is have chunks update run first. I don't know, there might be some good reason why I didn't have it run that first. But I can guarantee you that that's gonna have the old ones in there. All right, let's see. Do blank level. I could check right now by just zooming out, but oh, so this is not working quite. Oh, look, this in the world. Oh, okay, this is good. That's actually pretty good. Everything got removed. What didn't happen is it didn't add the new ones in. Interesting that we died, but it... Wow, because they're all gone. It crashed because there's nothing more. Wow. That's really interesting. I think I might need a different function besides chunks update. So where does chunks update run? If not, does it run in other places too? No, this is the only place chunks update even runs. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. It's an empty array otherwise. This might not be where the problem is. Because this is just empty. Nothing else calls chunks update. I mean, I can double check. Chunks update. Yeah, it's only in these two places. An on-level update here is only running when this signal is emitted, and this signal is only emitted when we go to change the level. Controller tried updating paths. If I just play the game, controller tried updating paths isn't going to appear in the output at all. We're gonna see globals tried updating paths, but the controller, so those are actually all empty. Interesting. So maybe that is not our problem. Because I thought maybe this chunks thing would have the old, but there's still something not right here. Because if chunks update runs after load terrain, scenes, after this, let me try putting it back and make sure it's not something else that I did. So there they've been reversed. If we switch to the blank level, we'll start seeing the colored blocks coming in. Yeah, so we're back to normal now. I'll just double, triple check that that's true. Yeah, so it's got everything in there. We don't want it to look like that. Low terrain scenes. For every safes path in directory safes, it will append onto this empty chunks safes. Chunk path saves. Actually, I still think this is a problem. No, I still think this is a problem because it's going to append the level because chunks path safes is. No, because we're updating it. No, because we're updating it. So it's just adding it in here. So then what is... Wait, so then what is chunk update doing? This is checking for... So this is... So they're not connected. They're not connected. I see. Okay, I get it. This makes sense. Your eyes are bleeding from the code. 287 lines and still counting. Let me go back to my game and finish up. Thanks for the content. You have a new sub. Thank you, Kennedy, for the sub. I appreciate it. I understand. It's a lot to think about. I hope you got a little break from working on your game. I appreciate you stopping by. Maybe I'll see you next time. And maybe I can hear more about your game someday. See you later, Kennedy. Good luck. You got this. I believe in you. Whiskers. I do remember you, Whiskers. Welcome back. Good to see you. I remember, you had the channel that I wasn't sure I should shout out, and I'm still not sure, but it's good to see you. Have you tried printing the... Yes, I should do that. Yeah, I should do that. I'm only procrastinating it because, well, a couple reasons. One, I need to figure out where I want it to print it, like at what stage in the code I want it to print from. I'm just saying, I remember you. I don't know where I want it to print, and then secondly, what I want it to print. Like, will it be enough information, or will it kind of be hard to tell what it is? But yeah, let's do that. That is something I'm planning on doing. I could do it sooner than later, though, for sure. For every level chunk and chunk safes. Oh, that's initial. Oh, so these do get updated when the game starts, and that's gonna be with the level. So it is gonna have the old, I feel like this is somewhere where this is happening. So we could try it right here. This would actually be a great place to try it, would be right here. So we'll say in this initiate chunks function, right in here, I'm gonna say print, and I really only need one of these. Whoops. At this moment, print chunks safes. Let's just see what that, I feel like this, I'm gonna need to be more specific, but hopefully it does indicate, because what I need is to know what level those chunks are from. Hopefully that's obvious. When do I think I will publish this? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, it's just saying packed scene. Oh, you know, packed scene. Ah, yes. Thank you, very specific. That's the only reason I've been procrastinating it, is just like, you know, I need to get some better information from it somehow. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I honestly don't want to worry about it too much, because I just want to work on it. Who knows? Maybe a year, maybe a little under, maybe like half a year from now. 6 months to a year. I have no idea. Just kind of vibing, you know? But I'll keep going until it's done. I'll know when it's done. Okay. Okay. That's fair. I could also say print collector safes, get children, or something. Will it be able to do that? I don't think it will be able to do that. It might. It's just an empty array at that point. Oh, right. That makes sense. Of course it would be an empty array, because we're filling the array right here. So let me try that right there. Yeah, so they're just all called mesh instance, mesh instance, mesh instance, right? So it doesn't indicate what level they're on. So what I need, the reason why I've been procrastinating that is because I need to find a way to tell it, to tell me what level those are actually from. I could say for chunks, I mean, we probably shouldn't print at that point. I could say 4 chunks in collector safes, get children, print chunk is level. That might work. Let's see. 1. Okay, there we got a crap ton of 1s put out there. Why children? Do I not need it? I don't know, because I do my best. Because I don't know. I'm still kind of new, you know? Ah, that's why children. Because it doesn't work if I don't do it. So my question to you is, why not children? Yeah, because the collector safes is a node, and I need to find out the nodes that are in the collector, and that's just a fundamental way that this game works. Is there's collectors that have a bunch of stuff in them. Yeah. There's, by the way, the GitHub repo to this game is in the description box. So if you ever want to try to learn more about how this game is structured, you can always look there. Get dogs. Whiskers, you don't understand anything about this, do you? Children means like it's the stuff that, like in video game, in a lot of video game programming, there's something called object-oriented programming. And what it means is there's inheritance. So there's parents and there's children, right? Not dogs. There's parents and there's children. Oh, you know. Okay, so I don't have to explain it to you. All right, anyway, so this is seeing level 1 stuff right in here, which makes sense. It should be seeing level 1 stuff right here. Now, what would be interesting and where we would get a very useful answer, let's plunk this out of here, is if I move this now to the update chunks function, or the chunks update function, right? Right in here. Now, this only runs when we change the level. Let me just make sure I set this up correctly. Don't indent that, do indent this. Okay. Let's update the music while we're at it. Get those next 5 sweet, sweet royalty-free YouTube music library songs. So now it's not going to print anything. It shouldn't print anything. Until I press blank level. Oh, it says zeros. Does it though? But wait, does it say ones and zeros? Ah, it says ones and zeros. So there you go. I mean, that's just confirming what we see. That it's spawning in both level 1 and level 0 at the same time. So this is running twice. Now I will, why is that running 2 times? Would be my next question. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, we see a global's tried updating paths, so when the game starts, it updates all the paths that choose which level chunks to load in. When I do it again, it's going to, again, update the paths, and then the controller, that is to say what moves the level forward, is going to also update the paths. Those are only running 1 time each. It does all of the level 1 chunks, and then once it's done with all of the level 1 chunks, it does all the level 0 chunks. Which is exactly what I thought might be happening. Doesn't mean I know where to make it stop happening, but at least we're getting more clear on what's going on, potentially. Okay. That's very confusing. Because Chunks Update is only called 1 time. On Level Update is only called 1 time. So how could it be running twice? You know what I wonder? I wonder if it's happening at the same like moment or something. I see what you were trying to select for music, and I will autocorrect it for you. 1 moment. Thank you selecting casual bongos. Thank you for selecting casual bongos. That's pretty funny, actually. You know, just casual bongos. Insane Open Beta. More like IAB or AIB. Okay. I wonder if it's almost like it's doing, like both of these are set. What if, I'm even gonna say print level chunk update. I'm just kind of curious, like, if this print comes out twice. Like, if it says level chunk update twice, or does it just say it once? I suspect only once. Alpha Insane, like artificial intelligence, I was trying to say. Oh, it prints it because it's a for loop. It's gonna print it for every single time. I see. Right. That's what a for loop does. That makes sense. I mean, I could just say here, if you're too lazy to click the repo, what? I don't understand what that sentence means. Did you try pasting a link? You can't paste links. Print level chunks updated. So let's say before that for loop runs. And this should only happen once. Probably. Click this, blank level. Whoa, it's happening many times. Whoa. Oh, but that's still a for loop. That's why. This is for every level chunk in chunk safe. Right, so that's still gonna be a bunch of stuff. That's why that happened. That makes sense. No, you wanna go up one more time. One more level there. One more level there. Okay. Then do it. I can't, I mean, it's just makes no sense for it to be any more than 2. Level chunks updated, yeah. One time. Okay. Just wanted to see it for myself. So why? Why is it doing that? Why is it? Because level chunk or chunks safes, the only places where this is getting updated actually, where is it getting updated? Here. In load terrain scenes. Load terrain scenes. These are old. These files don't matter. These two down here, we don't care about those. Those aren't actually part of the game anymore. They're deprecated. So we run it in the ready function, load terrain scenes. And then we initialize chunks. So this is our chunks update. Basically, chunks update is a different version of initialized chunks. It's got the same code in it, minus this. What this does in initialized chunks, electric guitar, yowie wowie, insert headbanging here. Yeah, I got some variety. Basically, during some various member streams, I've gone through and I've just listened to everything that is license free, or rather that has a license that allows me to use it for free forever. are the two conditions. The license allows me to use it for free forever. And I just listened to all of those songs and just picked all the ones that I thought sounded like something I could game develop to. And that's what we listened to. Sometimes I stumble on some other ones once in a while, but yeah. I try to keep it a little, not too intense, but occasionally some electric guitar gets in there. Okay, so the difference between chunks update and initialized chunks, the only difference between them is initialized chunks adds in chunks, starting chunks, to the terrain controller. So that way, when we start the game, there's going to be stuff there already at the beginning. That's what this does. But we don't want to actually add new chunks into the terrain at the beginning. We don't want to do that. That's why when we do chunks update, instead of having that, it just updates what will be chosen from, essentially. So load terrain scenes runs at the beginning, and it runs when we change the level. Those are the only two places. It is appending things in there, but it's not just appending things. I mean, it makes me think, I need to clear the array out, not just remove things. Oh, I'm removing chunks from the collectors, but I'm not removing chunks from the arrays. That is what I also need to do. So I need to come in here. This is going to be tricky. Because what I'm afraid of is we're going to end up with some empty chunks. Darn you, arrays sneaky. Indeed, I'm afraid we're going to end up with some blank chunks. I don't know how this timing is going to work. Hopefully it's perfect. But I'm not exactly sure. So I need to say that, I guess clear? Is that the term that we use, clear? Yeah, so I learned that last week from you guys. We can just clear it, the array. I'm a little afraid of doing that. I guess what I'd love to do is to make sure that it's only level 1 stuff that it's clearing, but that's gonna be kind of a real pain to identify only ones that are in the wrong level. I don't even want to have to worry about that if we can avoid it. So I need to say chunks, safes, clear. Chunks, obstacles, clear. Chunks, points, clear. Before it tries to load them in again. Because the ones that are already, the old level chunks are gonna already be in all of these arrays. And so if it tries to load those in, it's gonna load those in addition to the new ones that we're putting in. I have a feeling I might wanna move this below this. But let's just try it like this and see what happens. That may be the fix. Alright. I'd actually love to look at it from behind. Okay. Here we go. Menu. Load the blank level. BAM! Perfect. Okay, but Yes! That was it! Woo! Oh, just a little reading through the code and looking for the problem. Okay, baby. Let's run it in line again, just so I can appreciate it. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Cue victory music. Victory music. This is what played. Is that victory music? I suppose you could construe it as such. Bam. Done. Transitioned. Let's freaking go. Wait, can I switch back? Can I switch back to level 1? Yes, I can. We're switching levels, baby. We're switching levels. Let's go. Wee. Now, what I don't understand, or not understand, but what I don't love about this, I am already, look, it's a great victory. I should do a GitHub commit, all that stuff. But what I don't love about this is the delay. So like when I go to switch it, it's gonna lag a little, right? It's like, oh wait, I ran into a tree. Okay, hold on, you couldn't tell because I ran into a tree. Oh, I didn't even press it. Okay, here we go. Don't run into a tree. There, you see it like lags for like a little bit. It's not a big deal. And I honestly think there's literally no way around it. I don't think it's possible to do it without the lag spike. I think that's just gonna have to be that way. So I could have like some kind of load up there for a quick second. Maybe level 2 appears. See how that took a lot longer? How that lag was not as quick? That's because it has to load in all of these chunks with all of these buildings on it and stuff. Now I could have the entire game constantly loaded in at all times. I think that would be the only way to get around that. Is if level 1 chunks, which by the way, level 1 could have up to 50 or more chunks in it. Level 1 through 12, all 50 to 100 chunks per level. All being off camera at the same time when the game starts. That would be the only way, I think, to get rid of that lag spike. And it would require some effort to rewrite it that way. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that seems like a bad idea, because right now, the way we avoided the lag spikes, because this code used to be like what someone, was it Kennedy, was saying earlier. It used to be set up like that, where every new level chunk would spawn in and then delete itself when it got past the player. But that was leading to lag spikes all the time, which was unacceptable. And so that's why we load in every chunk ahead of time and then move them in. But that's not as bad on a per level basis. But if we load the entire game in at once, that's getting real silly. Super silly. Is it that silly though? Like, what would be so bad about that? You know what? I know what would be bad. I know what would be bad. Godot would get angry. I know why that would be bad. Because Godot would be loading in thousands, hundreds of thousands of objects all the time. Every single corn stalk, every tree, every cow, every hay bale. They all would be objects in the node tree all the time. Godot would hate that. Godot might not even allow that. Godot just might be like, nah, we ain't doing that. Yeah, right, the sheer number of nodes would be too great. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I appreciate some confirmation that, yeah, that would be, it's impossible to avoid it. I'm okay with that. We can construct a loading message and like a little spinny thing, you know? No one's gonna be that mad. Insane says, if we were watching this from the aliens' perspective, from their homeworld, watching like we have talked about with the HUD, yeah. You can do a cute little glitch effect, like the feed glitches to mask it. Whoa, that's cool. That's awesome. Okay, I like that. Well, I'll write it down in the hack and plan. That sounds like it belongs in the hack and plan. Because I actually did write that down, the whole thing that you mentioned. I have had a prototype start lagging and eating RAM because of a rogue enemy spawner. Oh no! Oh no! Wow. And it was creating too many nodes, too many objects. Gotta make sure things are destroying themselves. Yeah. Alright, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense! Yeah, that's a great idea, Insane. So I believe I started writing that probably in the design model over here, would be my guess. You discover one of my strengths is coming up with on-the-fly solutions. Yeah, for sure. I think HUD/UI. HUD is the window through which the alien commanders are viewing the alien doing stuff. There's your credit for that, Insane Alpha Beta. Now how I connect those together. I could also reference this. So really that's like a loading element. I guess I could, you know what I could do? We could connect a work item to this. Let's add a task. Loading screen / icon in between / text, etc. in between levels. And here's the other thing. Oh, wait, I actually thought of an even better way to hide it. Dude, this is a roguelike. There's gonna be power-ups in between levels. So like we can literally have a screen pop up, right, that lets you choose your next level power-ups. How devastating would it be if you were all of a sudden in a dangerous spot? Actually, okay. Wait, I actually have an even more complicated idea here. Because, okay, let me take a bite of food here. Because what I want, when you choose your power-ups in between levels, it'd be nice if it was just safety, right? It's gonna be a little tricky. Because what if you beat... This is... Okay, this is actually... Okay. Let me type this up. I actually have a lot of ideas going on at once here, and I want to do them all. Let's just say glitch effect in line with number 52. Oh, that's not it. With, I'm not sure how to reference it. In line with Insane Alpha Beta's idea of commanders watching when levels switch. Okay, that's enough to get that note down in general. But okay, I need to pull up Excalibur here. I need to pull up Excalibur. This is complicating in my mind very quickly. And then of course, let me give you a game concepts credit for that. And actually, you know who's been Vinny's been helping me out here. I don't know how. Debug? Is Vinny even on this list? Oh my gosh. Let's get you on here, Vinny. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do help me recognize the effort that you guys gave as I was putting this together, and let me put a credits list that's accurate built into the game. And stuff like that. Alright, there we go. You have the same problem in your game? What problem? Credit you? Alright, Whisker. There's a credit I give when people ask. Believe it or not, it exists. And it is the moral support credit. Right there. This is the credit you get if you ask. Whiskers Chistosky. Given. Okay. So I'm gonna pull up Excalibur because I need to think about what we're doing here. So we're chilling on a good old level 1. Life is good. Life is level 1. Everybody's happy. No complaints, no problems. I'm gonna need to make this a little larger. Okay. So, whoops. When we beat that level, I wanted to duplicate it. There we go. When we beat that level, we move on, naturally, to level 2. Right? But we don't just go from level 1 to level 2. Something needs to happen in between. And in fact, we should clarify what level 1 consists of. Level 1 consists of level 1 chunks. Similarly, level 2 consists of level 2 chunks. This is not surprising. This makes sense. Now, when we beat level 1, what I want to happen is we get, or whatever level, power up menu. I have not created a power up menu yet. Maybe I'll try slapping one together. Even if I did, it wouldn't work. But, you know, in theory, we could imagine it. So the power-up menu will need to come up. I don't even want it to be, you know, an overwhelming thing. The levels would still be happening in the background. What I'd like is for there to be safe chunks that appear. I guess it'd almost be like this would be its own level, sort of. I am. Welcome back, Grinched. Yeah, I'll be here for at least another 3 hours. Possibly more if I am making mistakes for my own time management skills. But yeah. Welcome back, Grinched. I am still here. So I should actually frame this as a level. Just to make it not sure if it's more or less confusing. But I like these things to have icons and stuff that make sense to me. We're gonna make these circle. It's a circle. Okay. Duplicate this, put this over here. So the rectangle represents that it's a level. Now I'm not saying I actually want it to behave like a level, but technically it kind of is. And I'd want to say that when we beat level 1, it's then going to switch to the power-up menu, which is going to bring in safe chunks. And then after the power-up menu, it'll then transition into level 2, which will have level 2 chunks. Now the problem with this is the player, if the player beats level 1, because the way you beat a level in this game is by meeting a minimum number of abductions. So I might, let's say it's 1, okay? If you gotta get this score to be 1. I mean, if I get this right here, right now, bam, now power-up menu comes up. There's still a bunch of things that are gonna hurt me here, right? And we could say, okay, further in the distance, load in all the safe chunks to make sure that nothing hurts you. But there's still gonna be the stuff in between here and there that can hurt you. So I'd almost want to say that, like, the game doesn't, the power-up menu doesn't pop up until you get onto the safe chunks that have been spawned specifically during your power-up choice time. I mean, and so that raises a couple questions. Do I want these safe chunks, how do I want them to be themed? Do I want them to be the same, because there's, okay, so level 1 and level 2 will be in the same area. There's so many layers to keep in mind. Let me open up my my explanation for this. It's not much of an explanation, but it's something. So there's gonna be 4 areas in this game with 3 levels each. This is my sloppy game dev document for how this will work, and it's where I keep my visual references as well. So there's 4 areas in this game. Oh my god. Okay. Area 1 is what you see me working on most of the time here, which is cattle farms and rural, and it's gonna have 3 levels in it. Right, so cattle farm stuff, you can see there's cows, okay, there's barns. That's where we're at usually most of the time here. Area 2 is gonna be small towns, and it's gonna have 3 levels in it, and it's gonna look like neighborhoods, suburbia, things like that. Yes, move for the cows. This concludes my thoughts. Thank you. Thank you for that important contribution. Then there's big city area, 3 levels. Got buildings. I've made some of these assets already. but not all of them. Military base, area 4. I've made some of these assets as well. Whatever, it's gonna look something like this. Okay. Now, if we're going between, so each level has its own type of safe chunks, its own type of obstacle chunks, its own type of points chunks. Every single level. So, like, level 2 is gonna have some houses in it. There's no houses in level 1 because there's not supposed to be, thank you, Henry, because there's not supposed to be any humans in level 1. So I don't want any houses, because, like, why would the houses not have humans in it? But level 2 will have a few houses, and there might be some other things too that level 1 doesn't have. But for the most part, level 1 and level 2 will share the same safe chunks. They will pretty much look the same. Empty cornfields, blank grass areas, whatever. That's the safe spots for area 1. But in area 2, that's gonna look a little different. There's not gonna be as many cornfields, if any, in area 2. Same with area 3. What the heck is this city safe area gonna be? I have no idea. That's a good question. Probably, at that point, there's less safe areas. But we're gonna cross that bridge when we get there. But it would be weird to have a bunch of cornfields. I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to figure out, me as alien sea skyscrapers, hardcore parkour. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of why we're not gonna have a lot of jumping in this game, because I don't want to. I've tried to deal with, like, verticality, and it gets messy. It gets very complicated. That will probably not be in the game, unfortunately. Anyway, why am I talking about all this? So, like, if I'm going in between... Whoa. If I'm going in between level 1 and level 2... Oh, I don't know. I just need to think about this. I mean, I guess... It almost makes me think I want a universal safe chunks, because I've been setting a separate set of safe chunks for level 1 that would be separate from the safe chunks for level 2. I don't know. So then another alternative would be that there is, like, a sort of... It has nothing to do with what area you're in. It's like a blank spot. Like, you know, those colorful chunks that are on the ground. Maybe just the colorful ones come in, and that's where you do the power-up stuff. Or should it be themed? I don't know! Is it gonna come from level 1 or level 2? I guess it should come from level 1. It'd be kind of interesting if it was like the next level's safe chunks. Then it could be kind of like foreshadowing the next level. Ooh, I kind of like that. So maybe we say... next level's safe chunks. That kind of works for me. Still, it needs to be delayed. And the problem is it needs to know when we're on the next level safe chunks. Immediate thought, you're probably more powerful by level 3, so city parks you can probably breeze through despite the trees. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I like that idea for area 3, yeah. I would definitely want the player to potentially not be more powerful. You know, if they choose different power-ups. But parks are a good idea. All right, let me add it to the hacking plan. Let me add it to the hacking plan. Levels, areas. I have not even started planning much for the other ones. What are we calling these, by the way? Location. Okay. Can we, like, number it, too? 1 farmland. Add a new area. 3 city. Safe areas could be parks. Insane alpha beta. It's a good suggestion. Okay, so here's the thing. So if it doesn't have to be a tangible strength, more story driven. That's true. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we could do like water, like a shallow river or something. There's lots of rivers in cities. And maybe you just wade through the water. I'd like that too, because one of the most annoying, like a pet peeve that I have in games, as you may or may not know, is that water just like automatically hurts you in games. That'd be a nice little FU to that. Where like, ironically in this game, water would be a safe area. T conquered. Okay. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. As I mentioned, if you advance to the next level before no matter what, you're always going to be at the end of the level, right? There's always going to be chunks over here. You're right. It's rare in major games, but in indie games, it's totally still a thing in indie games. But I hear you. So no matter what, there's going to be a bunch of level loaded up here whenever you beat the current level that you're on. And that means there's a likelihood that you're going to be in danger up here. So if we say it's power-up menu time, load in all the chunks that are relevant to the power-up menu, which is going to be safe chunks. I wouldn't want the menu to pop up on screen until you get to the safe area or something, right? Like, I might want to say, like, we might want some kind of, like, you did it, you got to the next level, you meet the minimum. And the player will be like, why are we not there yet? I thought I beat it. What happens now? I don't understand. So, like, we might want some kind of indication that you're moving on to the next thing. Yeah, we could, that is an option. We could stop the alien. That is a possibility. That's a possibility. So what I was gonna say, I mean, I'm keeping that in mind. And then what I was thinking was, what I like about your idea, Insane Alpha Beta, is it will cover up the lag spike. The lag spike won't be noticeable because we'll be stopping part of the game anyway. And if it is noticeable, it'll be barely noticeable. That makes me like this idea very much. You know, there's gonna have to be, either way, the idea I was thinking of or what you're saying, but there's gonna have to be some way to tell all the enemies to stop attacking, right? We'll need to do that as well, too. Or even, like, explode them or something. Maybe they all just spontaneously die. But that's kind of later on down the road. Oh, yeah, please. You can DM me anytime. My DMs are open. They only get closed if someone DMs me something inappropriate. Then I would like you to stop DMing me. But until that time, please message me. Alien just at a seat while their alien friends beam down upgrades from above. Nice. Do a sitting animation and a UFO shows up and thus upgrades. Yeah. I don't know about sitting, but I think that's a little complicated. That's getting a little too complicated. Because it's a fun, like, imagination-wise, I like it. But remember, the alien is gonna have, it's gonna be maybe a cow, it might be a bird, it might be a human, it might be a horse, right? It might have 2 legs, it might have 1 leg, it might have no arms, right? So that would mean, like, I would need that sitting animation to somehow respond to all those different forms and configurations. So I'd rather it just, like, sit there. Kind of, yes. Yes, zombie. I did get it figured out. The problem was that I forgot to, or I didn't even realize I needed to clear out. I needed to clear out these arrays. These arrays were holding onto all of the chunks that are supposed to be spawned in when we switch levels. But it already had all of the chunks from the last level in it, and we were just adding more in there. And so it was spawning in a second set of last level's chunks and next level's chunks. So by clearing this, it makes sure that it's only gonna spawn in the next level's chunks and not both. Yeah, that was it. That was all it took. We got a big budget, exactly. And as I've said before, my plan for this game is to prototype it. This is a prototype. It's a very beautiful prototype because I'm also learning game development and I'm taking the time that I need to learn the things I want to learn. So it's not just about making a blocked out basic thing. I'm also trying to make it look a little nice so I can learn things about how to do that. But ultimately, technically, it's a prototype. And so what I want is to get this game good enough, playable, it captures the essence of what I want. And then I want to test it for free, you know, let people play it, let people try it out. Based on that feedback, I'm gonna remake the game entirely from scratch, borrowing things from this. I wanna even consider raising money, maybe hiring people to like help me do the art, some of the code, etc. And then that's when we go for bigger ideas, like sitting down animations. Make a power-up or something that you can find around the map to get rid of all the bad things around that hurt the alien for 5 seconds or more. What? Oh, I see what you're saying. That hurt the alien and then have it before. Yeah. I mean, that's a cool power-up idea. Yeah, so I kind of haven't gotten to the part of figuring out what the power-ups are going to be. I do have this in my project manager when people, because a lot of folks do like to come up with ideas, and I appreciate it, so I write them down. Something you find that makes all the bad things go away for 5 seconds or more. Okay. Sensing meat through obstacles, grab glove, inventory, speed boost /dash. what would we call that? That's like it's not really invincibility. It's like clear all enemies slash obstacles, everything that can hurt the alien. I mean, at that point, I'd almost just want to make the alien invincible. You know, because that, I mean, that's fun. That's kind of a cool idea to see everything die. I'm not sure how I feel about it being quite that comprehensive, but that's okay. It's not really a power-up, though. It would be a collectible. So actually, I need to put this somewhere else. Not in power-ups. I don't even know if I have a collectibles section, truth be told. Power-ups, health bars, obstacle types, ability and copying, collectibles. Yeah, whatever, aspect, doesn't matter. Yeah, you help me make a new section. Let's make it a folder. And we'll call it clear all enemies / obstacles. No, not accessibility. Enemies and/or obstacles on the map disappear or are destroyed and don't respawn for a short time. Man, some of this stuff's gonna, man, power-ups are gonna be hard to implement. I'm in for a rude awakening when I start trying to implement these. I think that's something that I will do better next time, is I'll plan a lot of this stuff out ahead of time. But that's part of what I want to learn from making the prototype. So that way when I go to remake it, I know what things I need to do first. We'll see. And this was a suggestion from Whiskers Chestosky. Alright, there we go, it's in there. And this was... Basically what I'll do is when it's time for me to start coming up with these ideas, we'll give you game concepts credit. When it's time for me to start adding these things in, I'll be like, okay, what have people suggested? Let's start with that one, or something. So it'll be a while, but when I do, I'll come check it out. Okay. Yeah, you know, so my idea was this. Oh, and then, just to clarify, now that I can switch the levels, so let me show you, right? I'm gonna switch to the blank level. Now in the distance, it switches to this level. Yeah, I hope so. I hope it does. That's the idea. Maximum goofiness. And then we can switch back to level 1. Now you'll notice, yeah, it looks good, right? It lags for a second, so we get like a bit of lag. And that's okay. That raised a question though. What do I want to happen in between switching levels? Because it's just not going to be a quick switch to the level. This is a roguelike. You're going to be able to choose power-ups in between levels. So there needs to be like a menu that comes up and says, hey, what's the power-up you're choosing, right? Now, the idea that I have of what I think would look the best, a portal effect? You're gonna have to be more specific than that. So what I had in mind is that when it's time to switch levels, a bunch of safe chunks would appear. Because, and you would keep moving, so you wouldn't stop, you would keep moving, and it would be a bunch of safe things. So then the menu would pop up here, and you'd be able to choose your choices while the character keeps walking forward, right? And there's a bunch of safety. And then once you choose your power-ups, it then starts loading in all of the next level after that. Now that isn't going to hide the lag spike that comes in. So you don't really notice it when I switch to the blank level. But when I choose level 1, you're really gonna notice it. See how it lags? That's because there's a lot of objects that it has to load in. So the idea that I had kind of brought up some issues because, and I could solve them, but it would be some effort, right? Because if we switch to this other one, it's gonna need to know when we're on this area and when we press the button so it knows when to bring in the next level stuff. It's a little complicated and it's never gonna be smooth anyway because of the lag spike. Laser beams out the eyes? Yeah. You know, I think somebody has mentioned that one before. Laser beam, I reject that one because it doesn't go with the lore. But who knows, maybe. Power up unlocking grab glove speed boost. I guess we haven't had that one specifically. Ability copying. What is that? Oh, yeah. So like in the lore, like I mean, whatever, it's just an ability, it's just a power-up. Like, well, I don't know, I don't really know how to write that one down, but we could put it in there somehow. Pulled up by a UFO, it pops up the menu, then you're done. The UFO drops you back off at the next level. That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, no, I like it. I think it could work. I'm just not sure. You know, it's something that I haven't thought a lot about. So I'll write it down. The thing is I don't want to get distracted thinking about it, right? It's fun to think about, but it's not relevant to what I need to do right now. You know, I'm only here for a certain amount of time every week, and I want to make sure I devote that time to getting progress done in the game, not thinking about what I'm gonna do in 3 months. But that's why I want to take the note down. So I'll tell you what, let's just take the note down and let's not talk about it anymore. Okay, so I'm gonna say power-ups, add a new one. Lasers from eyes. Somehow lasers shoot from the eyes and it can destroy enemies of some kind at some time for some reason. So like it could be like, you know, you pop it once and there's a cooldown and it just shoots a bunch of things, right? Who knows? Maybe it shoots a random thing. Maybe it shoots the strongest thing. You know, maybe it kills all the weakest things. Maybe you can select it and then click on something and it shoots that one thing. I don't know. I don't want to worry about that. But we could at least set that up now. Somehow sounded personal? What do you mean? I mean, I'm personally invested in working on what I'm working on right now, right? And I don't want to be distracted. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to, you know, feel like the game isn't moving forward, you know? That's all. But this is a personal experience. We are talking. That's very personal. The frame rate of Xenos Beta, some static around the edges of the screen would work well as a visual effects. Totally, totally, totally. Ooh, I like that. Nice. That was in HUD UI. Well, that was more like loading stuff. It's tough. It gets a little complicated where it's like, where do I even write all this stuff? So I can't do, like, at the end of the day, I don't ask for you guys to give me these suggestions, but I'm here sharing this process with you, and I love that you guys are excited about it and that you have ideas, right? But I'm not like, guys, can you give me your ideas? I'm just like, oh, you gave me an idea. I want to do something with that, but I don't want to work on it right now. Is all there is to it. And sometimes it can be distracting from my project. Insane, I was talking about like ideas and suggestions, not bug fixes. Okay, anyway. This is a lot of time wasting. I don't like that. Jump back, give me food. Thank you for being so positive. I appreciate it. It's okay. It's alright. The static is cool. Oh, that might be attached in the work item here. Loading screen here. I'll put the little static idea here, right? Static on edges. Who said that? Vinny? This isn't a hyper game dev stream without distractions. You know what, Pressipire? You're not wrong about that. You are not wrong about that. Welcome, Pressipire. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So. ADHD hits hard. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I'm also, like, nice. You know, like I try not to tune people out. You know, we don't have a lot of people who come through these streams, so I'm able to like read the chat and keep up with things, you know, but I could choose to ignore things, but I don't want to. You can make food around the map too to regenerate health. Oh, so that's already implemented into the game. Well, I haven't made it yet, but technically that idea is already a part of it. So, you know how you can abduct animals and humans? Alternatively, you're gonna be able to eat those humans or animals. But it's not gonna be as simple as giving you health. There's consequences to eating those things. So that's a whole separate part of the game. Already handled, not looking. Honestly, please stop giving me ideas. Please. 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 I just want to keep working on the game. Please, please. I don't want any more ideas. Okay, but what I do like and appreciate is this idea of what happens. The only thing that I'm figuring out right now is what happens when we go from one level to the next level. Specifically, what happens in between and the power-up menu pops up. So we have had some suggestions and some ideas from Whiskers and Insane Alpha Beta that I actually think are really good and make a lot of sense. I know. I'm saying pause, stop saying ideas. All right, we don't need to do this now. This. No, we need to stay focused. Focus. Okay. All right. So, where's my water? I'm thirsty. Where'd I put my water bottle? There it is. I actually really like the idea of stopping. Yes, we're all, I don't know, I can't speak for you. A lot of us here have that neurodivergence. So look, no shame. Cheers to the ADHDers. I had to same time, I still got to get some work done. So, I like your idea, okay? Gotta stop and shop. I like the idea of it stopping. Yes, stop and shop. Yes, exactly. Yes, right. When it's time to level up, the alien will stop moving. I also like the idea of them being beamed up by the alien. I think that's a pretty cool idea. The question is, I mean, also, like, what's that gonna look like? Because in this game, there's lore. There's specific lore, okay? We don't have flying saucers in this game. I don't like flying saucers, so we don't have them. In this game, it's orbs, all right? So, like, whenever you abduct something, an orb descends from the sky. And it's what you put the things you abduct in, and then it arises up here. And so, now I think it would be confusing, potentially. Maybe not. Maybe not. A little, I don't know, it feels a little weird to me, like if that same orb came down and grabbed the alien, and then the alien went up, because it, you know, from like a design perspective, I feel like it almost implies, like if we're just purely looking at logic here, it like almost implies that the alien got abducted. And then is it the same alien that comes back down, or is it a different one? You know what I'm saying? I can see it now. Everyone's scared of the alien. He pulls out his phone. He has to buy the microtransaction upgrades before continuing the invasion. Yeah. That's some commentary right there. That is silly. That is very silly. Like, hold on, wait. Okay. Wait, I gotta put in my password. I got logged out. Hold on a second. Alright. Now you will die. But yeah, so in this game, the aliens don't have ships, they have orbs. You're getting abducted to a shop? I don't know how I feel about that. Because really, it doesn't need to have, you got Flappy Bird on that thing? Oh, yeah, it's like a giant phone too. Alien just drops it on top of them and kills them. And placed in another part. Right, and so like that's the idea, is getting placed somewhere else. I don't know. I mean, maybe. Because we could just do the easiest thing, which is it just stops. It just stops. We already even have a stop here, right? The menu appears, you click on it, and it continues. Like, that would be the absolute least thing we have to do. I don't have to think about what does it look like, what are the special effects, any of that stuff. And like, I can start asking myself, okay, what special effects do I want? Once we have that super simple version, we can start saying, you know what would be more fun instead of what it is? What if we do special effects and it's cool and it tells a story? But I think for minimum viable product, prototype purposes, getting the game done, moving things forward, it kind of just makes the most sense to just have it pause, have a menu appear, you click it, and it continues. You know? Because even if we come up with a super awesome idea of what happens, it's still gonna need to stop, pull up a menu, click on it, and continue. It's still gonna be there, no matter what. So, despite all as much fun as the ideas are, and I'll try to write them all down, I think that my next task right now is just to have this pause happen automatically. Make the menu come up. It's the best for the prototype, exactly. Press the button and then keep going. And then, you know, if there comes a point where I feel like it's worth working on the further details of what goes on in that moment, then I'll work on that. Not the most exciting decision, but I think it's the right decision. Vinny is thinking like the orb comes down with the items instead. Whoa, that's cool. Whoa, that'd be really awesome. Wow, oh, I like that. Oh, see, I like that. What? That's pretty neat. Because then we don't have to make a menu. The menu would be the orb, right? So like 3 orbs could come down, one with each power-up that you have to choose, and you click one of them, and that's the power-up you get. It's actually freaking awesome. Wow, I kind of like that idea. Still being in a walking animation. Well, yeah, I mean, yes. But again, just, I mean, look, all of the animation stuff is going to be remade anyway. So, I'm not really worried about that. I do need to change the walking in. That's true. That's very true. We do need that animation to stop. I guess we do need an idle. You know, you were talking about sitting earlier. I actually do need an idle animation, don't I? But I'm currently remaking the player character entirely, right? So here's the transformation. I'm still working on it. I've only really made the hooves so far. This is when it transforms into like a cow, right? So I've only got like basic polygons for some of the legs. And this is actually a totally different face. Like, I'm completely remaking the player character right now. And so I'm not gonna really worry about animations for a while until I totally finish the new version of the character. Yeah, that's what I'm doing in the member streams, is working on the new player character. That's my member stream life. Actually, you can't really see it here because this is all hidden. But those are like the human limbs on there. And then I'm getting it all rigged up over here too. It's got nice inverse kinematics and stuff. I do these in the member streams. The member streams happen every Monday. Same time that I do these, except on Mondays. They're 8 to 10 hours long, super long streams, and I make game assets. So I work in Blender, usually, and I go back and forth between it and Godot. But yeah, so I'm not really worried about a lot of the animations right now, since I'm gonna be changing a lot. But yeah, that's actually what the new player character is gonna look like in its human form. So that's its human form. This is what it looks like right now in its human form, if I can find it. There it is. So we've got a bit of an improvement there in its design. You can see the face is a little bit more well put together and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of work to do. Your jump from that first alien mod to this new one is just like my own jump from the first Islith in your own game. One of the characters in your own game. Yeah, it's a huge upgrade. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Yeah, I've learned a lot between these last 8 months or so when I first made this one. But it's gonna be a ton of work. Okay, anyway. Dun, 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 dun. Like, the menu is within one of the orbs. Whoa, interesting. Yeah, and we could just like reuse the orb as well. A giant black hole appears and sucks the alien into a pocket dimension that then spits them out in the new level. Not complex at all. What do you mean, feature creep? Yeah. I kind of like the idea of separate orbs floating down. And then the player just clicks, because we already have this system where you click on things, right? And the arm moves to reach for that thing. I mean, one problem with that is not all transformations will be able to reach that far. Well, all transformations will be able to reach a little bit, because you'll always at least have your head. And so if you aren't a human, that is to say, if you are like before you, because you only get the transformations by eating something. So if you eat a human, you're gonna get human limbs, right? So if you haven't eaten a human yet, this is all you're gonna look like. You're just gonna be a head with a body. And so if you're gonna attack or grab things, you have to do it with your entire face. But your range is going to be a lot shorter. So we just have to make sure that the orbs come down close enough that in theory it could be reached even by the head, in case you only have a head at the time that the orbs come down. But technically we already have that. The orb is already there, might as well use it. Make the alien put himself in the orb, pick the options, then fly. Yeah, that's another idea for sure. And then it becomes a fighting game with the alien digivolving into a mega alien and gets into a boxing match with the planet itself with the sun as the referee. Oh, good God. Digivolving. Yeah, and so definitely pausing, having a menu come down, but like, do I want the menu to be orbs? I mean, if we just had the orbs like appear right here, right there, and right there, and then you click on them and something happens, and then we move forward, that would be enough for now. That's no simple task, by the way. The menu is also not simple, but it's a little easier, and this would be more immersive, and I want as many immersive elements as possible. Like this debug menu, I don't want crap like this in the game. I want the game to exist in here. I wish I didn't even have to put this abductions number up here, but I know there's gonna have to be some degree of UI to communicate things to the player. But if I can have it be immersed in the game, that's better. So actually, it's a great suggestion. I'm starting to lose track of people who are making suggestions. Who even said that? Was that Vinny who said that? My gosh. It was you. Okay, thank you for confirming that it was you. I think it's a great idea. The council has spoken. This is now a Mortal Kombat game where you fight increasingly larger foes until it's you versus universe. That sounds awesome. I remember the days when I thought things like menus were simple or easy. Never having made a game before. Yeah, menus can get very complex. Godot makes it pretty easy once you learn how it works, but still. Okay, so let me at least give you an extra game. I mean, you guys have all been giving great game concepts, but we haven't even given you one game concepts credit. Insane Alpha Beta has been pumping out all kinds of ideas, so we should throw a game concepts over there. I mean, I think we already gave Whiskers a game concepts here. Whiskers has been just pumping them out though, so Whiskers, you can get an extra one. And then Is that all the people who've been throwing out ideas despite what Zombie did? Despite me being like, too many ideas! Too many ideas! Okay. What is Null? Oh, I think that is somebody. Actually, that is somebody. Somebody's name was Null. That's actually a real thing. Okay. So, believe it or not. Right? Yeah. Okay. So, if we're gonna make these orbs come down, I need a couple things. I'm gonna need an event that occurs. We need to say, what is the minimum number of these? I don't even know. I honestly haven't even decided on what the minimum number is gonna be. Let me just play this for a little while, because I could just set up the debug and we click on it and change it. But it'd be pretty sweet if we could actually get it melted in with gameplay. So I'm just gonna play this for a second and grab as many of these as I can. The gameplay is actually pretty difficult right now, I would say. You know, in theory, in later levels, you're also gonna have enemies to contend with. So you can't just sit here and farm things. You also have to fight off enemies. So, you know, we'll see. Oh God, and you gotta avoid things. It's going to be actually quite difficult. But this is supposed to be the easiest level. I don't know, maybe 20? That does seem like kind of a lot. So I have to break these buildings and then abduct it. And actually, at the end of level 1's going to be kind of special. So we're still not even building it quite right. Because at the end of level 1, you're going to fight a boss. I guess technically I'd want every level to end in a boss. But we need a special event to occur, because that's where you're going to fight your first human. And when you get across your first human, you're going to get these human limbs. Actually, this is actually even... It's going to be even harder than this, level 1. Because in level 1, you're not going to have the human limbs. So you're not going to be able to attack things from far away. It's basically going to be impossible to reach out and attack buildings. So you're only going to be able to abduct things that are already outside of the buildings. It's going to be really hard to break buildings apart in level 1. So even 20 is actually kind of a bit of a high number. So I should imagine that I really can't attack anything. And I'm just chomping down on whatever is already out. I should put more cows outside of the barns, actually. So that way it caters to the actual level 1 experience. But yeah, I haven't set up a way to have like a transformation that doesn't have the limbs yet. Again, kind of waiting until I remake the player character to decide that. You know, we might just want less. Maybe we should say 10 is the minimum for level 1. Granted, I'm going to add more on here, but maybe we keep it kind of small. I don't want level 1 to be so easy that it's like stupid, but we could keep it pretty easy. It's kind of arbitrary for now. So let's say 10. Let's do 10 for now. For now. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? You're the bringer of bad puns today. That's good to null. Oh, like instead of no. Gotcha. Yes. Will there be multiple levels in the farmland? Yes. There's going to be 3 levels in the farmland. Yup. 3 levels per area type. So we've got Area 1, which is farmland, 3 levels. Area 2, small towns, 3 levels. Area 3, big city, 3 levels. Area 4, military base, 3 levels in each of them. Absolutely, 100%. And then the idea is that at the end of level 1, there's like a special cutscene, which I don't even know how I feel about that. You can skip the cutscene. I don't even know sometimes. There's actually a lot to think about. You know, some of that stuff might be more limited to the remake version than worrying about it here. Man, I don't want to worry about any of that stuff. I'm getting all hung up on worrying about things. Okay, so let's set a minimum. So the way I'm going to do this is a lot. We're getting into a lot of stuff. Before I do any of that, hold on. I need to make a GitHub commit. It's GitHub commit time. There's no way I'm going to get all this implemented today. But luckily, I'll be able to work on it tomorrow. I'm still going to be here for a long... Don't worry, I'm not leaving anytime soon. But the amount of work that is ahead cannot be achieved in one day. Level switching debug menu now works. Chunks type arrays. Let me put this more in the center. Chunks type arrays now clear themselves out before loading in the next level's chunks. It seamlessly blends between them with only a lag spike. Alright, that's good enough. We get the idea. There's probably some other things I should type in there, if I'm being honest. I refactored some things. I probably should add some more notes, but I want to keep moving. Alright. So I actually want to update the UI a bit. So let's come to the main scene. Where is this handled? Down here? That's debug. Not in there. HUD. There it is. Right there. So I want to say, let me, let's add an extra number on here. This is gonna be a little tricky. This is gonna be a little bit tricky. Ooh, we gonna need to put some work into this. Truth be told. So this number, I don't want to go down. I want it to be next to the other. This is a V box, so I actually am going to need an H box inside of here. Which means this score number is in a different place. That hopefully won't break anything. Luckily, we've got the percent sign next to it, which means it's accessed as a unique name anywhere. This will be score number minimum. I would actually like to duplicate this one more time. Score number divider. And we're gonna make that a slash. Okay, so we've got these numbers. So what should happen now is it should just say /0 on it. And hopefully the number on the left will still update in the game, ideally. Shouldn't have any problem. Great, still updating. Looks good, looks nice. No issues. Great. Now that's a little huge. I don't really like the hugeness of it, if I'm being honest. I kind of like this text to be quite a bit smaller. That would be ideal. Theme overrides. Font size. Now it's obviously kind of centering it there, so vertical alignment top. I wouldn't say that's top. That might be more the H box that isn't lining that up the way that I want it to. Layout, direction, transform, container sizing. Because what I really want is for this top number, I'd like for it to be a little higher. You know? Oh, you know what we could do? I wonder if I could add a margin container in there. And then we could push it up some. Let me try that. I'm gonna add a margin container in there. So I've now dropped that in. So the minimum score number is within a margin container. And then with the margin container, I'm gonna make sure that the constants margin from the bottom, oh, not that much, just a little bit, not too much. Probably want to push it out a little bit as well. Not that way. This way. Maybe something like that. I want that number to update depending on whatever is going on in the game. So it might be different in one level versus a different level, right? Level 1 might have it one way, level 2 might have it another way. So, if we're on level 1, let me make sure everything is good here. Yeah, we're okay. This is actually something else that I wanted to set up, was depending on which level we're on, different conditions will be true or not. I don't think I've set that up yet. So I might want to make sure that I do. Right now the score stuff, I guess, is handled here. Score is 0. It's tricky because there's so many layers of things to work on and think about. Like, and so what I meant was, let's say we're on level 2, right? Maybe I want to say that enemies spawn if it's level 2. If it's level 1, no enemies spawn, right? So I'd want some kind of universal way to make sure that's true only in those situations. Similarly, I'd want to say, if it's level 1, make sure that this slash number, this minimum number you have to get to, is 10 on level 1. If it's level 2, make it 30 or whatever. And I would like a nice, consistent, universal way to do that. I think I'm just gonna not worry about it right now, and we're just gonna do good enough here. We could do it between level 0 and 1, though. We could actually do, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say on the score, we're gonna say messenger level update. We're gonna connect that. I feel like that's probably the most relevant way to do this. On level update, then we're gonna have a special function here, func on level update, and that will come with the particular level. I think a match statement would be nice. If we say match level, if it's 0, I think I'm doing this right. Expected indented block after match pattern block. What, like here? If it's 0, then we want, oh, so I need to even set this up. At onReady variable. I kind of want to refactor this, actually. Score label. That's only here. But I need to, well, we're just going to say label score. That's what I'm going to rename that to. Rename it here as well. Label score. This is going to be label score minimum equals that. Okay. If we're on level 0, then I want label score minimum to be 10. If we're on level 1, I want label score minimum Actually, I want it to be 1 if we're on level 0, and I want it to be 10 if we're on level 1. Now, this isn't going to run in the ready function, so actually I should tell it to. We should say on level update actually runs here, and this will be based on global's level current. So it should say 10 now in there, if I've done this correctly. I have not. That's okay. Let's see where I went wrong. Is this function running? Print function is running. Let's make sure I've done that much. There's a lot of little things I want to set up so we can have this work. It is, so that function is running. It's printing in there. Is the level equivalent to this? Level... Oh, I bet this is working. We're setting this... We don't have label... We're not using label score minimum anywhere. Of course it's not going to update. Of course it's not going to update. No. This is incorrect. So, we want to say score minimum. Score minimum. Variable score minimum, it's just some integer. We could even just say it's -1. We could keep going with that pattern. And then down here, I would want to say every time this runs, we want to do exactly what we do right here. Label score minimum text goes to score minimum. I don't know if I've done that great, but we'll see. Nice. Okay, so that says 10. Now if I switch to level 0, it's switched to 1. Now it says 1, because now we're on level 0. And if I switch to level 1, that becomes 10. Great. Beautiful. Now that doesn't actually work. We're going to get to 10 and absolutely nothing is going to happen. This does mean that every time I want to test this, I need to get 10 points. Luckily, we're kind of overpowered for level 1 right now, so it won't be too bad. I kind of like that. I kind of like getting to experience playing it a little. I'm sure I'll get annoyed and eventually maybe decide to add some kind of debug. Maybe a console command. Love that suggestion by Vinny. Not suggestion, but I'm glad you pointed that one out. So they were at 1010. You know, I could just say like add a point, right? Be able to type it in and just add a point. Good, that looks great to me. But now I needed to actually check to see if those things match. So actually, I don't think I want it to be up here. I don't want to create the variable down here. I don't. I'm even going to just take this out of here. I'd want this to be up here. Variable score minimum. There's no reason to make that negative. We can just make it 0 for now. So there's score minimum. And we can say in the process function if, well, maybe we should make it negative to make sure they're not matching too soon before they get set. So actually, you know what? Let's do that. If score is the same as score minimum, and this is, no, it's not a constant because it's going to change depending on the level. If they are the same, then we want to initiate going to the next level. Now I really think I actually need an add point, because I can't really test it. Because we'd also want to set up, well, what does going to the next level even mean? You know? I actually only have level 0 and level 1. So I need a way to go from level 0 to level 1, which means I need to add a point. Which means it's time to add a button. I don't think I'm going to do a console command. I think I'm just going to add a button. If score is set to score minimum. I guess we could do an emission. There's a couple of things. I mean, it'd be nice to like change the color, you know. We don't want the score to go up anymore. I mean, it could still keep going up. It doesn't really matter. We don't really want to say set them. We want to say greater than or equal to, right? That way, if you exceed it, you're still okay. I wouldn't want to... Now, the problem with putting in the process is it's going to emit it constantly over and over and over and over and over again, which is not ideal. So we really needed to make a change quickly. So I would even say we could have score get set back to 0. We do need to make sure that you can't score any more points, though. We can also... Well, but we've decided on stopping the gameplay, right? And we want orbs to descend from the sky. So we still need to be able to interact somehow. So I can't just say nothing can be clicked on. Although I could have a separate raycast for clicking on certain things. That might be a good idea. A power-ups raycast. So then the other raycasts could be just rendered unusable, right? Potentially. Thanks for the love over there in the shorts feed. I appreciate it. I don't know. This is... It gets complicated. There's a lot of things to think about. I just want to change to the next level. I just want to change to the next level. But I also want it to, like, make sense. What's up, Least? Least? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. How you doing? I'm working on a game. I mean, we can at least have it just set it to 0. Sure, why not? Set the score to 0. Who cares? At least we'll see something happen. I've been working on level change stuff today. So I've been working on like a level 1 forever. And I'm trying to get us to advance to other levels. And there's a lot of little considerations here. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Because, I mean, it would be nice if the player couldn't score any more points, but also wasn't interacting with the game anymore, except for the power-ups menu. Well, in any case, whenever I get up to 10 here, it should kick right over to 0. It's just boring. It didn't even give you a second to appreciate your score. I think I would want like an animation or something. Thanks, Least. Yeah, so it's about an alien invading Earth. Many aliens invading Earth. And then you have to abduct creatures to get points. And there's more to it than that, but that's like the general idea. I've been working on it for a little under a year now. And, I mean, okay, that's not true. I've been working on it for a lot less than a year. But, yeah. Yeah, right? We're playing as the alien. We are the alien. We are the invader. Not fighting the aliens. Thank you. Really, I'd want like an animation to play here. And then I would want to say wait for that animation to end and then reduce the score to 0. It's a bit complicated, if I'm being honest. There's so many micro distractions in setting this up. So very many. All right, let's create an animation over here in the HUD. So I'm gonna add an animation player. And it's gonna be animation level or score. We'll just say animation score. HUD's, let's say HUD score. I don't know. I don't love how I've done this, but it's what I've done. It's what I've done. All right, so now in that animation, I'm gonna create a new one for score. Minimum met. Such an obnoxious name. So I'm gonna add a keyframe for the score number divider, and the minimum. I don't know if I'll be able to do all of them at the same time, but I'm gonna try. Theme overrides, colors. No, it's not letting me do them all at the same time. It's like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. I should really set up themes one of these days. I still haven't bothered learning themes. We have the outline color in here. That would be enough, I guess. It would be nice to do the font color as well, actually. But then it's gonna become black. So, okay, I gotta set each one to white. You know what would help, too, is if I could probably link these. So anyway, I'm doing this all the way over here, by the way, on the right. Colors, let's paste that in there. At least it's kind of a game dev. Look, either you make games or you don't. I bet you are. If you've tried to make a game, you're a game dev. I'm learning Godot, but I'm not very good. Your game is way better than anything I've made. I mean, thank you? Look, you're a game dev. If you've tried making a game, if you're working on any kind of game of any such, you're a game developer. Own it. Own it. You could say you're like a novice or something. You're a game developer. That's cool. I love that you're learning Godot. I love Godot. It's so fun. I've only been learning it for a little while. I've actually chronicled my entire learning journey on YouTube. The whole entire thing is here on YouTube, every step of the way. So I've only been using Godot for whatever the oldest video is here. So my first one was 9 months ago. It has almost been a year. 9 months ago is when I did my first Godot live stream. September 14th. And this is as far as I've gotten. This is as far as I've gotten. And I didn't start working on this particular game until 7 months ago. So that's kind of been my journey here. November 22nd is when I started working on this game. Wow, it's wild. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. You know, I don't want to tell anyone what they should or shouldn't use, but it's definitely the best game engine for me. It's definitely the best one for me. And I've tried a few different ones, and it's the one that I like the most. So I feel you. I feel you on that. Let me update these colors here. Theme overrides, colors. Those aren't going to be linked, are they? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. That's fine. So then I'm going to want to create a keyframe for each of these colors right at the start. So that way each color starts out as white. And then we want it to change to something else. I don't know why. In my mind, I'm imagining like an orange. I don't know why. It's just what I envision. So it's what I'm going to do. I don't know if I want to change the outline though. Alright, so put that keyframe there, so then it'll gradually turn orange as the animation plays. Yeah, I like Godot a lot. I really do. I thought Unreal Engine was gonna be my main squeeze, and you know, it just did not turn out to be what I wanted. It was just a little too much more than I needed. Was I inspired by Danny or other devs? If so, which one was I inspired by most? Wow. I mean, Danny, I'll tell you one thing. Danny definitely helped me realize that people know about game dev. I had some internet problems a few months ago, and the internet technician came to work on my internet and saw my stream studio and was like, "Are you a live streamer?" And I was like, "Yeah, I live stream game development." And the first thing that he says is, "Do you know Danny?" Like, this was just some, you know, random, I'm in the middle of the United States, you know, anywhere USA. And he just knew about Danny. And was like, yo, this guy who like made this game where, you know, you're surviving, and he made it really fast, and he got it on Steam, and he made money from it. So I think, if anything, someone like Danny made me realize how influential game dev YouTubers can be. But I mean, for me, I just really liked making games. I started by like modding Fallout New Vegas, just like, you know, this Bethesda RPG game. I started modding it, and I realized I really liked trying to create stories from games, or within the realm of games, and I just wanted to keep doing it. So I think just modding games inspired me more than anything. But I love game dev YouTube. And they inspire me every day. So many different game dev YouTubers inspire me every single day. There's so many great ones. I wouldn't even know where to start. But yeah. Yeah, for sure. So much love. Like, if I even pull up my YouTube homepage, there's gonna be so many different game devs on here. Can't even keep up with them all. It's like there's always new people. There's always new people too. It's like this never-ending supply of people out here making games. So many amazing game devs streaming, making videos, and making awesome things. I love them all. I love all the games. Oh, Wanabe is awesome. Wanabe Manisha is awesome. There's so many good people out there. They all inspire me. They all do. Timothy Kane is awesome. He made Fallout originally. Love him, of course. Probably one of the most influential developers on me. Pirate Software, obviously extremely cool. Yeah, there's so many great developers out there. I couldn't pick one. But I see you know your game dev YouTube. All right, what color do I want to make the outline? I think I forgot to start the outline out with a base color. Seth Newland. Do I know a Seth Newland? I am not subscribed. I will subscribe. Thanks for putting me on. Cool. I'm gonna make sure I watch this later. Thank you. I wanna know them all. I need to get back to working on One Lonely Bomb. What's One Lonely Bomb? Is that a game that you're making? What if I just search it up and like, bam, it's right there? Okay, it's not. Is that the game that you're making, Vinny? That sounds cool. It's a cool sounding game. I don't think I need to change the outline color. I think it's overkill, Lise. Don't change the outline color. If you decide you want to change it, you can. It's unreleased, but yeah, nice. It's a cool sounding game. Let's actually copy the color value from here, and I'll paste it right there. And then we're gonna set that keyframe so that way it goes to it, and we'll do the same for the minimum number. If you're saying you're heading out, goodbye, Vinny. Thank you for all your help and your suggestions. I've enjoyed your company. Good luck working on your project. If you're not saying that, then hello, and still good luck working on your project. Alright, so that's going to transform it to that color. I think we could make that happen a little faster. Yeah, put it in the Discord! Every Friday, I do a secret live stream. I do a super secret live stream every Friday after the game jam. After playing the jam games that we do every Friday. I do a secret live stream where we play and check out everything that people share in the Discord. So I'll make sure, if you put up in the Discord, I'll make sure to let you know that I played it. Or watched your video or whatever it is. I'd be honored to check it out. You're gonna use the stream as background noise. Nice! Co-working! Let's go, co-working! You wanna make a first-person shooter in Godot. Nice. That sounds cool. I think that's very doable. That sounds entirely doable. Okay, I want this to be spread out a little more than that. I think it'd be nice if it held the color a little longer before it fades. So let's add some duplicate keys. Good luck working on your project though, Vinny. So let's see what we got. I think we can have it hold even a bit longer than that. Maybe not that long. I'm gonna change the snap granularity down a bit, so that way I can actually see, or set it to not be as far. Let's do 0.05. I'm gonna zoom it in a bit. Let's pull it out. Test it now. That kind of works. I'm doing the exact same thing, Vinny. Godot on one screen, stream on the other. Thank you guys. What a deep honor. I too love to co-work to game dev streams. It means so much that Hyper Game Dev can be a part of that for some folks. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I don't really have a concept or name, but I know I want it to be an FPS. Nice. I mean, look, you better make what you want to make. Sounds like you know the most important things. Yeah, sometimes it's good just to get in there and start doing it and just see what happens, see what you come up with. Okay, that was a little too fast. I could make it looping, but I don't really want to make it loop because I want to say that when the animation is finished, it's good. I'm underrated? Well, that's nice of you. You know, I don't make a lot of videos. I don't have notoriety from publishing games. You know, all I do is I come on YouTube and I live stream. So I think that, you know, that's why the channel grows slowly. And I like that. I like that the channel grows slowly. You know, we're building a good, strong community that isn't, you know, it's not based on virality or something. And the channel isn't like outgrowing itself. So I like the slow pace where we grow. But I am working on YouTube videos soon, which will probably help grow the channel a little faster. So we'll see. But right now, I really love just like cruising a little bit, you know, rather than trying to blow up or something like that. But I'll be making videos soon. I'm working on them, but I'll be releasing them soon. And that should change the dynamics a little bit. Unless my videos are dookie. Which is probably gonna happen. But that's just YouTube, you know? You gotta keep trying and see what happens. It's nice of you to say, though. I appreciate it. Seeing you make progress is good motivation for me to keep working on my stuff. Oh, I love that! Yay! Let's go! Motivation Station! Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Precipire's working on a cool game, too. I learned a little bit about it in the Discord channel. Link is in the description box, by the way. Pressipire is making a game about fetch quests, but like it's funny that it's about fetch quests, and it's multiplayer, and it seems incredibly cool, and it's made in Godot. No, there's no. I was just like, no. I was looking at the credits, and I was like, wait, is this supposed to say Null? And I was like, no, someone named Null did come through and help me. That's Null. Welcome back, Null. And thank you for echoing that sentiment. You could do game dev challenges. Yeah, you know, I don't really want to make those kind of videos. Like maybe someday, like Danny does. Danny hasn't made a video in a long time. But I think I know what you mean. Like, you know, like 9 devs make one game without communicating or something. I do a game jam every Friday, a 1-hour game jam, where we all participate, and it's a live stream. It's a couple live streams in one, actually. But yeah, I honestly, I'm not really drawn to make a video like that, but maybe someday. They're kind of a lot of work, and yeah, but I hear you, I hear you. I've got some videos coming. Danny has gone. I mean, can you blame him? Like, he's kind of set for life. I feel like he made enough money on his YouTube, like exactly, Blackthorn Prod, yeah, right. That's kind of what I figured you meant when you said that. But I don't really want to make things like that, at least not yet. Again, I'm just kind of making the videos that feel like they fit what I want to do for now, and then we'll see how that goes. And then that could evolve into something else, you know, things that are more trendy or something. But at the moment, that doesn't particularly appeal to me, personally. Let's duplicate this. And those Blackthorn Prod videos, they take a lot of work, you know. They're a very specific kind of workflow that I'm not necessarily interested in trying to do right now. I think 3 flashes is plenty. For the Game Jam, do you have any rule set available? Yeah, so the Game Jam is already up right now. So if you head over to the channel page, you can find the upcoming streams. Right here, there's the 1-hour game jam. So if you just hop into that, pop that open, there are some rules here in the description box. But you can get some more rule information by opening up the jam page itself and then checking more information in there as well. And then there's also a link to all the past jams here as well, so you can see what other people have entered. Some people hide their submissions after it's done, but you can get more of a sense of how things have gone in the past as well. You can use sine waves to move the characters up and down in the UI. Yep. Not a problem I'm trying to solve right now, but I hear you. You're not wrong. It's cool how you can do that in Godot, right? Okay. So what I am gonna do is I'm gonna make the text a little larger here. I'm already... Alright. There's so many things to work on. Now if I change the size of the font... Yeah, that's not as terrible as I thought it might be. We'll see. I'm gonna keyframe the size as it is right now. Let's keyframe that. And then I'm gonna grow it. I guess I just want to do like a percentage bigger or something. Posted a vid of your game in the Discord. Nice! As well as a picture of the protagonist, Anna. Yay! I can't wait to check it out later. I will. I will definitely be checking it out after the game jam at the latest. I might check it out before then too, but I'll check it out on stream for sure. Let's go! Anna! Am I bringing out a calculator? Yes, I am bringing out a calculator. Oh, Jonas is delightful. Jonas is delightful. Actually, one of the videos that I'm working on is not inspired by a Jonas tie roller video, but in researching the video I'm working on, I found a Jonas tie roller video that it's actually a collab between Jonas tie roller and Blackthorn Prod, and I took some inspiration from that for the video that I'm making. Jonas is delightful. The calculator, a great game dev tool. I agree. 80 times 0.2, 16. Unironically, no, definitely. So how much bigger is that? 96. That is barely anything. I actually don't remember what Jonas made. I forgot. Definitely, yes. This looks, I could be wrong. Wait, maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, Thronefall. Yep, that's Jonas. You're right, good call. This look, because the game also, the video I'm talking about, I think did mention this as well. Neato. Well done, Pressipire. You would pass that trivia answer. Let me try 80 times, I mean 0.5 is quite a lot. It's quite a lot. Plus 40 would be 120. Yeah, 120 is actually not bad. He made Will You Snail. Yeah, I remember that too, actually. I was so confused by that. I remember seeing that. Oh wow, and it's on Nintendo Switch. Yes. I do remember that now. That character. Oh, you know what I remember seeing about on this was the Game Trailers YouTube channel. You know that YouTube channel? Game Trailers YouTube. I don't remember. Who is it? Who's that person? How to make game trailers. This guy right here. Derek Liu. That's where I learned about the How to Snail one. Because then they've got a collab video with Jonas right here.
How do you make a game trailer in just days?
And so in it, he was like using a Jonas tie roller made a game trailer for this snail game based on Derek's advice, and then Derek critiqued the trailer after that. It was really interesting. I learned so much. This person is really, really valuable. I'll put a link in the chat. It's a really cool video. It's awesome. I have the game, so I'd hope so. Oh, nice. It seems like a cool game. You probably all know, just in case, you can do calculation right in the inspector. Whoa, I didn't know that. What? In the inspector? Are you talking about an add-on? I don't want some add-on. But if you're not talking about an add-on, go on. I don't know that. I did not know that. Okay, 120 looks good. So we're gonna start at 80. And I want to say at the beginning, we keep the font size at 80. I think we've already established that down here. Font size, yep. And I want to say when it gets bigger, this goes up by 120. So we just say half as much. So I'm going to want the same one for this. Font size, oh, did I not make a keyframe? Keyframe. Come to the divider. Starts down here. Just like you can do 120 minus 40 in that font size box. Whoa, I didn't know that. I didn't. It's probably something I saw in some video one time, and it's like, you know, one of those like 100 things you didn't know about Godot. And so like I remember like 5 of them. That is awesome. Thanks for that. I gotta give you at least a credit for just like putting that out there for the world. That's a Godot consultant right there. Neat. Thanks, Null. I don't know if I need it now, but at least I know. Okay, and then for the minimum here, I might use it for this one. This one's at 60, I mean it's 30, it's just plus 30. Click it, we could try it for funsies though. 60 plus 30, 90, nice! It worked, it worked! That's awesome, love it, love it. All right. Wait, it's not going gradually? Ooh. Ooh. I'm a little surprised that it's not increasing the font gradually. That's disappointing, the font size. You have to set it to discrete. Oh. Wait, it is on discrete. Down here. Or you mean don't make it discrete? Maybe make it continuous? Oh, set it to continuous. Oh, thank you. Right. Why was it discrete? I guess it just by default made it discrete. So what discrete does is it only updates it when it gets to that frame. Thank you. Sweet. Nice, Vinny. Godot consultant. In the Discord it says, you do not have permission to send messages in this channel. Oh, you might have to accept the rules first. So make sure you did that. Go to the rules page and read the rules and react, and then you should be able to do that. Thanks for joining up over there. Thank you, at least. Especially on the shorts feed, that's a few extra steps. I appreciate it, it means a lot. So nice to meet you. This is why I'm streaming on the shorts feed, because I know somebody will stumble on our community who wouldn't have stumbled on it otherwise. So it's an honor. I'm so glad that you did. I have a PVZ prototype in Godot that taught me a lot of what I know about the animation player. What's a PVZ? Nice. Plants vs. Zombies? Oh, cool. Nice. Lucky us that we get to benefit from the knowledge that you gained. Oh wait, I guess I'd want to paste these. I'm just gonna duplicate these keyframes on all the white colored sections. The animation player in Godot is awesome. I just didn't, I knew about those options, discrete and continuous. What I didn't know is that it was going to default to them for certain keyframes. So you taught me that. Or at least you retaught me if I knew it at one time, but I forgot. Okay, so now we should get nice. I think that's pretty alarming. It's not the prettiest looking thing. I think we could adjust the curves a little bit. Now with the easing, I always forget if I want to do the one that we're going into or the one that we're coming from? That didn't look any different, so I'm guessing that was wrong. I think we want to do where we're coming from. Change the easing curve, which I was just doing over here. That looked a little different. So let's set this to, sure, 4. Can I do them all at the same time? If I set these each to 4, please? Yes. I feel like I would rather not do that. I think I would want it to be easing out rather than easing in. So sure, how about 0.4? That looks a little better to me. Press-a-bar already checking it out. What? Why are you hyping? Why are you getting me? I'm trying to work and you... No, I'm kidding, by the way. You get me all excited. Now I gotta go look at it right now. How do you accept the rules? I've never used Discord before. You've never used Discord? What? Welcome to Discord! That's awesome! What a double honor. That Hyper Game Dev's the first Discord that you're joining. So over here, there's a rules channel. Right there. Right? So you're gonna go to the rules channel. And then the rules are all up here. I actually think I can probably delete this message now. Here are the rules at the top, right? There they are. You read that, and you're gonna just react right here. You're gonna click on this little emoji right there. And then you're gonna add a reaction. That's it. That's how you do it. React right there. Click on that. Click on that. Whoa, this looks cool. Whoa, this game looks cool, Vinny. Shaders. Nice. You got it? Good. Dude, this game looks awesome. Whoa. I love this mechanic. Like the way you can use the bomb for multiple things. For like movement and for like breaking things. Wow. And then you, wow. Oh, the accessibility. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Least. This is so cool. I love the color changing stuff. Yes. Yo, you're making a great game. This is awesome. It's got some cool sound effects too, I hear. Very nice. And I guess it's kind of like a bit like a dev menu or like a level selection. It's awesome. Wow. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Well done. Thank you for sharing it. I'll make sure to put it up on stream and talk more about it on Friday so we can share all the glory. It's a main menu for the play testers. Gotcha, gotcha. All right. I like it. I like it. Don't. Okay, so we said 0.4 for all of these. I could probably select all of them, right? Probably don't need it for that one. And then set this to 0.4. I am! Lee's is me! Lee's is me! That's right. Nice. Much better. Good enough for me. Okay, cool. Now, I want to say that this animation plays when the score hits that certain point. So I'm going to make sure this animation player is accessible as a unique name. Let's onReady it. OnReady variable. We'll just say animation score for now. And set it to this. I want to say animation score play score minimum met. Can we see it in game? Can we see it in game? Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna, yeah. Let's see it. Let's see what it looks like. All right. So I gotta get up to 10 points first. Oh, I dropped that cap. Oops. Whoopsie. I might want to make that a little more generous, because right now you have to let go once you hover over the orb with the cow. It might actually be nicer is as soon as you hover over it, whether you let go of the button or not, it just sucks it in. Would probably be more responsive feeling. Oh, I should add that to the to-do list, actually. Oh, I missed it. Okay, one more cow. And boom, boom, boom. Nice. Oh, it's playing it again. Oh, because it's a process function, so it's gonna keep playing it over and over again. I wonder if we could even like keep track. It's kind of a lot going on there. It's honestly very large. It's kind of even bigger than I even imagined. So if I want to say animation finished, it looks cool. Let's go. A boolean can be set. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Yeah, of course. I want to say animation finished. So this in particular, it's emitted. So this is a signal. Got it. So let's do that. Let's use a signal here. So that means I need to connect it in the ready function. Animation score, animation finished, connect to on animation score finished. Then we need to create that function. Func on animation score finished. When this function runs, no one is online in the Discord. That may be true. It's possible. Let's say it's a small community. It's a small community, understand. There's some big Discords out there. Ours is small. Ours is small. That's what you're there for, to help make it bigger. On animation score finished, I want to say It's okay. Well, I gotta think about this because yes, I want the animation to stop, but I want other. Really, the reason why I started doing this is because we want to go to the next level. But before we go to the next level, what I need is for it to give us that menu where we choose our power-ups, and then we go to the next level. And we want it to pause the game. So let's have it do that. Let's get it to pause the game. So right now, what happens is, I'm not sure. Let me go to the debug tools. I think that's is that in globals? I don't know if I don't have like an auto load for that, do I? No. Okay. Where do we even do that stuff? Let me search the debug. Oh yeah, debug script. That's what I was looking for. Oh, I just haven't opened it in a while, I guess. Pop it open, baby. Okay, there's our debug tools. So when I press debug button 5, the terrain velocity gets set to 0. That's what makes it pause. Right, and then the player slowdown becomes true. Terrain slowdown. That is to say, on the player object, the player node, which is being defined up here. So we do need to make sure we define that. On the player, we're making sure to say, hey, you just ran into something or you're supposed to stop. And we also need to change the terrain velocity to 0. In theory, this would make the animation stop playing and stuff, but right now, I'm not worried about that. That's for some other time. Really, I'd want to play like an idle animation. I don't have an idle animation yet. I'm not gonna make it. We'll do it later. That's okay, at least you come here whenever you can, you hang out whenever you can. No pressure to come around and stick around. I'm just glad you got to get here and say hello. Thanks for joining up on the Discord and stuff. I hope I see you around next time. Take care, and yeah, it's nice to meet you. Good luck with your game project, with your first-person shooter. Pew, pew, pew. All right, anyway. I am going to say we want to also on-ready these. I think that'll be fine because the score stuff is in the same scene anyway, so I think we'll be okay. So I've got all that on the clipboard. Let's come to back to the menu. We'll on-ready all this stuff. And yeah, we don't have a lot of that set up yet, so let's do it. Train controller and player, and then down here when the score finishes, we want to run these two things. Train velocity 0, train slowdown true. Alright, let's see if that much works. It's okay, I'm starting to not enjoy having to collect 10 points every single time I want to test this. Oh right, I was gonna do an add point. I should do an add point button. Yeah, I think I need to make an add point button. This is getting a little annoying. But, you know, I got to realize that I want a more responsive grab thing. I should actually add that. Oh, so many. This is just like one of those tasks where so many different layers of things come up. Let's add a new task over here, as if I need any more of those. I could try to code that in right now. It'd be a bit of a distraction. We should add it as a task. Don't do it. Add it as a new task. And that task is going to be abduction occurs on bubble hover, not on release, while an abductee is held. I think that pretty much makes sense. I don't think I need to be more clear than that. And I'll just move that to the always growing in progress board, which is not even in progress stuff at this point. It's just like the things I want to do soon. Okay, 4 more to grab here. 1, 2, and get 1 in time there. Oh yeah, I need to add more cows to the outside as well. I guess I'll add. God. All right, here we go. Oh, one more. There's 10. Okay, beautiful. Oh wait, if it paused it, I didn't notice it. Because I probably just walked right past it. Because when we move, when we like press forward, well, actually, if I pause it, it doesn't actually overwrite that. Oh, but you know what does overwrite it? If you, so this is one problem with that pause function, is if you collide with something, okay, something I need to do also is I need to turn off the controls. This is not as simple as it seemed. We need to turn off the controls. And the controls are on the player. I haven't set up anything for that yet. It hasn't really been necessary to turn off the controls. I am still using the UI keys. I do need to fix that at some point. I believe that is in my to-do list, right? Maybe not. Hey, Cheeky Boom, how you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I want to say, okay, a couple things. Update controls to not use default UI bindings. And then I also want to add more outside cows to level 1 ranches. Indoor ones will be hard to get by the starting alien form. And I should actually move this to in progress. So not planned. We're gonna put this into in progress because I should do that sooner than later. Racking up a lot of things to do here. So this is where we move left or right, is just this line of code right here. So I will say, well, but that's actually just defining the variable. So really you want to go look for input X. Oh, it's just right there. That's in the physics process. Okay, so I think we could, like, if I were to, okay, let me try this. If controls locked, we want to say if controls are not locked, then set this up. And this. Wait, that's gonna cause problems. Because then none of this is gonna work. Okay, maybe we could... This might cause some problems. It very much might. We need to create variable controls locked, and I'm gonna actually set it to true. We're gonna start it out as being true. So it should mean that the controls are locked as soon as we start playing here. Yeah. Only thing I can do is move forward. I can't move left or right. I'm spamming, I promise you I'm spamming left and right and nothing is happening. But I can still go forward and move faster. But that kind of doesn't matter right now. We could also lock that one. What I'm not sure of is if we can just easily bring it back. I think we can. I think that'll be easy to just turn off and on, right? Probably, maybe. Well, we're gonna find out. And then we probably should stop being able to move faster too. That's gonna be a little bit more challenging, maybe. We'll see. Maybe not. Yeah, just put this in here. Just do that. Although then this stuff will all be busted, which isn't good. Oh. Interesting. So this will actually stop every animation if we lock the controls. If I set it up like this, the player should effectively stop animating. Oh, it didn't. Wow, I'm actually surprised. I thought it would. Okay. Now wait a second. What if I make that an export variable? And I try to change it at runtime. What's gonna happen? So controls locked is currently set to true over here. Now if I uncheck that, we can move, no problem. If I check it, it's locked. Okay, good, beautiful. Jump still works because, I don't know. Jump is, at this point, a debug tool. I don't really plan on keeping jumping in the game. Maybe as a power-up. I mean, you could pretty easily just, like, add that in there, right? Just drop this in here. Indent that more. And then put that. Now, jump would also be included in the control lock. Because we don't need any controls. When it's menu time, when it's power-up time, the controls are not necessary. Oh, wait, jump is still working. Oh, because I didn't lock it yet. Okay, there we go. Nothing is working. I can't move. Now it's back. Sweet. Good. All right, now we can lock controls. A part of me wonders if I even need to do that slowdown stuff. Yeah, you do. Come back to the debug menu, not the debug menu. The HUD menu. What is that called? Not the HUD menu. Score? What do we even call that? Script. UI. Okay. Got it. So we want to add in here player.controls locked becomes true. Okay, let's try that again and see if when we get to 10, if we stop moving and we can't move anymore. So I gotta score 10 points. Give me 3. Give me 4. Let's go. Tear down. Give me one more. Okay, good. 5. 2, 3. Break it down. 1. Oh, I missed it. That's okay. One more. And let's see if it pauses us proper. One more. It does not. I think the animation finished isn't running. Also, I wouldn't want it to be when it finishes. Hold on a minute. I don't want it to be when it finishes. I want it to be before it finishes. I want it to stop you right then and there, right? animation score finished, I would want this to run something else, actually. Let's even just say print animation finished. Make sure that's even coming through. Number 1. Number 2, I actually would want this to be if the score, and we should probably like run a function and we should do what Vinny was saying, honestly, and have it do a Boolean. Vinny, I've come full circle to the Boolean being the right move. So we're gonna say on score met. You can put functions in the animation player. That's true. That's right. We can. I forgot. I didn't totally forget, but I had it remembered that that would be useful here. Yes, we can do a method, call method track. It's a great idea. Excellent idea. All right, but first, let's get this set up. I want to create a new function that's on score minimum met. I think did I already create a function called that? I guess I didn't. All right. So that function does not exist yet, so we have to create that function. Func on score minimum met. And this is actually what's gonna pause it. And we can even say that's when the animation plays as well. Is in there. Yeah, we could put it in the animation player, absolutely. So then I don't want this to run too many times, so I'm gonna need to make sure I turn this Boolean off as well. So that's something to keep in mind. We can say minimum met becomes true. I think you should start it with score. Score minimum met. And then we're gonna say variable score minimum met starts out false and it becomes true. And we only want this to be if the score is greater than or equal to the score minimum and score minimum is not yet met. So we wanna put an exclamation point there, not yet met. Then run that function. So that way it doesn't keep running it. It only runs it one time, hopefully. Because then this becomes true. We're going to need to make sure to unset it at some point, right? Like once the player picks their power up, this is going to have to unset itself. I am curious to know if that animation player thing is running. I think putting the function in the animation player is totally fine. I'm okay with doing that. I don't really know why the signal didn't work, but maybe there's a good reason. I don't really care. You've given me my way out, so I'm gonna take it. Let's drop this in here. Let's do some more destruction. Oh, I missed it. Could even have, honestly, something else I'm thinking is you don't necessarily have to click when you abduct things. You can like hover over it. I don't know. That actually seems a little too generous. Oh, it stopped. Let's go. Wow, we still managed to get an extra one and only played one time. Perfect. It did not run that signal. It is not printing, but it did pause us. And I can't control anything anymore. I can still like adjust the camera a little bit when I press forward. You can just barely see that it zooms out a little bit. That's what happens when you speed up, is the camera zooms out a bit. So that still happens, but other than that, we're good. Excellent. It really wants to move, I know, it's like, please, please! Just like someone just came through and just said, boink! Let me go! Let me at him! Yeah, I need to make an idle animation that plays, but I haven't made one yet, and I'm working on making a new player character, which is gonna have entirely new animations. So I'm just not worrying about the animations right now. For now, it just gets to look kind of silly. Yeah. Okay, so how do I want to do this? We get the things, it stops us. Oh, when we need the orbs to come down, we could put a function in the animation player if we need to. It's only playing it once now, so we're really good. I don't know that we need a function in the animation player anymore. I think at this point, it's time to bring down the power-up orbs, which is a whole entire thing to engineer, are the power-up orbs. That's what I say. That's what I say. And you know what? The only caveat to that is that I am live streaming, which means that there's a lot of pressure that I have to deal with conquering to make things look better. I just ran into that building. Because, oh geez, because I know people are going to be looking at the game. So I try, we gotta do a little more. Whoops. Because you know, it's a visual medium that we're coming across here. So, but anyway, oops. If we're currently pressing the button and it turns off the controls, it's gonna keep moving us over. So I'm gonna have to make sure to tell it to not do that. It's an infinite side slide, exactly. Boo, not okay. I mean, we could just change the velocity to like 0. The player velocity to like 0, right? I'm sure that would be sufficient. I'm not sure, but I would think that that would help. Change the speed or something. I mean, it's a constant right there. Yeah, because if we move on that axis, that's a big thing with devlogs and everything like that. Main reason I haven't started doing those, I'm a very placeholder person. Mechanics first, then visuals. Yeah, same. Same. But you know, on one hand, I've had the luxury or the privilege to get to learn how to do visual stuff, because I've always just put it off. Just been like, no, I'm not gonna do visuals. No, we're not gonna do visuals. No, we're not gonna do visuals. That's always been my attitude. But the more that I stream and share my progress, the more I'm like, okay, I'll do some visuals. And now I'm getting to learn visual things that I otherwise never bothered to learn. So, on one hand, it's a good thing. If I was someone who was great at visuals and I had already learned everything I need to learn, okay, now I'm just wasting time doing visuals. That said, it still catches up to me, and I still end up focusing on things that don't move the gameplay forward. So it requires some fortitude to just say, no, 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 no. I can't always think about what you guys see. I have to like keep moving the game forward. It is a devlog thing. It totally is. But ultimately, it just comes down to your own ability to say, no, no, we must stay focused. Some days I'm better at that than others. Wait, how do I even fix this? True, true. Fair point. Because it has to be that this is just continuing. Direction X, velocity X. I think we need to actually set the X velocity. I think that's what we have to do. And the velocity is built in, right? We're not defining that. So, okay, this is actually pretty easy, right? Maybe. So over here in the UI script, I think what I have to do is say, in addition to all of this, player velocity set it to, I mean, it's probably a vector 3, right? 0, 0, 0. I think it's a vector 3. I assume it's a vector 3. Okay. Let's get some cow. I missed it. Yeah, I really need it to just, as soon as you overlap with the bubble, it absorbs it. There's absolutely no reason to expect the player to have to let go of the cow when they're hovering over it. That's just mean. That would make me rage quit, honestly, because it's just bad design. One reason why it's nice not to have a debug tool, so I can catch those little gameplay quirks. Okay. Well, it didn't break anything. I forgot to remember to be holding a direction when it happened. But nothing broke. I gotta make sure I'm holding left or right at the moment of scoring 10. Grab it, dunk it, oh geez. Luckily you can hold, oh that would be even better, because if I hold the cursor button down, it just picks things up, and then I would never have to let it go. I can just hold the attack key down. Wow, that's actually awesome. Wow, that would make everything so much better. If it didn't require a release. Okay, remember you gotta hold down. Okay, we're gonna click one more. Oh, I missed the cow. Gonna get one more cow. Hold a direction. Nice. I didn't see it happen. Good. Whew. Okay, excellent. Now I'm still able to click on other things, right? So that's the other thing, is I probably would want to tell it, like, the other raycasts that are looking for obstacles and cows and things, that you can't click on that anymore, and the only thing we can click on are these bubbles. That would be kind of a nice thing to set up. Yeah, yes, yeah, it's good. It's good, it's good, it's good. So let's bring some bubbles down. Now, I think there's a lot we could do to make it more visually obvious, because there's going to be things behind the bubbles that might make them hard to see. So I want to make sure that they still visually, like, stand out and stuff. So I might want to add some effect, some glow behind them or something, but for now, let's just get them in there and happening. So we do have this orb. This is the orb from, or where you dunk your abductees. It would be nice to kind of use the same thing without duplicating too much. It does have a visible on-screen notifier 3D, which is how it determines that it's gone off screen and when it scores the points. I don't think we really need that for this one. We obviously want the mesh. The collision shape is useful here. The animation, we do have like an ascent and a descent, although it's probably gonna change depending on things. But it could be nice to just keep that. And then the score count has the number. I say let's just duplicate it. And then I can remove things that I don't find necessary. I'm gonna duplicate it. And actually, let's put it in a node. I'm gonna create a node 3D. And this node is gonna be called power-ups. Really, this is power-up menu or something. I don't know. I might even want to put this in HUD. I'm not sure. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. Let's just drop it in there. Get it working. Okay, there's score dunk 2. So put that in there. And we're going to call this power-up orb we'll say middle. I'm gonna have like a left one, a middle one, and a right one. I'm gonna get rid of the visible on-screen notifier. I don't think I need that. Animation could be cool. We'll say animation orb middle. Score count. I might end up wanting something kind of like that. The score count is just like the number increasing. I probably will want some kind of numbers and things next to it. So, I don't know. I don't really know what it's for. Power up number. I have no idea. No idea what I'm gonna use that for. Animation number. I don't know. Obviously, that's gonna break a bunch of things, but let's not worry about it. I'm gonna detach the script here. We're gonna add a new script. We could probably just say power up orb script. Where do I want to put this? Where do we have this score dunk orb at script? Where does that live? Is that in UI? I don't know where that is, actually. Spawners, debug, animations, environment, management, NPCs, objects. Let me just see where we put that script at real quick. Where do you live? Search up score dunk in the file system. It's in player. Okay, that's a good place. That is a good place. Okay, let's do it in player. Actually, I could probably manage. I probably don't need to manage it on each one. We could probably do it on this top level. So let's actually do that. We're gonna say power up menu, and then we'll put that on in the player folder. I think that's a good place. Okay, so create that. Now, right now, that thing is just chilling out here. I don't really want it there. I do want it in the middle. I think they should be smaller. I don't know, it's just like my first instinct. I'm gonna hide the score dunk so I can just see this one, have it be a little more visible. Where'd it go? I lost it! I got lost. There's too many things. Is the score dunk actually in the player? It's not. Okay, cool. Just checking. That's good. Okay, so the mesh, I'm gonna shrink its size down. Let's bring its radius. Now this is gonna mess up the animation, of course. I should probably just remake the animation, honestly. I think I'm just gonna delete the animation that's on there. I'm gonna remake it. I can delete the number. I'm just gonna, because I can always just add the number back in some other time. There's no reason to have that. We just need to keep this as simple as possible. All right, so the mesh, let's bring the radius down. I mean, maybe half the size. Ugh. Wait, this is 0.8? Nice. Okay, cool. I like half the size. I wasn't sure if we were dealing with problems there or not. We're not. Bring this down to 0.4. Good, good, good. Great. So then it's about that size. It's pretty tiny. That's okay. All right. Let's duplicate it. And I'm calling this one Power Up Orb L for the left one. I kind of imagined it like coming down like maybe something like this. So it's like they'll be kind of like surrounding the player on each side or something. What's up, Whiskers? I don't know. I don't know what you missed. There is a rewind. You can always try rewinding. But I'm just continuing to try to set up a way for the player to stop when they collect the minimum number of abductions on a level, and then have some power-up orbs descend from the sky that you click on that will hopefully advance you to the next level. And I'm currently setting up the orbs to go down. Did I make the collision shape unique? No! No, I didn't! Ah! Oh, Vinny! Oh, I was gonna realize that so much later. No, I didn't! I didn't! Wow. I actually have a credit for that. It's called Eagle Eyes. That's the Eagle Eyes credit for catching when I didn't do something that I need to do. It was literally created for making things unique. There was somebody who came through here who would do that same thing. They'd be like, "Did you make it unique?" And I'd be like, "Oh, you got those eagle eyes, you paid attention." Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Oh, man. Man, that's so easy to forget in Godot. For context, Godot, if you duplicate something, Godot will instance some of the aspects within it. Particularly if you have a mesh instance or a collision shape, the like radius, the size of those things will be instanced. That is to say, they aren't unique between the original and the duplicate, which means if I change those values on the duplicate, they're also going to change on the original. So remember, I wanted the score dunk to be twice the size of the power-up orbs, but as you may be able to see here, if I'm hiding and unhiding it, they're right on top of each other. They're the same size. I did not make those unique. So I think I should be able to get away with going to the original score dunk, making that unique, and then I can just upgrade this to 0.8 and upgrade this to 1.6. Now it's the right size. Hopefully that doesn't mess up any of the animation keyframes. Since I made it unique, hopefully like the path won't be different. There's our new orbs. But let me make sure. Yes. Okay, great. Animation is fine. Excellent. Excellent catch, Vinny. Make unique catches me out all the time, especially when it's a nested resource like a material or a shape. Oh, that is tricky. I'm good at catching that in scenarios that I've dealt with, but like when it's kind of a new thing, I do tend to forget. Wow. Thank you. I would have realized it eventually. I would have been like, why is that so tiny? What did I do? Oh, I know. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's you know, I understand why Godot does it, because it means that things are more likely to be performant if it always uses, you know, those same instances over and over again. It's a great optimization feature. It's just like, man, I'm not always thinking about it. Welcome back, Least. Okay, so one thing that you may have noticed, I mean, the orbs aren't moving to the position of the player, so the score dunk actually follows the player position, right? So if I grab a cow, see the score dunk descends, and when we move, it actually catches up with the player as we move around. But you'll notice the power-up orbs are not moving. They're staying stationary. So I actually need to add in a way for them to move with the player. Just continuing working on what I'm working on, that's all. Getting the player to stop when we reach the minimum, and then also adding in the power-up orbs. I'm sort of in the process of getting the power-up orbs added in. Good luck, Precipier. Thank you. With Orbin. We Orbin. Take care. I look forward to seeing more about your game. And yeah, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Good luck with work. Goodbye. I hope it goes the best it can, even though it's work. Okay, so I am going to make sure I use the same script across all of them. So I do want them to follow the player position. This isn't that complicated, really. But let's make all three of them before I worry about this too much. So I'm gonna say, let's come back to all of this. Mohammed's on phone at work, and you want to ask something. All right, what you got for me, Mohammed? What you got? I don't want... Okay, here we go. Power up menu. All right, so there's power up orb left. I want to do the right orb as well. I would like them to be evenly spaced. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get rid of the left one. I want to make sure we're using snap, so that way they're all going to be in the same spots. 1, 2, 1. That looks good. Duplicate this again. 1, 2, and then 1. What's the most important thing in my life? In my life? What? What? I mean myself. If I don't have myself, I don't have my life. I want to keep myself healthy. I want to keep myself happy. You know what I'm saying? That's what's the most important to me. Because my first answer was my partner, my spouse. That's like the most important thing in my life, right? But if I'm not happy, if I'm not healthy, then I can't even appreciate having my spouse. You know, my spouse can't appreciate having me. So I have to take care of myself first and foremost before I can even, you know, appreciate anything else. But yeah, I guess that'd be my answers. Myself, so I can appreciate being in love with my partner. That's crazy. Yeah, what's your answer? What's the most important thing? Okay, so I want to make sure all these move as well. So this is power up orb right. I'm going to rename these things here. Zoop. God, all right. That is, you are entitled to that. That is understandable. Especially, you know, if for you that's something that is in the world, then, you know, I can see why that would be the most important. Love the walk cycle. Thanks. I'm gonna make a new one soon. I made it myself. I've actually made a couple different walk cycles. And then I'm gonna be remaking it yet again soon. But thanks. There's also a run cycle. It's been the walk and run cycles have been a whole thing. They've been a whole thing. All right, so we're gonna say orb right, orb left. All right, see you later, Mohammed. Thanks for the question. Goodbye. It's nice to learn more about you. Appreciate it. Okay. So we now have orb left and orb right, all labeled and everything. I want to say tomorrow. Yes, I am streaming tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time for another 8 hours. And then next week, I won't be streaming Wednesday and Thursday. Every 4th week, I take off a couple days. So, but tomorrow I will be. And then next week, I don't do Wednesday and Thursday. But then the week after that, I'll be back. But I always do the game jams every Friday, no matter what. And then also for members on Mondays, I always do the member stream on Mondays. But I take off Wednesday, Thursdays every 4th week. So I can work on YouTube videos and stuff. Okay. So I'm not really taking off. I'm doing something else. Alright, so over here, I want to make sure it follows with the player, right? So we're going to say in the process, yeah, you're welcome. Goodbye, Mohammed. I hope work goes the best it can for being work. I want to, well, actually, before I set up that, I want to on-ready each of these. I'm going to make them all accessible as unique names. That way, if I ever move them around, I'll still be able to reference them. And then we're going to do a little on-ready. I'm just going to say orb left. Whoa. orb left, on ready, orb middle, on ready, orb right. And then we're gonna set each of these accordingly. Alright, there they are. LMR. Oh, forgot to make them a variable. Pretty important. Now, I'm gonna say... It'd be nice if I could just do like a comma or something. Orb left, position X. Now, normally I would do like an interpolated movement. So like, and you'll notice that. Here, let me just show you. I do that with the score dunk. So like when the score dunk is down and the player moves left or right, the orb moves gradually. So like that big orb, it doesn't follow the player perfectly. It actually has to catch up with the player a bit. But there's really no reason to do that with the power-up orbs because it's going to stop you in place and they're just going to come down. So I really only need them to be at whatever the player's current position is. I probably don't even need to put that at process. Really, it's just whenever they descend, they should update. Actually, that kind of makes more sense. That would be less code or less strain on the game. So maybe I should do that because then I would just need a function that runs, well, you're in luck. Over here in the UI, we've got this function, on score minimum met. We can say messenger. I actually need to create this signal. Messenger, I think we could say the same thing. Score minimum met. It's a little confusing because here we have on score minimum met, and then usually I save that for like signals. I don't think that's gonna be a problem. Score minimum met, put that here. We actually want to say emit it. Now I gotta come over to my messenger, which is where I set up all of my signals. So we're gonna hop over there. We're gonna create the signal. Score minimum met. And I don't know if I like the way that I've set this up with the capital. I'm not sure how I feel about this syntax. I'm sort of experimenting with it. I don't like it. The more I look at it, the less I like it. I'm gonna change it. It's bothering me. Sometimes I like doing it that way. I don't want to anymore. I'm done with it. We're gonna do minimum met here. And I would like to replace minimum met. It's not doing it for me. With minimum met, like that. All those places look great. Replace it, reload it, much better. Alright. So back over here on the messenger, we've already set that up. Now I need to come to my power-up menu and we need to connect that. So I'm gonna say messenger score minimum met connect to on score minimum met. Let's create that function. Func on score minimum met. And when that happens, I want orb left position X to be the same as player position X. Now I actually haven't on-readied the player in here. So let's do that. I'll just borrow it from here. Not a complicated line of code, but Save me a quick second. Okay, player position X. We don't just want that for, well, you don't even have to do that. You can just do its own, just do the whole thing. It's a node 3D, which means it's going to have a position of its own. But that's only going to be when that, so we could test this. I mean, it's a little arbitrary to test it, but you're going to see they're just floating there. But in theory, what should happen, if I've done this correctly, is when we hit that minimum, they should just jump to, whoop. I gotta change that. Oh, I dropped it again. I never want that to happen for the player. The player should never have to worry about accidentally dropping their cow. Oh man. What should happen is those orbs should move to above the player once I finally get those 4 cows that I need. Okay, what? One more? One more. And then it should just move over once that gets abducted. Bam. So there they go, right above there. Now I'm also going to want them to come down. Now I kind of like it to not do it quite that fast, right? So that's where I might want to do like a bit of a delay. So we could say, we could do this. We could say, maybe we'll do it like this. Go back to the animation, which is over here. And we can go back to adding the idea, or go back to the idea of adding a function on here. So let's create a new function. And this is func score minimum met animation finished. Wow. That's a big function name. And then in here, I'll have it bring those down. Right? That way there's a bit of a delay on there and it fits with everything. So I'm going to add a call method track. And we want it to be doing this on the HUD node. And then specifically, I'm going to insert a keyframe that corresponds to... Oh, do I need to save it first? Save it. Add the keyframe. There it is. Score minimum met animation finished. All right, add that in here. Make sure it's in the right spot. And then that will call that. So in theory, that won't happen until the end of that flashing thing. Then the orbs will jump into place. And not only do I want them to jump into place, I also want them to descend downward. Which is going to be a little tricky. Because unfortunately, the animation is going to probably override that position. So I'm not exactly sure how that's going to turn out, now that I think about it. Is there a way I might just want to do like a move toward or something. Okay, so that should bring it. So it waits until that flashing is done, then it jumps over. And then I'd want it to come down. Because I don't think there's a way for me to tell it to only animate it on the y-axis. Is there? I don't know. I'm going to have to find that out. So let's come back to the main scene. Over here. And what I'm going to want is at least to make sure that our orb menu... Let me just search it up in here. I'm going to want to make sure that orb menu... Why is it grayed out over there? What in the world? Why would it be grayed out? Huh? Huh? Oh, because it doesn't have the word orb in it. Oh, wow. I didn't know that that was a thing. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. Whatever. Anyway, so I'm going to come back to that. And that's not bad. It's not a bad thing. And I guess I want to add an animation in here, right? Animation player. And this will be called animation power up menu. We'll say power up menu. And let's try animating. Oh, also, I forgot. I want to move it up higher. So it's out of view, right? We don't want it to be in view just yet. If I create a new animation, this animation will be descent Now, if I create a position for this, my concern is it's going to do X, Y, and Z. But the thing is, I want X to be at the player position. So if I keyframe it at 0, it's going to move it back to the 0 spot, which isn't where I want it to be. So I don't know if animating it is going to be the best way to do this. I think I want to actually... And I don't think I can do a move toward on it, because it's not like a body. So I think I need to do like a tween or something. What do we do? Well, we must be doing something similar on the other score dunk. How do we move the other score dunk? Pray tell. I forgot. It's been a while. Because we're adjusting. Oh, an offset. Oh, we need to do an offset. That way, it's adding onto the position. Oh, okay. Okay. And then we can still do the animation in here, right? I assume we're doing... But is that how we're doing it? Or are we moving it in some other way? I just need to double check here. Dunk position. Remind me how that's working. Right, when meet and dunk happens, on meet and dunk, place score up. That's something different. Dunk meet equals dunked. Base size. I'm just not sure that it's actually... oh, dunk ascent distance. Yeah, I don't think it's actually animating when it comes down. Self position, dunk direction. That's the interpolation that has it follow. On ascent timer timeout. Dunk Y offset plus equals dunk ascent distance. So what about the descent? Where is that dealt with? Here. If is grabbing and dunk Y offset is set to dunk Y offset constant. Then dunk Y offset minus equals dunk. Oh, it subtracts the Y offset. Wow. Wow. Okay. So we are indeed not animating it when that happens. Interesting. Okay. Well, if we're not animating it, I don't think we even need an offset. I would think we can just do the Y then and just adjust it. So forget the animation player. I mean, I'll probably use the animation player for something else. And in fact, I'm gonna want it on a per animation basis. I'm gonna delete the animation player. Forget the animation player right now. We're gonna take its position Y, and we're gonna say, now this needs to be in like the physics process or something, or the process function, so it does it gradually, right? Otherwise, it's just gonna jump right to that spot. But if we don't do that with delta time, that's, wait, so what are we doing? What the heck are we doing the score dunk? That can't be delta timed. I don't see, I just see dunk y offset minus equals. I feel like we should be multiplying this by delta, by the way. Is there a delta in this function? Just by the way. I just think that needs that. And then we would want to do the same thing for the ascent, right? Oh, this one doesn't have a delta being called with it. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, man. I guess I could... but that's gonna only be in that moment. This is tricky. This is actually kind of tricky. I'm kind of curious to see what that looks like with the score dunk, now that we've multiplied it by delta. Oh god, it's not even coming down. It's just broken, is what that did. Okay. Okay. Something about that concerns me. I don't know if I should be concerned about it, but something about it does concern me. That's just the truth. Oh wait, it's not descending at all anymore. What the? Wait, how did I break that? Oh, I see. Delta is still in there. I was like, no, 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 I fixed it. All right, don't fix what isn't broke. I need to try this on other computers too. Okay. Because it kind of, in a way, it kind of doesn't matter. All right, don't worry about it, Elise. Don't worry about it, Elise. So, and that's happening on the physics process. But this one isn't. Oh, but I see. This is being called on ascent timer timeout. How is that ascending so gradually? I'm so confused. How that looks so good. Maybe it's because we already have the interpolation stuff built in here, and so it follows along with that anyway. Right. Dunk follow position Y plus equals dunk Y offset. If I were to comment that out, it probably wouldn't gradually go up and down anymore, right? Whoa. I mean, that obviously causes some serious issues. That, breaks it. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm very confused about what the heck is going on here. Because it's definitely not animating it. Least. No need to apologize. If you're here or not, I am okay. You were forgiven before you even said it. Good to have you back, though. I think my brain's also getting tired. It's a brain tire thing. But it's tough because now I'm like looking back at the score dunk and trying to remember how that works so I can have this work similarly. I really think if we set up an offset for the position, that would just be better. So if I say position X, thank gosh, plus equals player position, if that just runs at that moment, I mean, it would depend. No, I mean, that would actually... Would that work? Because then if we just have it adding, that's effectively offsetting, right? Do I know things, or is my brain way too tired at this point? Because of course the reason why I'm setting all of this up is so we can try the level changing thing. I mean, we've got the level changing component. I've got the stopping in between getting enough points. It's just kind of bringing those things together. That's gonna take some extra weaving and stitching and effort here. Actually, I am thinking of doing that, of having it be like cartoon style. That is the plan, actually, is to do something like that. That did not work. That absolutely did not work. It is absolutely not right above there. Oh wait, it might be. I just can't see it. I can't see it because it's out of camera. Duh. So actually, the way I would test that is I would need to zoom out and look to see. Oh yeah, that worked! Wait, did it? Actually, can't tell. I think that worked. Alright, hold on. Oi, oi, oi. It all gets so complicated. Let's go to here. And bring the power up menu down so I can actually see if it moved as I want it to move. But yeah, at least that is what I want ultimately for the graphics, is it to look like that. Thanks, Least! I appreciate that. It's nice of you to say. I do be streaming a lot. I'm here a lot. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Mondays are only for members, though. Wednesdays and Thursdays, except for every 4th week. And then Fridays, I do the Game Jam. And a few other special streams as well. Yes, stay hydrated. Very important. Okay, grow up. I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna make that a thing of the past one of these days. Not today, but one of these days. Alright, one more. The orbs are way over on the left, right? So if I come back to the middle, there the orbs are. What I want to see is that they jump over to this position, and that will be an offset, which means I can which means I can animate it quite easily. Yes! Alright, they appeared over there. Excellent. That's what I want. Beautiful. Thank goodness. Now, I can do an animation safely. So I know I already deleted it, but we're gonna undelete it. Well, really, we're just gonna make it again. We're gonna make it again. Because an animation would be nice. Yeah, it didn't work for the score dunk, I think, because of that interpolation that we needed to do or some, I don't know. We're gonna make it work for this. Animation, power up. Power up menu. Okay. Now let's make sure we on ready it. At on ready, variable, animation, menu. Down there, we want it to be up here. So let's make sure that it is. Would be ideal. And then we're gonna keyframe that position right here. Shouldn't take long to come down. Move it down right around the player, just like that. That's maybe a little too low. Maybe like there or something. Keyframe that new position on. We could add a little easing, I should think. Excellent. Zoop. Looks good. Zoop. No problem. Zoop. Easy peasy. And I'm gonna want an ascent as well, so let's duplicate that and call it ascent. And I just need to switch their positions, truth be told. That brings it back up. Good, good, good. Now I'm gonna want that animation to play. Not only do we want the position to change, but I'm also gonna want it to play our animation. We're saying animation menu, play. Eating fancy shrimp with cocktail sauce. Nice. That sounds lovely. Let's play descent. Oop, did I spell descent wrong? I did. Can't have that. Let's rename it. And some chips. Good to stay snacking. It's good to stay snacking. Okay. Alright, let's see if that much works. I'm sure it does. But it's nice to see along the way. And I'm gonna suffer through some more not ideal score dunking mechanic, which will just keep me reminded that I need to improve how that feels. Oh, oh. Somehow I'm grabbing cows out of the building. That's not good. Might be something about the way that building is set up. Rest in peace, phone. Alright, there we go. When that animation ends. Oh, did not work. Did not work. Goodbye, Least. See you later. That did not work. So I think we might be having a position overwrite. Right. So we'd almost want this to be first. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. That's a conflict right there. That's a conflict. I don't think we can use the descent animation. I think I have to tell it to come down in the code. I don't love it. I don't love it, but I don't know that I have another choice. So if I'm gonna do that in code, I would need it to... We could do a tween, because move toward, I believe, isn't going to work on just any old thing. Right? Move toward... Oh, it is just a vector 3. By the fixed delta amount. Oh, I see. Will not go past the final value. We could try it. The thing is, Vinny, too, is I had already set this up in the score dunk, but it was so long ago, I kind of don't really remember how it works. Because the score dunk has the same situation, where it's something that needs to follow a certain X position and then come down, and it's doing it through code. And I kind of forget how it works, honestly. It looks great, and I just barely remember how it works. Because it's not an animation, I'm pretty sure, that makes that come down and go back up. But I'm a little overwhelmed trying to figure that code out tonight. And that's also move toward as a vector, so that would also be a bit of a problem. Right, because I would only want, well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because we could say that the position X doesn't change, right? And then just remind me about move towards usage. Let me search it in here. We've used it before. Velocity X equals, and we move it toward, yeah. Gotcha. Oh, and that's not even doing a vector 3 at all. We're literally just saying, we could say position Y to whatever, I don't know. Whatever it goes down to. What does it go down to? Let's go see. So right now, its position is set to 1.5. And I want it to come down to negative, yeah, let's say negative 1.8. So we need it to come down by 1 point, or wait, more than that. 1.5 plus 1.8. Right? That's how far down it needs to come. (1.5 plus 1.8). Negative 3.3. I don't know. 1. This is gonna be weird, right? Especially, I mean, I don't know. I think there's also like a potential delta problem here too. Oh, I bet I know why we're clicking through that building. I think it's because that building is not designed well. The collision, especially. Okay, 4 more. Two more. 1, 2. Okay. Come on down. It did not. It did not come down at all. It did not work. No working whatsoever. Actually, well, yeah, it moved on the X position, but it didn't. Actually, it came down a little bit. It came down a tiny little bit. No, wait, did you just see it jump back over there? How weird is that? Maybe because I like, oh, I see, because I translated it in here. That's why. I think maybe it's not moving as far as I think it should. I think negative 3.3 is an incorrect value. This might be something I gotta just come back and do tomorrow. My brain might be a little shot. And honestly, you know, I'm kind of doing like fancy stuff. I could skip some of this fancy stuff right now. Technically, all I wanted to do was test out going between levels, right? And I did insist on getting a bit fancy with it. Fancier than I need to be. Negative 11. All right, I'm done collecting things. We're gonna make an add points button real quick. How hard can that be? How do we actually increase the score? I'm not sure right now. Do we have a function for that? On abduction, right there. On abduction, and then we do the score value. Easy. Easy. Come to our debug menu. Right now, all it does is have level stuff. Yeah, is that what I've got? Oh, position Y equal. Oh, right. I'm just saying move toward. Just do a move toward. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Good save, Vinny. Welcome, Michaela. Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? I'm pretty new to Godot and game making in general. Do you have any general superficial advice, such as organization, places to search for resources, where to learn GDScript, etc.? Love it. Yeah, I mean, the thing that has helped me out the most is setting, like, a time every week that I come through and I work on my game. Or whatever project I'm currently working on, I work on that one project. So like if it's 5 minutes a week, an hour a week, for me it's 8 hours twice a week. I sit down and I just work on that one game, this one game, and that's it. And I make sure I just keep doing it until that project is done, right? Not getting distracted by a different project. And if you are gonna get distracted by a different project, don't do it during that sacred time for that one thing. Just try to like get that, keep working on that one thing and finish it. That's been, for me, a helpful thing. There's so many great tutorials out there. Brackeys does great tutorials. Brackeys on YouTube, really good start. Like if you're brand new to Godot, check out the Brackeys videos. They're super useful on YouTube for GDScript and Godot. And then beyond that, yeah, read, like, Godot documentation is good. Godot is good documentation. Start with an MMORPG! Do not start with an MMORPG! Some real advice, make a game design document. Yeah, plan out whatever you're making, totally. Sketch out, like what the game is going to be, how those things are going to work. You know, what's the character like? How does a player move? What is the goal of the game? What are the different stages? How do you know when you've finished the game or something? Yeah. A document, that can just be something you load up in Notion or text editor of any kind. Just type it up. You can make it have images and stuff. Have fun with it. Sketch out a mood board of what you want it to look like, things like that. But, you know, start simple, right? That's what everybody says. Start small as well. And I don't also think that you need to make like a 2D game. I think you can make a if you're interested in 3D, do a 3D game. But maybe keep it to a simple axis, you know? Anyway, this is a lot of advice, but basically, for me, the most important things, stick to a schedule and make sure you always come back to work on it during that time. That's really the most important thing. I'm not being ambitious for my very first game. That's smart, yes, especially considering I'm very fresh to coding. But why not MMORPG? Does co-op also apply to the reason? Well, I mean, online games kind of multiply the work that you're doing because you have to have so much of the code be true for one player and another player, right? So now you have to do like twice the amount of work. Plus, all of the networking aspects. How are you going to host the server? How are they going to connect with each other? There's so many fine details that come up. Co-op, if it's local co-op, not necessarily. Local co-op is a lot simpler, depending on how you want to set up the inputs. You know, if you wanted to say, player 1 uses WASD and player 2 uses arrow keys, that would be pretty doable. MMORPGs have a lot of their own issues, yeah. Online plus scale, yeah, for sure, for sure. And then honestly, RPGs in general are really difficult because you have to make so many different stages to the game, like branching narratives and having quests and all this kind of stuff, customizable character, stats that change, and inventory. It has a lot of elements to it that make it really complex. So simple is definitely better. Local co-op, yeah, not so difficult. But online server connections, quite difficult. Stick to a schedule, work on your game until it's done. You can start simple and small. That could be helpful. And yeah, I think the Bracky's videos are great starting points. And the Godot documentation itself is super useful. Yeah, absolutely. Yay, thanks for stopping in, Michaela. Nice to meet you. Take care. And yeah, I'll be here. See you then. Game devs, using Godot. Let's go. Alright, I need to add points somehow. This is supposed to be my level debug menu, but who cares? Let's just make let's make it have more things in it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So we're gonna call this cinematic/menus. Okay, we can leave that one. Let's add this other box. Asset showcases. I mean, whatever. What's this one? Blank terrains? I don't need that one. Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna delete all of these buttons out here, or we'll just hide these buttons for now. This will be button add point. Not complicated, it's just called button add point. Sorry, Shorts feed, I just realized you had half the screen blocked for a while. It may not have mattered. Oh, my button stopped working. That's why. I hate when that happens. All right, Short Speed, bear with me. We'll get you back in the loop in a second here. Hold on. Hold up. There we go. I'm trying to go on the left side there. There it is. All right. So over here, I want to say add point. I created that button. We're actually going to go back over here now. And I'm going to say add point. That's what it's for. That's what it does. I'm going to increase the font size just a little bit. Not that much. Not that much, please. I guess we can rename this label. Cheat tools is what I'll call that. Okay. Now we just have to make it actually do what I want. So I need to get the name of this button. It's the most important thing. Come to the script. And we're gonna connect. Oh, I need to make sure it's accessible as a unique name. And we're gonna connect it like this. We want to say pressed connect on add point. Oh, I guess I want to not capitalize that A. On add point. Simple enough. Func on add point. And then, did I put that in the clipboard? I don't think I did. But I think it's just messenger on abduction, right? Messenger on or abduction. Messenger abduction emit 1. Okay, let's see if that works. Identifier on add point not declared. Oh. Just do it. Just do it like, well, I mean, you could do it like that if you want. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see if that works. Did I make that work? Heck yeah, the points are going up. You can't really see it. I think I'm gonna move, I kind of want to move that menu down a bit. Well, I can't even see the points going up. That's no fun. Honestly, the menu's a little extreme. It's kind of doing a lot. What if we just adjust this color a lot? Considerably. Don't think it needs to be that extreme. Okay, we're adding points, easy, easy. Much easier. What was I even testing? I don't think I had anything to test. We're just gonna make this invisible also. I don't think I had anything to test. So we wanted to do the move toward adjustment that Vinny so helpfully helped me realize I was doing wrong. I'm still a noob. I'm still learning, as you can see. As you can see, I'm still learning. I don't know if that's Godot console, and at some point that kind of becomes a more specific credit, but that's okay. We can keep it like that for now. I'm still learning. And the thing is even when you've learned things, you're still gonna forget things, you know, obvious things. Unless you're Vinny, then you remember it all. I'm just kidding. Power menu. We want to say position Y equals move toward position Y. Well, in that case, I'm going to try 3.3 again. Oops. It would be great if it was that simple, and 3.3. 3.3 may still not be enough. You struggle with remembering where your keys are in the morning. It's so relatable. Oh yeah, we can just add the points. Add the points. Add the points. Add the points. Let's move way over here. Nice! It didn't come down very far, and it was a little sudden. So I'm a little concerned. I'm a bit concerned about how sudden it was. I wonder if it's because the position X is oh wow. It's not even, it didn't even go further. Why? Is it because of this one here? Like, does this need to be in the physics process? I wonder if this needs to be in a process or something. And that's like why. So, I mean, we can do that. I could say a tween would be better. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Let's create a tween. We gonna make some tweens. Easy. Easy. I got the code right there. Variable tween, get tree, create tween. Tween property, position Y. Oh wait. Tween property, wait, that's copter mesh. So really that's itself, right? Wait a minute. I don't think we want tween property. Tween, we do want tween property. We definitely want tween property. Player, but really it's self. So we would say self here. Self position Y. And then we want to say its current position Y. Or no, that's what it's going to. We want to say what it's going to. So we'll try negative. Actually, I think I could even say negative 1 point something else. Since we're going to that specific position, we're not offsetting something anymore, right? And that would be the speed. Have I done that correctly? I'm certainly gonna find out. I still have some concerns about this being the best way to do it all, but I kind of just want something good enough for now. Add those points. Oh yeah. Nice one. Thank you, Vinny. Done. There's our orbs. So obviously I would want us to be able to hover over these and then click on them. And then when we do, it advances us to the next level. I also want to turn off the other raycasts, so we're not hovering over a bunch of crap that we don't care about. But good stuff. Very nice. It descends. It only took an hour to get to get the descent working correctly. Obviously I'm gonna need it to go back up at some point. I could try to do the the raycast stuff. That's gonna be interesting. So in the ready function of the camera, I'm gonna want to make a signal connection, which will mean a new function. Messenger score minimum met connect on score minimum met. We need to create that function. Put it way down here. Func on score minimum met. This is where our raycasts are. I don't know what we're doing here yet. The attack ray needs to no longer be working, basically. We need to no longer be shooting it anymore. And right now, that's actually in the process function. It's being called all the time. So I would want to add, I guess, like a Boolean here. If score minimum met, if the score minimum is not met, really I should rename this. We should say power up. No, I'm gonna keep it to that. That'll be easier to find. Score minimum, if the score minimum is not met yet. What is general ray? Detects all things. I don't think we need that one to be turned off. The hover ray, I don't think we need right now. Cursor ray. Wait, oh, attack ray is getting... Wait, where's attack ray called? Oh, it's somewhere else. Attack ray was called... We just set this up the other day and I already forgot where we did it. Here. It is in process. It's when we create this variable all the time. Okay. That's going to be an issue. Because that means literally all of this needs to be indented a lot. Because if I just put this in here, we're going to have errors all throughout this code, which means I need to indent literally everything. Oy, oy, oy. All right, let's do it then. Indent away. Okay. This is getting to be a lot. That's all right. Variable score minimum met is false to start with. And then all the way down here, when this happens, score minimum met becomes true. So let's see if that works. So right now, I can hover over any old thing and we get the shader that appears to show that we're hovering over something, right? That happens, we expect that, all is well, everything is good. Now, I'm going to meet the score minimum. It stops. Yep, look, I can't hover over anything. Good, very good, not bad. And I'm gonna wanna say that the thing we can hover over is those orbs. So I'm gonna need to create a new raycast for that. Now, luckily, I have a, not the general ray, not the attack ray, the hover ray. The hover ray will let me set, we can actually set a target via an argument here. So what I'll say is, back up here in the process, we could do an else and be an epic if else. Oh god. Else, we'll create a new one called power up ray. And it's gonna call with, well, we need a number. We'll just say 0 for now, and true. Because what it calls with is what it's going to be colliding with. Okay? So the mask, that is to say the collision mask that the raycast is looking for, and whether or not it even has a collision mask that it needs to worry about. So I'm gonna say function power up ray. We don't need to call with anything. And then we're just gonna say pass for now. Too many arguments. Expected at most 0. Oh, my mistake. My mistake. We do need to pass the arguments. Mask and has mask. And then what this would actually do is call hover ray with mask and has mask, right? So it should just feed it directly into that. Oh, we want to do it here. Raycast result, hover ray true. Actually, we want all of this. This is what we want. If raycast result is empty, so that way we can get what it sees. If it's not empty, then it emits a signal. So we would want to do things like check to see if it matches orb 1, orb left, orb middle, or orb right. Right, we'll do that, we'll do that. So let's paste it in there that way. And actually, I don't need to call it with anything. My mistake. I just realized that. We can call this with absolutely nothing in here, right? Come up here, give that nothing. So that just says run power up ray. Power up ray creates a variable for raycast result, runs hover ray with these conditions, with these arguments, and then we can do stuff depending on whatever that result is. Okay. So I need to assign a collision mask to those power-up orbs that are falling down right here. I'm gonna do that in code. I don't like setting it in the inspector. I don't trust it. It's too hard to keep track of. But I am going to use the inspector to just help me decide which one I want to set it to. So we're going to grab the area 3D, look at the collision layers over here. Right now, 1 is set to the ground. 2 is set to NPC. 3 is set to obstacle. 4 is set to health. 5 is set to cursor zone. And 6 is nothing. So it looks like it's going to be 6. Let's rename it to power up orbs. We can probably just say power ups for now. Power ups. Okay. And that number, it needs to be the value that's there, not the bit, and not 6. So 32 is the value that I need it to be in order for the raycast to properly detect it. It's silly, but it's the way it is, and so it's what we do. So back on the raycast, instead of 16, this becomes 32. So it's only gonna look, this power-up raycast is only gonna look for things in the group 32, or in the collision mass 32. What's up, Govind? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? I'm gonna say, if the raycast result is not empty, well, I'm gonna need to detect, I mean, at some point, I'm gonna need to clarify, like, which one does what, right? Right, so I set this to 32 also. I'm gonna need to clarify, is it the middle one, is it the right one, or is it the left one? It bothers me, this order. I want left, middle, right. I'm just gonna set, oh, I forgot, I need to also set their collision masks, right? So I need to say orb left collision mask. Let me remind myself how we set that. Right, collision, set collision mask value, then the number, and we're doing 6. Here we don't do the value, confusingly enough. We want to do it just like that. Orb middle collision set, oh sorry, set collision mask value. Not just collision mask value, but set collision mask value. 6 true. And then do it again, except this time for the right one. Okay, so they've all got that collision mask value. And I'm gonna set up a I kind of wish instead of L, M, and R, I did numbers. I'm gonna do numbers. I'm changing it. I know. I can't believe you're changing it, Lise. I know. It's just, it's gonna be a lot easier if I do it this way. I'm gonna need less, I'm not gonna need to think about like a freaking enum or some crap like that. So we're just gonna change this to a number before I get in too deep, and changing these to numbers becomes a headache. All right, 1, 2, 3, all across the board there. I don't think there's anywhere else that that's relevant, right? We'll find out. So then what I'll do is I also want to, well, it's gonna be tricky because that means I'm gonna need a script on each one of these, which I didn't want to have to do. That's okay. It's fine. It's fine. So we're gonna create a script, yeah, on the player, power up menu. We're gonna say this is power up orb script. This is gonna be a class script. Class name, Can we do underscores? I think we can. Power up orb. And then I want an export variable. Actually, would it be nice if we could make it like a list, right? Where I can choose. Do I remember how to do that? I've done it before. I think you just make it an array, right? Export variable orb array equals 1, 2, 3, right? Nope. Wrong. How have we done that before? I'm trying to think where I've had numbers. I usually don't set numbers. Honestly. I should just check the documentation. I forgot. GDScript export list. Right, but what the frick? C#? Get out of my face. Where have I done this before? Because I've done it with an enum on like the on the health, right? Export variable is type types. Maybe I've done it on something like this. Not on the trees. On the terrain block, we do have the the enum, but I don't need it as an enum. Have I not set up an actual like array yet for this? I guess I could do an enum, but that's boring. The brain's getting tired. Old girl's brain's getting tired. Yeah, we just have is type. Wait, how do I do it like a number list? I guess I don't have that anywhere. Alright, GDScript, export, annotations. Let's just look at all the annotation list. Subgroup, category, yes, yes, yes. Range, no, no, no. Exporting arrays. GDScript export array drop-down list. Yeah. I know this is like so easy. I just like forgot. Export integer. Is this still true? This is 4 years old. I don't know if this is still true. We'll enumerate with string names. All right. Export underscore enum. I could deal with that. That could work. Let's do that. So this was on the orb script. export underscore enum. And then we just set the options. Actually, that should be in here. Right there. Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. Gotcha. Then we set the variable name. Understood. Integer. I mean, I would like it to be integer. I mean, right, we're hinting it. Really, it's just the name. Right, we need them to be separated. We could easily just say orb1, orb2, orb3, like that. And then when I click on each orb, we now have a drop down orb1, orb2, orb3. So I could have kept it as left, right, whatever. And this will actually be 0, 1, and 2, 3. So I don't know that I really needed to do the numbers. I could have kept left, middle, right, but whatever. Let's just do the numbers. I really wanted the numbers. I feel like that was going to be easier to reference, because now the numbers are going to be different. Right? Because it's going to be 0. Oh my goodness. This will be 0, this will be 1, and that will be 2. Alright. Integer and string properties can also be limited to a specific list of values. The editor will create a widget in the inspector enumerating the following. Yeah, but it'll be 0, 1, and 2. The value will be stored as an integer corresponding to the index. I know, but like... exporting arrays. I guess I should just do it in the same way that I've been doing all the others. I think that's the answer. That's the answer. I should do it the way I usually do it. That's all there is to it. Just like this. Forget this crap. Put it in there like that. Export variable is orb. Is orbs. If it works, it works. It's what I tend to do. We're refactoring it over again. We're going back to left, middle, and right. I should probably keep it as LMR. So it's still 0, 1, and 3. We're coming back here, replacing it again. L, M, R, L. Because I'm not going to do... we're not doing 0, 1, and 2, okay? I'm just not. I don't know. I don't like it as much as 1, 2, 3 in this case. Doesn't work for me. Left. Middle. It's late. It's late. It's late. Lee's doing goofy things. Changing stuff, not making the most sense. Obviously, it's time to pick this up next week. Left, middle, or next week, tomorrow. Left, middle, right. Okay. That's all fixed. So now, the reason why I did all that is so that way when we hover over them, we can determine, check the raycast result, and whatever it is, we want to further say, if raycast result is type... Let's see if I remember how to do this. is type, and then we have to say the global class name. Class name is types dot left, middle, right. If raycast result is type set to power up orb is, oh, it's not even is type. I should keep, honestly, I should keep is type. We shouldn't do is orb. We should stick with that, because that's what I tend to do. I would even say we could do LM and R, just to keep some consistency across it. I find it difficult to know what syntaxes to go with, because I'm still new to everything here. I still feel new, so I'm still kind of deciding what kind of things I like to do normally. If raycast result is type power up orb is types L, right? Then it would do something special. Really, we could say if it's any of them. For now, let's just say print left orb chosen. So that way we have it do something. If raycast result is type M, middle orb chosen. If raycast result is type R, right orb chosen. So that way we can get some feedback that it knows what we're clicking on. Now we need more than that, actually, because we need to choose, we need to say, has the player pressed it? So it's actually not only that. If input is action just pressed grab, and the raycast result is not empty, then check what the type was, and then say that it was chosen. In addition, we want to set off that it's going to move us to the next level. The first thing I'd want it to do is ascend the thing. Well, actually, I would say we don't even want to do, I don't think we should do that here yet. I think we should say if input is action pressed grab here, right? So this is going to be quite an if statement. It could be iffier. So if it's of these specific types, it'll do all that. And no matter which type it is, I still want it to just advance us to the next level. Really, the first thing is I would want to ascend the thing. So let's make a new signal, baby. If any of these are pressed, so I don't care what type it is, doesn't matter. If any of these are pressed, I want to say messenger. Actually, you know what? We should have it be a specific one, and then it can deliver with that one. So we could say messenger power up chosen, and then it can call with the one that we choose. Now, unfortunately, that now is going to come back to numbers. Did you pick 0, 1? Now I'm starting to think I want those numbers again. Well, we're gonna make it 1, 2, or 3. It's chaos. Now, oh god, now I want to go back to 1, 2, and 3. Are you serious? She wants to go back. She wants to go back? She didn't know. I didn't know that was gonna be what I wanted. But it's what I want. It's what I want. We're going back to 1, 2, and 3, baby. It's happening. Chaotic as it may be. Chaotic as it may be. 1, 2, or 3. So it's gonna... Well, actually, it shouldn't have an error here. Expect a colon after the if statement. What do you mean? There is colons. Is it because it's a number? I wonder if it doesn't like... Oh, I might be typing this wrong. Maybe not. Maybe it can't be a number. Maybe we have to say orb 3, orb 2, orb 1. Yeah, because... Oh, wait. Cannot find... Oh, yeah. No, yeah, right. That's right. You're darn right you can't. Because I gotta remake it. Orb... Are we doing underscores here? Yeah, we're gonna do underscores. Man. Wild. Wild. And I'm gonna rename these again. I'm renaming all these again, baby. Come back to this script. We gotta change this to 1, 2, and 3. Hey, what's up, Brawl Snipe? How you doing? Thanks for coming through. Thanks for saying hello. I'm deep in trying to solve a problem after I've been working on this game for too long. Hope you're doing well. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Good, good, good. No problem. All is well. So... now that we have that set up, let me go back to my raycast script. Finds all those as it should, and it's gonna send up this messenger value. We also need to say emit. Emit. It's gonna carry with it that number, so it knows which one it chose. And then... I'm not even gonna necessarily print this. Why did you not use replace all to be more fast on changing things? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I mean, I've done it earlier, but the last 2 times that I did it, I kind of came to remember where it all was. So for me, it was actually faster because I remembered all the places that it's in, because I did do replace all like 5-10 minutes ago. So if I were gonna type in replace all again, it would have actually taken me a little longer. That's why. But I see you know your stuff. Welcome back, Least. Okay, so all that stuff gets pressed. That's excellent. That's good. Now I want to go to the messenger, because I haven't even created that signal yet. Signal power up chosen. That's okay. Alright, whatever. I hear you. Why don't you save the names 1, 2, 3 but save like strings? Because I like the way that I did it. You're fine, Least. No worries. Honestly, I mean, I could think about what you're saying, but I don't want to because I like the way I've done it. I'm sure I have a good reason, but I've been working for 9 hours, so I don't have a lot of capacity to like say, oh, let's go back and explain this. I don't want to. You can always rewind and see why I didn't do that. That's always an option. Okay, so let's continue forward, and what I want is to connect this signal, so when we choose something, ultimately what I'm gonna want is for it to retract, and that retraction situation is happening over here. So we're gonna say messenger what is it? Power ups chosen connect on power up chosen. Okay. And then let's create func on power up chosen. And we need to make sure it calls with a number. So we're going to say, we'll just say orb. Okay. And now we can say print orb. Did you make a new walk cycle? No, I didn't. I sure didn't. My gosh, could you imagine? I've spent 10 hours making a walk cycle before. Minimum. Orb. And then we just want it to be orb chosen. Alright. I want it to do a little more than that. I also want this another tween to be created. And this tween will take its position up to wherever it is right now by default, which is 1.5 on the y-axis. So let's do that. 1.5. Very good. X position, I don't really care where the X position is. Too many arguments for tween property. I did a comma instead of a point. All right, so let's see what happens. This isn't gonna change our level yet, but we're almost there if this is gonna work. Is Brawl Snipe making any games? Probably. I would guess so. But I could be wrong. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to artificially add the points. It stops us. This is going to come down. Alright, so now I'm going to choose one. Nothing. Nothing happens. So I need to figure that out. You've started. Nice. So we need to do some debugging here. I kind of figured it was a bit of a risk to think it might just work all of a sudden. You started learning the basics. Nice. I want to say, when we hover over it, let's have something happen. So I know that, well, if it's actually detecting anything. If it isn't Godot, Brawl Snipe definitely knows a thing or two about Godot. Let's just have it print raycast result if it sees something. For whatever reason, it may not be seeing anything, and we need to deal with that. Add all the points. Wait for them to come down. Now, it is printing a bunch of null constantly. You have the idea, but you need to know what you need for the game. Nice. Godot. So it's just constantly printing this. An empty raycast result. So we know that's running. So we would want to say if it's not empty, then print the raycast result, right? Only if I'm hovering something. But even if I was hovering something, it didn't work. So it might be that it's not seeing anything in 32. But it's definitely running the function. 32 should be the correct one. That's what they say, at least. That's what they say. Did I set the collision masks correctly? Wait, you want to do layer, not mask, layer. because the mask is on the raycast and it's looking for things on these layers. For one, number one, we want to set those to layers. Okay, try this again. Boop, 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 boop. Get all those points. Let it come down. Yes, it sees them. Let's go. And if we click, all right, it noticed that we clicked it. We got an error, but hey, at least things are cooking. Invalid index is type on base dictionary. Oh. My favorite game? I mean, I love Bethesda role-playing games. So, I mean, Fallout 4, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, I love them all. Those are my favorite games. But I also, you know, I like games from my childhood. Kirby Superstar, Earthbound, games like that I love too. But I really love the Bethesda role-playing games, except for Starfield. I didn't play Starfield, and you know what? I don't think I'm gonna. At least not for a while. Ooh, yeah. I really want to play that game. So I do love roguelikes. I'm making a roguelike. The only roguelikes I've played are kind of like little tiny indie games. I haven't played like some of the more famous ones. I mean, Binding of Isaac is an indie game, but it's like a famous indie game. I really want to play that. I plan on streaming games soon that I want to research for the game that I'm making. One of these days. There's a game called Downwell. I really love Downwell. Is pretty much like the roguelike that I've played the most, which is not like a big roguelike. It's like such a small time roguelike, but I love it. It kind of introduced me to that concept of games. There's also other ones that are technically roguelikes that I never thought of as roguelikes that I've played, but I don't remember what those are right now. Toe Jam and Earl? I don't think that's technically a roguelike. I know, it's really hard. The only reason I can answer it quickly is because people ask me so much, but I don't really have a favorite game. There's just like games that I tend to come back to the most. And that's pretty much it. But yeah, Downwell is an awesome, awesome game. It's a beautiful game in its simplicity. It does such a great job of like consolidating mechanics into one thing. So like your jump is your attack, and it's like how you move around. Also, sorry Shorts feed, I've been blocking your entire screen. I apologize, it's getting late. I'm streaming way longer than I should. And it has a lot of really good synergy between the different mechanics. I play this game often, and I love trying to get a better run every time. It's so simple. It has like 3 colors for like the entire game, and you pick power-ups in between levels, and then you get your build set up, and you're constantly moving. You're like moving down, so you do stop when you run into things, but if you're playing it the best you can, you're gonna try to avoid landing as much as possible, because every time you land, you break your combo. But if you keep going, you keep stomping on enemies, you build up a bigger and bigger combo. But yeah, that's the roguelike game I've been the most influenced by, and that I would say I play the most. Okay. So it's telling me that if raycast result is type, so it's seeing those, but it's not finding the is type, which I'm a little surprised by. Why it isn't seeing that. And it's saying that there is no is type? There's something obvious here that I'm missing. Started learning how to create a finite state machine. It's very important for the AI of the objects or other similar things to change the force. Yeah, totally. Nice. Let me just get that error again. If I could just see that error, in a way I could worry about this tomorrow easily. Because really all we want to do is get it to ascend and all that kind of stuff. And this is kind of extra. But it would be nice. Invalid index is type on base dictionary. Oh, I know why. Because we have to do collider. That's why. We have to say raycast result collider, not just raycast result. That's why. It's thunderstorming? Oh no, I hate that. Because at least where I mean, on some level, I love how relaxing storms can be. On the other hand, I live somewhere where there's tornadoes. So, you know, it's not that fun when it's storming. So I hope you're safe. I hope you're safe. Wait, there's a better way to do this, or there's a different way to do this. You hate them? So I like grew up in the Midwest United States, and then I moved to the East Coast United States. On the East Coast, where I lived, there was no big worries about tornadoes or hurricanes or anything like that. I live in Missouri, in St. Louis specifically. And then I came back to the Midwest in St. Louis, and man, oh man, I forgot that storms can mean danger. But yeah, they are loud. That's a fair point. Fair point that they're loud. So here we're just using collider that way. But in other parts of this script, I've had to do it in these like brackets here. I think I have to do this. If raycast, I think we have to do it like this. Would be my guess. I could be wrong. But I think we want to do that. Like this. And then like that. Okay. Let's see if that works better. Because it needs to not be that. Hey, what's up, 2D Bard? Yeah, I am live. I'm so glad you made it here. Welcome. Yeah, I've been live for about 9.5 hours. So I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be live, but I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for checking it out and for coming through. I appreciate it. I do stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Mondays are only for members. Wednesdays and Thursdays I stream publicly 8 to 10 hours of development on my game. And then Fridays I do a game jam, a live stream. I only do the vertical feed on Wednesdays and Thursdays though. So yeah, I'm glad it worked out and you caught me. Welcome, 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 welcome. Although I am taking off next Wednesday and Thursday. Every 4th week, I don't work on the game, but I'll be back. How do you make the messages appear on screen? Yeah, so that's with something called socialstream.ninja. Social is this. I should honestly put a link in the description box. People ask sometimes. Alright, link is in the chat if you want to check it out. It's a browser extension. And when I pop open the chat with the browser extension, it will automatically aggregate all of the chats from all over the place. 2D Bart says, I was searching for something related to Godot. Wow, thank you for telling me that. Do you know how helpful that is? To know, like, how you found the stuff that I'm making? I really appreciate that. Yeah, I've got some shorts. I'm trying to make more about how to do things in Godot. Trying to make them more and more often, but so far I've got one on connecting signals. I've got one on exporting enums, which I actually just did. Funny enough. Some more things about connecting signals. And then I've got how to use Godot's decal node. And I'm gonna make some more. So it's really, really helpful to hear that you found it that way. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. Really helpful information. Alright, so let's get these points artificially here. Orbs are gonna come down. Click on it. Oh, this is the only channel I saw under the Godot Live list as of right now. Nice. Yeah, right, that's another place you can find the stream. Is if you look up, I don't even know how you, it's kind of hard to, I don't even know how you got there. But you can, there is a way to get there. Especially if you come look at, oh, this Thursday. If you come look at this live stream here. We scroll down, down, down. Into this, oh, there it was. Here, Godot Engine. Live. There it is. There's the streams. Right there. Bam. Streams. It's another way to get through. I need more Godot tips. Tricks and tutorials. Nice. I'll make sure to keep an eye out. Yeah, let's go. I love to hear it. Thank you for letting me know. Thanks for coming through. Good luck on your Godot journey. I love Godot. And I love hearing about people who like Godot. Did you stream even on Twitch? I did. I used to stream on Twitch, but I stopped. I think this is my Twitch, but I don't use it anymore, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I can't even... I can't even pull it up. Oh, maybe it's hypergamedev_. Is that what it is? Let's see. There it is. There it is. I stopped streaming on Twitch a couple years ago, actually. Live streams now on YouTube. We're YouTube now. I don't like Twitch. I like YouTube. I'm a YouTuber. I love watching the lives. I've learned many tips. Let's go. Yeah, even just hanging out, tips can be found. Okay, what did we do wrong? Invalid index is type on base area 3D. Really? Is type is right there. Variable is type. It's right there. Yeah, it's an area 3D, but it's on there. Area 3D is type. Invalid get index is type. On base area 3D. That's a little confusing. I have a playlist with a lot of useful tutorials. Oh, that's nice of you to offer, Brawl Snipe. Yeah, you'll have to check out Brawl Snipe. You'll have to search up Brawl Snipe on YouTube. I can't vouch for anything in Brawl Snipe's channel. I have no idea. That's very nice of you to offer. Alright, I don't know what its deal is right now. Why it wouldn't... I guess it would be interesting. Let's say if the raycast result is empty and we hover over it, I would like it to print okay. Well, then I'm afraid you're not going to be able to share it because you can't put links in the description box. I think you can actually check it out, Tootie Bard. But we do have a Discord, and you can join the Discord. And if you want to post links there, you could do that. Or something, or a playlist that you have. You could post it in the Godot section. Something like that. Raycast, print raycast result. You do have videos. You said I don't have any video. But you do have it. Okay, never mind. You can go to Brawl Snipe. Let's see what happens if it prints Collider. What we see here. Nice. Alright. I just met Brawl Snipe. I don't know anything about Brawl Snipe, but they seem very nice. So I'm just curious to see what it is seeing. I can't imagine why it wouldn't have an is type on it. Especially since it recognized it as a dictionary before. Power up orb 2. Yeah, power up orb 1, area 3D. It seems to be seeing it just fine. Oh, it worked! Wait, it just worked. Good. Wait, why didn't it work last time? I wonder, oh, maybe I like mistyped one. Maybe. Orb underscore 1, orb underscore 2, orb underscore 3. Is underscore type. Is underscore type. I mean, it doesn't look mistyped. Power up orb is type, orb is types. I mean, it looks fine. Unless I mistyped it somewhere else. But that worked. It rose. It did what it's supposed to do. That is good. Oh, I forgot to put the scripts on the other orbs. That's why. Orb 1 has the orb script. Orb 2 and orb 3 don't have the orb scripts. Oh, that's an easy problem. I like when the problems are easy. Then I can fix it. Okay, so we just need to make sure I actually attach the scripts on there. Now we should be golden. And when we click on those orbs, they'll go up. I'll play correctly now. So the game, by the way, if you're recently joining us, is about an alien who invades Earth, and you abduct these animals or whatever. Sometimes it'll be humans. But every level, you're going to have a minimum number of abductions that you have to get. Link is in the description box, Brawl Snipe. It's a small Discord, but we're there. And when you reach that minimum, you'll advance to the next level. I haven't set up advancing to the next level, but we're so close to that being functional here. Okay, so now it's going to go up to 10. We've met the minimum. It pauses the game. The orbs come down. We click on this, and it arises, and it'll tell you which one you picked as well. So there's more things I'd like to add in there, some like special effects and things, but let's not worry about that right now. Let's do the actual next level thing. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to keep us moving. Let's not print all this crap. What I wanted to do is not only does it ascend, but, so here we go, it moves it up right here. Not only do I want it to move it up, but I would also like it to load in the next level. Now, I don't actually have level 2. I have level 0 and level 1. So I'm actually going to have to test this on level 0 so we can advance to level 1. Do you use UI for when you use the outline when you click on the objects like the barn? Do you use UI? No, that's a shader. I actually, Henry, just did that a couple days. I did that last week. Just set that up. So if you want to check out the live streams from last week, you can learn a little more about how I set that up. It's a shader. Specifically a shader from GodotShaders.com with only minor tweaks. Let's see. Raycast and hover effects. Oh, it was a couple weeks ago. Wow, really? Wow. Oh, no, it was a week ago. Here we go. And actually, it took me a couple weeks to get it set up right. But we did get it set up eventually. So I went to Godot shaders and I found it. Yeah, I mean, you know, I do a lot of things in these streams, so it's easy to miss what's happening. But yeah, we did some shader code to get it to highlight it around the obstacles. Hey, DNF! Hey, it's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate the thumbs up. How you been, DNF? Feeling better, I hope. Last time I heard from you, I know you weren't feeling so good. Just joined the Discord. Yay, welcome. It's a small Discord, but like I said, we're there, and when people have problems, folks come through and they help. So, you know. If you're having a hard time cutting through the noise in other places, it might be a way to get some help for something. Thank you for joining up, guys. Appreciate it. You've been really unwell recently. I'm sorry to hear that, DNF. I'm sending you healing energy, though. I'm sending you healing energy, all right? I'm sending you healing energy. You deserve it. I'm okay. I've been streaming almost 10 hours working on this game. I should probably stop and take a break. But I'm very determined to get a very specific thing done. And that makes me happy. Keeping working on the game makes me feel good. Luckily, I feel like I got my health right now. So I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. Your nickname isn't Brawl Snipe. You're Fun Wolfgun. Gotcha. Yeah, of course. Sending you healing energy. You deserve it. You must have it. So I wanted to not only arise, but we needed to change the level. Now I gotta remember how we're doing the level changing stuff. Right now I have a button. We actually also need to undo when the player gets stopped, right? Because the player stops when they collect enough points. And we need to get the player moving again. That stop, oh gosh, where do we even do that stop at? Somewhere where the minimum gets met. Not on the power-up menu. Score minimum. Oh yeah, probably, is that in the UI that we do that? It is, on score minimum met. So this is all the code that does that. So do we want to push this back to the UI? I mean, I do need to reset the UI. Yeah, we could connect that in here. It's not really UI stuff. It feels a little messy to put that there, but it could be nice to keep it all together. So we could come in here and say messenger power-up chosen connect. Now this is gonna ask for which power-up was chosen. Actually, we probably do want that on the UI so it can tell the player what power-up you chose. That might actually be a nice thing. We'll see, I don't know. But for now, let's just do it. I'm not gonna worry about it. Connect on power-up chosen. We can always refactor it later. Totally doable. And let's bring this down here. Let's actually put it up here. Oh, we got this in a lot of places. Func on power-up chosen. And we need to call with a number. Because you need to accept the rules. There's a rules channel on the Discord. And you have to read the rules and then react to them. So, that's why. So, you're on the Discord, right? Make sure you come to the rules section and then react right here. And then you'll have the privileges to do stuff. I forget if I asked, but how did you come up with the game idea? Well, when I was first working on, or there's a lot of layers to that. The simplest thing though is I just thought about it. Okay, I'll tell you. A while back, and you may already know this, Henry, maybe like over 10 years ago, I fell when I was hiking in the wilderness, and I fully dislocated my shoulder. I was stranded. I was stuck out there. It was a terrible experience. I didn't know if I was gonna get out. Luckily, I did get out of there, and I was rescued, and I'm okay now. But it was a really moving experience, and I spent many years trying to capture that experience, writing plays, screenplays, short stories, and none of it really did a good job of it. And then playing one of my favorite games, Fallout New Vegas, I started to try making mods for Fallout New Vegas. And I thought, well, why don't I try writing this story in a Fallout mod? And I tried making like a game out of it. And that game, doing it that way was so much more fulfilling to me than writing. And I realized I want to make like a survival game. And I started to make a survival game in a bad game engine that I don't even want to talk about. Please don't make me talk about it. It was cool. It was just too big. This game was way too large. It was gonna have all kinds of super hyper realistic things where you escape by like flagging down helicopters, and you have to, kindle fire, and you've got companions, and if your legs are broken, you have to drag yourself across the ground and all this kind of stuff. And you gotta bandage your wounds. It was this huge game idea and I realized that this game was too big. It was my dream game. And so I said, forget it. I'm not gonna work on this massive, giant game and never get it done when I don't even know what I'm doing. It's my first game ever. So I wanted to downsize and come up with a much smaller idea. And that's where this game idea came from. So instead of making a survival game with realistic, let me just add this in here. This is Orb. Instead of making a game with realistic injuries and realistic weather patterns and realistic fire and realistic social interactions and all this crap, I just said, let's pick one mechanic that I want to make in my dream game, and I'm going to build a whole game just based on that one mechanic. And then as I learn how to make games from doing these smaller things that have one important mechanic for my dream game, not only will I learn how to make a bigger game in that process, but I will have experimented with those specific mechanics. So this game, I wanted a game about limb damage, right? So I dislocated my shoulder, I wanted a game about that. So in this game, if you run into obstacles, you'll see that the legs get hurt, right? So the leg is flashing red and it actually shrinks and gets smaller. And so the idea is that your play style is going to be negatively impacted by how much damage you've taken on your limbs. I haven't implemented a lot of that yet, but that will be coming soon. But yeah, so if you break off both of your legs, for example, you fall down to the ground. The idea too is that, you can break off your limbs and then you won't be able to grab and attack things and those kind of things. And so this was the game idea, just thinking, okay, what's a simple game about limb damage? And this was just the game that I came up with, was this kind of endless runner roguelike where you have to avoid obstacles and collect and abduct meat in order to either heal yourself or score points. And then it just all kind of creatively flowed from there. So that's how I came up with this idea. The project isn't deleted, but it's useless because you can't really play it. Technically, it's not deleted. Technically. But it's as good as deleted. Yeah. There's videos and stuff you can watch, but it's I don't even know if this playlist, I feel like all these All these videos are private at this point, so I don't even think you can watch. But I live streamed all of my development of it, right? But these are private videos, so you can't really find them and watch them. But there are some videos that still exist out there for the game. If you search up Survive Escape on YouTube, you should be able to find some of them. But yeah, Survive Escape. So it pretty much just exists in some vague video forms at this point. Yeah. So yeah, you can find it, a little trailer for it here. There's probably an interview. No, there's not an interview that comes along with it. There's one that does have an interview, and you can see a bunch of things about it. But, you know, this is not playable. Don't worry about it. You can't find it. You can't play it. Technically it exists. It needs to be remade in a much better engine someday when I have a lot of experience. And I want to have, you know, a team. I want to have people that are hired in order to actually, like, help make the game. Way down the road. Not something I plan on doing anytime soon. Long way off. Alright. When the power-up is chosen, we need to undo all these things that were set here. So we're gonna say score minimum met is false. This animation we don't need to play. We could have this animation. We could have some animation play that like lets you know that there's a new minimum. I don't really feel like doing that though. Terrain controller velocity equals 0. We don't want it to be 0. We actually want it to be set to the base velocity. You have to be a part of a team? That's cool. That's interesting, because, you know, I think a lot of people like to work alone. That's pretty cool. You know, I think it depends. Yeah, depends. That's cool. I like that. For me, I want to be a part of a team as well. I would like that as well, but I'm not ready. I'm not ready to be a part of a team yet. That's just me. Okay, so I'm gonna say, oops, terrain controller, not terrain controller, on the player, terrain velocity, actually, let's look it up here. Terrain velocity, it's a constant. Brawl Snipe sent to 2D Bard on Discord, the playlist. Nice. Did you post it on the Discord for everyone? I love that you did that. Put it in general. Alright, that's one place to put it. I see, you sent it like as a message or something. If you want, if you wanted to put it in the Godot channel. Yeah, so there's a Godot channel. Hopefully you reacted, but there's a Godot channel here. And if you create a new post, you have to tag it. You could tag it as a resource and just be like, my Godot playlist, or whatever. Whatever. And then you could share that if you want. Again, remember, you have to come to the rules channel, okay? Come to the rules channel and then react. All right? That's the only way you can use it. You can use anything. Everything will not be visible to you until you go to rules and you hit react. Okay? Remember to do that, brawl. It's the only way. You're not ready either. Just started my Godot journey, so I'm still learning. I love, that's so cool that you want to be a part of a team. That's cool that you know that that's where you want to go with it. I love that. I want to be on a team too. You know, and I want to like discover where my strengths are too. I want to try to do everything. Modeling, sound, coding, whatever. Planning, all that stuff. And see where I think is the best for me. What I like doing the most. Where I'm the most useful. Things like that. Alright, so terrain velocity is on the terrain controller in scene, right. So we want it to go back to this. So actually, I'm going to need to ready this as well. I'm just gonna copy that name there. We're gonna come all the way back to the UI script. Nice, bro. Let's go. Let's go! Love it. Love to see it. There it is! Yay! Good job. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate you doing that. It means a lot. My strengths, I'd say, is art, to be honest. Nice. I'm lacking in several other things, but hey, there's only one way to get better. Yeah, I mean, and you know, a lot of people doing game jams are often looking for collaborators. You know, I know there's folks in our community who do game jams together, and one person makes the code, and the other person does the art. You know? So, you know, knowing what kind of art assets people might need for their game is part of learning that skill. But, you know, it might be beneficial to go on itch.io and see what game jams people are looking for collaborators on, and trying to team up with people. And that might be a good way to get that experience, honestly. Hopefully you know about itch.io game jams. There's great game jams on itch.io, including the one that we do. But ours is a 1-hour game jam, which for some people is easier, for some people is more intense. But if you just go to itch.io and come to this jams page, you can see all the upcoming jams. Ours doesn't usually appear on the main page because ours is on this main calendar, because ours is weekly and this doesn't update weekly. It's like I have to like do it further in advance. But if you come over to like upcoming this month here, what's up, Roger? Welcome, Roger. You can find our jam and so many other jams. There's so many freaking jams out here to choose from. And, you know, often a lot of these, you can come into the community tab of these jams, and then look, composer / sound designer looking for a team. 2D artist looking for a team, right? Game writer looking for a team. So just come check out jams on itch.io and hop into one that looks good to you. Hop in the community and see if you can find some people to collaborate with. Got sidetracked into making a facial tracking controller, so guessing gonna VTube. That's cool, Roger. Yeah, you're welcome. You're most welcome. I love that that was helpful. It's my pleasure. Welcome to the game dev community. Let's go. And there's a lot of Godot specific jams too. You know, if you want to like stick with people who are working in Godot and pick up a few things that way, you can also find that. Or you could even say, you know, ideally you work in Godot. You know, you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Not everything has to be a game made with Godot. That's true. It's a good tool. Very true. Very true. There's a cool pixel art tool called Pixelorama. Yeah. Pixelorama is super awesome. I used that for a while. And it's actually something that's hosted on itch.io in part. You can download it too. But it's made in Godot, and it lets you make pixel art. It's kind of like Sprite, but made in Godot. You made a ping tuber setup with Godot. Nice. Yay! Love to hear it, 2D. I love to hear it. So yeah, this is like literally an entire program made in Godot. And you can do stuff in it. So yeah, very versatile for sure. The multiplayer networking layer ended up being useful for that specifically. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, you know, sometimes I think I want like special stuff for like members of the YouTube channel and maybe have like little things that pop up on screen and can communicate with the YouTube API or something. Talk show setup, nice. Sometimes I think about setting that up. Okay, so I need to do a terrain controller. We need to say at, oh, we already have it set up, great. So then I just need, yeah. That makes sense, Roger. So I want to say that the terrain controller, terrain velocity, needs to get set to terrain controller, terrain velocity. So we want the constant here. So we want to update it back to the constant. And then slow down is false. Controls locked false. So it keeps us moving. And then I do want them to, we have them ascending. The next thing is I need it to actually change to the next level. So that's going to be a little tricky. I can only do this between level 0 and level 1 right now. Well, so there are these buttons, these debug buttons, that have us moving between levels. And all it does is it emits this, and it says the next level. So really what I'd want to do is I'd want it to check the current level. Okay, this is what's gonna make this work. This is what's gonna make this work, folks. We're gonna have this cooking in no time. Come to the UI, and we say that when the power-up is chosen, all this stuff, let's have it do it first, right here. We need to say, check globals, level current, and we want to do +1. And that's the level update that we want. That should honestly be it. Now I just have to make sure we're on level. If we're on level 1, chaos is gonna happen because there is no level 2. So we have to be very careful here that I don't run this on level 1. And then tomorrow when I come back, I can set up some level, what happens when we're on level 1 and going to level 2. So we're gonna start on level 0. Level 0 is like a debug level that I've just set up for the sake of, well, debug. And it looks like this. It's colorful, not a lot going on. Oh, when we jump, these are up here. I'm gonna need to fix that. So those don't appear when we go up. They actually should probably just be invisible. That would be ideal. And then they only become visible whenever we, I mean, heck, I could code, let's code that in. Let's put everything off a little longer just to do that. So in order to do that, I'm gonna need to make sure that I set the, power up menu node to be not visible at the start. And then we want to say in the UI, when we meet that minimum, it will then become visible. So I don't even think I have this on Reddit over here. Well, in fact, we don't need to put that here. We could put it on this script, actually. We'll say that when that happens right there, we're gonna say self-visible true. When a power-up is chosen, we need to wait until the tween ends. I don't know how to get a tween end, actually. So we could even just do an arbitrary await or something like that. Await. I mean, maybe there's some way to get when a tween is there a way to get the end of a tween? I don't know. I don't actually know. Probably. Let's just do an await. An arbitrary magic number await for now. Probably though. So we're gonna await for 1 second or something. We could do 1.1. Something like that. I could even set this as like a variable down here. This right here, I could set this as a variable, and then that would match. That way it's not like a magic number. Would probably be best. We could say, let's do that. Let's do that. I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna say constant orb move speed, and we're just gonna say 1. And then down here we're gonna say orb move speed. Same thing here, orb move speed. And then I'll say orb move speed plus 0.1. Just so it's a little bit after 0.2, whatever. I could probably even, you know what, let's even just do orb move speed and see what that's like. I just kind of don't want it to vanish. And then when that await is over, self-visible false, so it hides it again. All right, delaying the moment of truth for an extra feature, because why not? All right, so now when I jump, we don't see the orbs. Now I'm gonna open up my cheat tools and we're gonna add a point. So we've met that, the orbs descend. Now I have to pick an orb. I choose one, it ascends, and it changes the level, baby. Let's freaking go. That's it. That's it. It's done. It is done. It has been done. That is the thing that I have been working on here all day. I want to be able to change levels in a way that makes sense. I don't think there's any more to do tonight. I think I've done it. I'm gonna give lots of love and appreciation to the people who support this channel. Thank you for doing that. It means a lot. You can support on patreon.com/hypergamedev. You can actually join patreon.com/hypergamedev for free. And you will get access to a special live stream on Fridays afterwards. There's actually, Olaf has joined that list. Olaf Sepp, I don't know how to say her name, but thank you for joining over there on Patreon and supporting. I appreciate it. You guys on the shorts feed, you can't see the list. I haven't gotten that set up for them yet, but that's okay. It technically exists. Appreciate the people on YouTube who have supported this channel with their donos and their membership. A's Hall is not added to that list, but should be on that list. Thank you, A's Hall, for becoming a member and joining up on YouTube. You'll get access to an entire live stream every Monday if you join up as a member, and you'll get emotes, a song sung to you every time you join a stream. That's whether you're a patron or a YouTube member. Make sure you've got YouTube membership, gifted memberships turned on, so that way you can receive those. You can look up how to do that. And yeah, much appreciation to everybody for hanging out. Let's just get one more look at that beautiful level changing. It works. So we start out on level 0. We're gonna add a point. The game stops for a second, and then we're gonna choose this. It goes away, it knows which orb was chosen, and then it moves to level 2. We got leveling up, y'all. It has been done. Goodbye, Brawl Snipe. So glad to meet you. I appreciate you coming through. I'm gonna be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time to continue working on this. We'll get more of those power-up effects looking nice, and you know, just polish it and figure out what happens when you go from level 1 to level 2, because I'm not exactly sure at the moment. Again, take care, everybody. I will be back. I will see you, and good luck with all your game devery. By the way, if you're watching this after the live stream, hello, welcome. Goodbye, Shorts feed. I'm gonna make sure we hop off the Shorts feed, though. Goodbye, Shorts feed. Goodbye. Good night. Good night. Good night. Goodbye. Goodbye, Potato. I see you, but I gotta go. Goodbye. Alright, if you're watching this after the live stream, oh my gosh, you made it all the way to here? What the heck? You might as well hyper smash that thumbs up button. If you're still here, hyper smash that thumbs up button. I appreciate it. It means that more people will find this video, and thank you for being willing to do that. Also, I will say, if you want to keep seeing a bunch of live devlogs, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last one, tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I hope I see you there. All right, goodbye, y'all. Good night.